Well, for those of you here in the paddock today and for those of you tuning in live around the world, welcome back to the IAME USA Grand National Championship here at Trackhouse Motorplex. And the outlap has begun for the Micro Swifts. Parker Ives, last night's Fast 5 winner, $500 richer on that red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart, is going to be leading the field to green here once again alongside Cade Wolf in the Timmy Tech Comp Kart, that blue and yellow machine that'll join him. It is the alternate layout today here that they will be running for both rounds of heat races. They got 3 full practice sessions on it Thursday morning or Thursday early afternoon, which is going to be similar conditions to what they're experiencing today. For now, it is dry. The sun is out, but there are chances of pop-up showers throughout the afternoon. And as they make their way down the back straightaway, we'll keep our tabs on it. My name's Xander Clemens here on the microphone. Alongside me is Alexander Searle, and we are so excited to bring you all the action here today. It should be another fantastic day of racing. Last night, of course, fireworks to cap the night off with the CNC Performance Engineering KA100 shootout with Danny Formal and Paulie Massimino going all the way down to the wire, and Danny Formal coming away with $4,000. It'll be $5,000 up all to the main event. Nothing in the heats tonight, but $5,000 to the overall winner of the MG Tires X30 Pro Shootout. That rolls off at 8 p.m. Eastern approximately, with 2 more Fast 5 shootouts for X30 Junior and KA Heavy. Out of the final turn, though, it is a short run down to the green flag for Cade Wolf on the inside in the blue and yellow. Parker Ives on the outside in the red and white and the chrome helmet. Colton Schniegenberg starts third. Maxwell Macha is fourth. They're going to start them all the way down by the standard turn number 1, and we're on the power in green here for heat number 2. Down to the first corner, up the hill, turn sideways in front of the field. A couple of Sodis come together. One more goes around at the back of the pack is the Kart Republic, but it is all Cade Wolf down the back straightaway for the very first time.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 Sodi carts there of Maxwell Macha and Zane Burgess come together. So 4th and 5th on the grid there to start the race. They're now 13th and 14th and essentially out of this second heat race. You know, they're a few seconds back from the next closest driver here. We see a battle for the lead. Parker Ives to the inside of Cade Wolf in the final corner there. So Parker Ives, your winner from yesterday's first heat. I forgot the different layout today. Sorry about that. All right, through the middle of the hairpin here. Parker Ives, like I said, your winner from the first heat race and $500 richer from the shootout race. He's now your leader over the comp cart.
So then it's Colton Schniegenberg third in line on that blue and red energy. Here they go to what's normally turns 5 and 6. We'll update the numbers on this layout. They swing out from there into one of the bumpier sections of the racetrack. This long triple apex right-hander that's nearly full throttle for the Micro Swifts as they climb the hill. 1 lap started on the 13-lap heat race here, and they'll head down the backstretch chasing that red and white number 48 of Parker Ives down to turn number 4. Through the bowl we go on this lap. Then they'll make the quick left-hand 180. They got to pinch it tight coming out of that bowl corner. Then they'll climb the hill to what is initially turn number 11 on this layout a little bit further, but it will be the final turn, and that little strip across the start-finish line right at the end of the runoff, that'll be our finish line timing loop. So this is turn 1 over to turn number 2, couple of switchback 180s. You come out of turn number 2, little bend here at turn 3 that sets up for turn 4, the right-hander. Then it's a double apex, turns 5 and 6 up here. That left swing out, run back through 5 and 6 on this layout, still named the same as they are in the normal direction. Turn number 7 and turn number 8 here, this long run through the double right. Then turn 9, that left-hand kink up the hill. It'll be turn number 10 through the full throttle, normally turn 3. Down the back straightaway to the bowl. Turn number 12 down to turn number the bowl and into the inside there. Tanner Barsh on the inside making a move on that red and white Beryl Art. Then they go to turn 13, that left-hand 180. Turn 14 on the dog leg, and turn 15 completes a full lap on the alternate course here, and then they come across that loop right as they exit off the runoff area down to turn number 1. So 15 turns and battling all throughout. There's Lawrence Perriman on the BJR MDR blue and yellow LN cart, taking us position away from Gavin Decay on that yellow and blue Bannock for Zanella Racing. He now goes to work on the 74 of Liam Sutton in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart. Up the road is the red and white of Tanner Barsh, and then it's William Roberts. All of them about 2.5 seconds away from the top 3 of Parker Ives, Cade Wolf, and Colton Schniegerberg, who went purple last time. Here's Perriman up the hill, going through turn 11. He'll take over the spot from Liam Sutton, and Lawrence Perriman now is up 2 spots here on this lap with a side-by-side battle right there for P4. Tanner Barsh wanted to get the spot away from William Roberts. He could not do it. And that BJR MDR LN cart holds on to the 4th position as they climb the hill.
Yeah, Lawrence Perriman, a good solid, lap and a half there for him, making up 2 spots. His kart seems to be rolling right now. This is the same layout from last year's X30 shootout race, but one of the first times these guys are driving this this layout here. The biggest thing is going to be, where are the passing zones? They're still learning it throughout this heat race and coming to the next one here. From yesterday with the full layout, there's a bunch of draft opportunities, a bunch of pass opportunities, down towards turn 1. We don't have that this time, like you said, Xander. Turn 1 is a really, really quick, left or right-hander hairpin out of the final corner. So right here, they're going to go through what would have been turn 1 from yesterday, up the hill. The biggest passing opportunity right here is going to be, exiting turn 3 and down the hill towards the turn 4 ball corner. So the draft is still in play a little bit, but this is a much more technical racetrack than what we saw from yesterday's event, where you could, kind of draft up the people and, work together. You can actually pull away, I feel like, around this layout if you get it right.
Yeah, I mean, we do see, obviously, long straightaways. You still have that run from turns now 11 to 12 down the backstretch. And, some other parts of the racetrack that'll have tow, but you don't have anything on the front straightaway with that cut in half. Let's check in with our top 3 here as we approach the halfway marker with 5 in, 8 laps to go. Parker Ives still commands the field over Cade Wolf and Colton Schniegenberg. Here comes a challenge for second. Nicely done. Colton Schniegenberg will move his way on by the kid from Dallas, Texas. Splits up the 2 North Carolina natives, and that's the other benefit of this racetrack. It is only run so far at the IAME USA Grand National Championship. There is no home track advantage on this alternate layout. It was new for everybody in the microswift class with the first session on Thursday afternoon, and they've all had to adjust, adapt, and now Colton Schniegenberg's already onto the bumper of Parker Ives as they round turn 15. They'll put now 6 laps complete, 7 laps to go here in this 13-lap heat race. Yeah,
Colton Schniegenberg absolutely flying right now. Like you said, they've had to adjust pretty quickly here. Only got a few sessions there on Thursday, and then, the warm-up here just to get used to the layout. But this is one of the first times that they're going to be able to race around this layout, so they're still figuring out where's the pass. Schniegenberg, I thought he's going to make a nose there. As you can see, he made a move here last time by. There seems to be a lot of grip on the inside of this corner right now. You don't have to go as wide as you may think through this double right-hander here. Exit what would have been turn 1 from yesterday, up the hill towards turn 3 now and down the hill towards the bowl corner here. Schniegenberg got a really big run on Parker Ives. He might be able to peek a nose here. I don't think he will, though, towards turn 4. Not going to make it happen this time by. Parker Ives still your leader here. Cade Wolf holding on to the end of this train, and they have pulled away tremendously. 4 seconds over the 4th-place driver, Tanner Barge.
Yeah, big gap for the top 3, similar to what we saw yesterday as well. These 3 have been even a little bit better, obviously, on the alternate layout than the rest of the pack, as mentioned by Alex. Here, a couple more turns and a little bit of contact as Parker Ives goes wide in turn 1. Colton Schniegenberg kind of gets up to that rear bumper and nearly knocks him sideways. It stays all neutral. No harm, no foul, though, for the top 3 as they climb the hill. What a fantastic Fast 5 shootout it was here in the microswift class, Alex, with Parker Ives early in that race. Didn't look to be much of a factor as he faded back to 4th, was able to work his way back up to the lead and snag that $500 payday at the end of the day. But a great shootout for them on the alternate layout they used last night here in the shootout races.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible event it was yesterday with the Fast 5 shootout. And I think we have a pass for the lead here. Oh, Schniegenberg thought he was going to go for it there in the bowl corner. Couldn't make it happen. But like you said, with the Fast 5 shootout, it wasn't easy, though, for Parker Ives, right? I mean, it was 1/100th of a second separating them across the line between him and Cade Wolf. Drag race to the line. We're not going to see as many photo finishes, I don't suspect, between these 2 heat races today with this layout, with how quickly you make the right-hander there for turn 1. So it would be really difficult to have the same sort of effect as yesterday's finish. But still, I mean, we got really tight battles here all across the field, especially for this top 2, Schniegenberg and Ives, working pretty well together. But Schniegenberg, I've noticed through most of these corners, has a bit of an earlier apex and turn-in, and that's really why we saw the contact 2 laps ago between the inside bumper of Schniegenberg and Ives. You see there, Colton again turns in earlier. Seems to be a lot of grip on the inside of the racetrack.
Yeah, the only downside to going in with a narrower line is you're working those front tires a little bit more. When you go a little bit wider, you may work the rears a little more, but again, you want more front than rear by the time you get to the end of the heat races. And granted, on these MG red tires, they're on the harder of the 2 compounds, to be fair. Ives runs a little wide out of turn number 13 that time. Schniegenberg nearly pulls alongside, but by going a little more narrow, again, he's running the risk of maybe having a little bit more used up rubber by the end of the heats today when we get to heat 3, but he looks to be faster. He has the fastest lap by a couple tenths. He's just waiting in third or in second. And again, as you mentioned, Alex, here with 3.5 laps to go, you would think maybe Colton Schniegenberg tries to go by early and see if he can build that gap, knowing that you've only got this one long straightaway they're coming up to that they will pull back up to you. If you're so much quicker in the more technical sections of the racetrack, you might be able to break away, not have to run in the wake of someone else and wait for a 2-lap battle. As dust gets kicked up by a pack further down the order, led by Lawrence Perriman with Tanner Barsh, as a few drivers went wide, and in fact one went around. That's Liam Sutton in the 724. So Liam Sutton going around out of 8th. He'll drop to the rear, unfortunately, here in heat number 2. Up the hill we go. 3 to go this time as they round turn 15 and head down to the hairpin at turn number 1.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, if Schneegerberg feels like he's that much faster than Parker Ives, I mean, he probably should go around with 3 to go here. But, you know, every time that Schneegerberg has been held up a little bit by Parker Ives, like you said, fastest lap by a couple of tenths here in this heat race, Cade Wolf is still in the mix. I mean, he hasn't really been there. You see he's got a few kart lengths behind Schneegerberg. Last time by, he was actually on the bumper of Schneegerberg because Ives made a bit of a mistake exiting one of the hairpins there. But Colton Schneegerberg, I mean, pushing Parker Ives through almost every corner here for the past couple of laps here as they climb the hill towards turn 3. And like you said, Xander, this is one of the best pass opportunities down the hill here towards the banked bowl corner. Schneegerberg's got to run, but not going to be enough, I don't suspect, here into this corner. Again, not enough. Parker Ives doing just enough when it matters to hold off the energy car to Colton Schneegerberg.
Yeah, Colton maybe not as strong only in a couple of places, but overall maybe a little better. Hard to tell how much the draft kind of gauges that and distorts it a bit, but we're going to see them dance here in a moment. 2 to go as they cross the line and head down to turn number 1. Parker Ives from the opening lap has not seen a challenge, and Schneegenberg, little bobble through turn 2, opens that gap up. Cade Wolf, by the way, is still there as well on that blue and yellow Timmy Tech comp cart. He has not made a bid to get back to second since losing the spot to Schneegenberg. He's riding, hoping Colton can get up and maybe mess with Parker. For now, though, great run from Parker Ives with a lap and a half to go. He'll lead them up the hill to turn number 11.
Yeah, with that bobble there from Schneegerberg, it's going to take a Herculean effort throughout this lap to get back to the bumper Parker Ives. But so far, he's put together a good couple of corners here, a good second sector of the racetrack. He's back within maybe striking distance now, Parker Ives. He's within the draft again. Schneegerberg with a good couple corners, a good exit through the bowl corner, and that double left-hander there. He's now climbing the hill towards the final corner here. We're coming to the white flag, and Schneegerberg's going to have an opportunity here, Xander.
Yeah, he'll have a shot at him. 1 to go as the flagman there on the inside waves that white flag in the air. Final lap. Colton Schneegenberg all over Parker Ives. Much better run out of turn 2 this time. He'll get right behind him as they go through 3. Turn number 4, here comes that double apex. Turns 5 and 6. Not close enough. In fact, he kind of had to pull the brakes on, and that'll make him, I don't know if he's close enough, not close enough here in turn 7 and 8. They go up the hill through 9, turn 10, and then now down the back straightaway as they head through turn number 11. So here we go on the backstretch, final time. Parker Ives feels Schneegenberg looking low into turn number 4. Will it be close enough this time? Through the bowl, that time by, not close enough as they go. Now to turn number 13, over to 14, up the hill, final turn. Parker Ives looks back, checks low, blocks low, side by side, crossover from Schneegenberg, but not enough. Parker Ives will win heat number 2 in Micro Swift. Schneegenberg second, Wolf in third. Tanner Barsh will lead the next pack across the line. 6.4 seconds back from the leaders. He'll hang on to 4th over Lawrence Perriman into 5th. Maxwell Macha 6th. William Roberts 7th. Zane Burgess 8th. Gavin Decay 9th. And Daniel Ramirez in 10th. So the Micro Swift second heat wrapped up. We'll see them after the dinner break later on tonight. For now, though, we'll take a quick commercial break and come back with more as IAME Heavy is lined up. Looking for the perfect vacation spot and a family fun weekend where a race breaks out? Look no further than Karting the Coast. Our 10 race schedule is already well underway, with stops at NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi, where our podium ceremonies are on the beach. We know how to have a good time and put on a good race, and all that we're missing is you. To find out more, visit kartingthecoast.info.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
All right, welcome back here live from Trackhouse Motorplex. IAME Grand Nationals, heat number 2, getting ready to get set and go for the IAME heavy class. My name is Alexander Searle, alongside me, Caleb Bieska. Caleb, I mean, you and I announced the heavy race yesterday. I mean, what do you expect here for second heat?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we were here watching all these races yesterday, and obviously early on yesterday, we saw the man himself, Dusty Davis, obviously some experience in the truck series, and he was really showing all that experience that he had in the first couple of races. And Dusty Davis, you know, he's obviously a force to be reckoned with here, obviously starting third after a qualifying you know, put him in third place, but we saw his pace obviously all day yesterday. And I was talking to him a little bit before this race, and he was telling me tires. Tires was the big thing for these guys. Obviously, these guys aren't getting a new set today, but yeah, tires was the big thing for him.
Yeah, I mean, Dusty Davis, like you said, qualified third. You know, showed incredible pace in happy hour on Friday, and even the morning warm-up yesterday. He was by himself, no draft in qualifying. That's why he was third. But in the heat race, walked away with the Heat 1 victory. Billy Workman there, your pole sitter, he kept him honest. He kept him, you know, within half second for most of the race here. But yeah, so Billy Workman's gonna be the main contender here. But Martin Stone as well, no slouch. Obviously qualified P2. One of the fastest guys in this IAME heavy class for sure. But I mean, again, like you said, Dusty Davis, a lot of experience around this racetrack, right? I mean, used to be the GM around this place for a little bit. You know, has experience in the senior category, but decided to be in the IAME heavy class for today.
Yeah, obviously. Speaking a little bit before this race, we were saying that obviously, like you said, Dusty Davis used to run the KA Senior, and he has a lot of experience around this track as well. But we can't fail to mention the 572 of John Bonanno in that comp cart. He was obviously very quick yesterday as well, and he was up there fighting with the top 3 for the win of this race. And now, as we are getting ready to take the green, a much different layout. So it's going to be interesting to see how Dusty Davis can do on this new layout, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of experience for any of these drivers really around this layout. They only had the Thursday really to get used to it, and then the warm-up that they had this morning. But the first time that these drivers are getting to race around this racetrack. So just like what we saw in the Microsoft class, these guys are going to be learning where to pass, learning where the grip really is in a race scenario. Here we go, the quick, short shoot. It's going to be the green pretty soon here, but we're going to get the full straightaway here just because, you know, that they need to go down to turn 1, or what is about turn 8 and 9 on this new layout here. The green flag's in the air. Workman with an incredible start. Dusty Davis gave him a really good push. And John Bonanno, like you said, on the comp cart, just like yesterday, gets a really good start up to P3. And Martin Stone from second down to 4th already.
Yeah, of course, not the start that Martin Stone would have wanted. But here at the moment, Dusty Davis and Billy Workman, what a start by that inside row, Alex.
Yeah, Dusty Davis just gave Billy Workman a really big push there and just gave him the push that he needed to get to the front there. Workman, your pole sitter, still your leader. Dusty Davis in second, the guy that won the heat yesterday. Martin Stone, I thought he was going to peek a nose there on John Bonanno. Not going to make it happen here. Here we go, Dusty Davis to the inside. One of the first moves that we've seen all day through that hairpin there. Here we go, crossover move incoming here from Workman. Not going to make it happen. Dusty Davis on the RPM OTK go-kart there is going to take the lead.
Yeah, of course. What a move there by Dusty Davis down the inside on Billy Workman, and that's going to put him up to P1. But, Alex, we were talking before this race. These hairpins are going to provide a lot of switchbacks here in this race, and it's definitely going to be something to see whenever it comes to really battling here. Whenever somebody tries to make a move down one of these hairpins, you have to be expecting a switchback by the other guy.
Yeah, because most of these hairpins lead to another hairpin going the other way, right? So like you said, with switchbacks, as we see a move here to the inside of turn 4. But John Bonanno, just like we saw yesterday, is going to chop the nose on Martin Stone here. But there's a bit of contact there. And now around the outside goes Martin Stone. Can he hold on? No, he can't. Now he has his teammate, Tim Meyer, all over the back bumper there of Martin Stone. So it's an RPM 4 and 5 right now around the racetrack here. John Bonanno holding on behind or in front of Martin Stone so far here in P3. But right now, Dusty Davis already out to a pretty hefty lead there of 6/10.
Yeah, of course. What a first couple of corners there for Dusty Davis. Now he's almost a second ahead of Billy Workman, who is in second place, and John Bonanno holding on strong to that P3 spot. And as well, Martin Stone right behind John Bonanno and his teammate Tim Meyer. These guys really have to start working together. As we saw yesterday, they battled it out a little bit in the first couple of corners, and now these guys have to really put their heads down and start working together as the Maranello cart is right behind them as well, Ryan Kasner.
Yeah, Ryan Kasner yesterday, he had a pretty decent start. He got up to 4th at one point in the heat race, but then fell back behind Tim Mayer, and they got battling with Paul Montopoli for most of the race. So really not the pace we would have expected out of Ryan Kasner here. Looking a little bit better so far. Right now, he's running 6th where he started, but the pace seems to be there. He's on the bumper now of Tim Mayer, and he has the benefit of his teammate behind him, Byron Daly. So he doesn't really have to worry about his teammate passing him, and he can just look forward here to get past Tim Mayer, who right now doesn't seem to have the pace to hold off Ryan Kasner. So going to climb the hill here towards turn 6 and turn 7 here. Let's see the run that Kasner gets down the hill towards what would be turn 1. Does he make a move? No, he doesn't. Through the double rights of turn 8 and turn 9, and then back up the hill towards turn 10 and 11. Now they're going to go through what would have been turn 3 yesterday, down the hill towards the banked bowl corner, or turn 12 around this layout here. Look at the run Tim Meyer has. So Tim Meyer must have a much lower gear there than Ryan Kasner, because he has such incredible straightaway speed there.
Yeah, of course. Seems like Tim Mayer, like you said, has a lot more top speed than the rest of these guys. Obviously, he's really propelling himself out of the corners, as we see now. I believe that is Martin Stone on John Bonanno all over his rear bumper, and John Bonanno really has to put his head down here and now try to stay in the line of I believe that's Billy Workman up ahead, and Dusty Davis solidifies his gap in behind by a 2 2/10 at the moment. What a drive so far by Dusty Davis, and Billy Workman is still trying to close that gap down of Dusty Davis and John Bonanno there as well.
Yeah, Dusty Davis seems to have figured out this racetrack a little bit quicker than the rest of these guys, right? I mean, from second on back, it's 50.7s and 50.8s across the board, so really consistent for the rest of the field. And then there's Dusty Davis doing 50.4s all by himself. So he seems to have figured it out pretty quickly here. 3/10 faster than anybody else on the racetrack last time by, and it's only getting quicker for him. But here comes John Bonanno. He is pulling Martin Stone along with him, and he is catching Billy Workman ahead of him there. So I suspect in the next couple of laps, it's going to be a 3-car battle for second place here. And there goes Dusty Davis once again, 50.3. He goes purple. The only guy in the top 6 to better his lap time. So Dusty Davis tires are still coming in. That's not good news for the rest of the field.
Yeah, of course. Dusty Davis, I mean, like I said earlier, he was talking about tires, but it seems like that's not an issue for him here at the moment. But as well, obviously we have 2 RPMs in there in the mix, and we have 3 Maranellos right behind Tim Mayer and Martin Stone. I believe those are the Maranellos of Ryan Kasner, Byron Daly, and company. So these Maranellos really have to start working together, try to get ahead of the RPMs up ahead. I believe that's the 433 at the moment of, I'm not too sure who that is. I think that's Martin Stone here. And John Bonanno there as well, up ahead. Obviously, these RPMs have to kind of start working together as the Maranellos now of Byron Daly, if I'm not mistaken here, are going to start working together. Maybe a little bit of fighting there by the 2 and the 466.
Yeah, last time by, Dusty Davis again, 50.3. He goes purple. Workman, John Bonanno, and Martin Stone all do their personal best at a 50.6. Still 3/10 off as side-by-side between 2 Maranello carts of Byron Daly and Ryan Kasner. And Byron Daly with an incredible switch back here. Oh, this contact. Tim Mayer is all over the rear bumper. Oh, Tim Mayer didn't lift his throttle one time. And Byron Daly showing, frustration there, and rightfully so there. Tim Mayer, I don't think he lifted the throttle there to drive right over the top of Byron Daly. Byron Daly put together a pretty awesome switchback on Kasner and Tim Mayer. And Tim Mayer threw it down the inside of turn 7 and just couldn't make it stick, and there was contact, and now they're both out of this heat race.
Yeah, definitely not good there for Tim Mayer, but the beneficiary of it all is Martin Stone, as he now has a gap, and he can now focus his attention on that comp cart of John Bonanno and Billy Workman, who are up ahead. Now it seems like it's a 3-way battle here for P2.
Yeah, like you said, Martin Stone, the beneficiary of all of that, and as well, I would say Ryan Kasner. Ryan Kasner now is all alone there in P5. Or I believe that was Paul Montopoli now. Yeah, Paul Montopoli took advantage of all of that contact, did a switchback on all 3 of them. So now Paul Montopoli's found himself in 5th position here in Kasner, his teammate in 6th. And I believe that is Connor Hare there in 7th. So now Byron Daly and Tim Mayer all in the back of the grid, P9 and P10.
Yeah, of course, Alex. Let's take a second to talk about the weather here today. Obviously, yesterday we had a whole lot of sun. It felt really, really hot, but today, I mean, the sun's not out as much as it was yesterday, but the humidity, Alex, something to definitely talk about. The humidity, the temperature here at the track at the moment, it's 88 degrees, but it feels like 95. This obviously has to be taking a toll on some of the drivers with much more humidity than there was yesterday. Obviously, going to be taking a toll on these guys, especially for the ones running double duty.
Yeah, I mean, not only is the weather really hot, because these guys are all athletes, right? They can handle this stuff. I mean, even we talked to the guys that are running double duty, and it does take a toll on them, right? Because especially with the classes being pretty close to each other in K and X30, not a lot of time to really get a breather here with how hot it is. Really, it also changed the track, right? With the humidity and the weather, this track's gonna be pretty greasy here in the morning, and it should get pretty grippy around the afternoon time. But we will with the humidity here, and looking to my right side here, the clouds are getting darker, right? The rain, I know 50% chance from 2 p.m. on for the rest of the day here. So don't be surprised if we see some weather play a factor as we get to the end of Heat 2 and Heat 3. But so far, so good. The weather's holding on.
Yeah, of course, and at the moment, the radar is showing no sign of rain, but obviously can change by the second. But here on track, the action, John Bonanno still chasing down Billy Workman here at the moment, and Martin Stone is right there as well. And now Paul Montopoli up 2 spots up in a P5. He is obviously a little bit ways back, but here at the moment, John Bonanno trying to chase down Billy Workman, and Martin Stone right behind him as well. Definitely something to see if Martin Stone is going to want to work together with John Bonanno here, if they can make a pass on Billy Workman early on. But as it stands, Billy Workman almost 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, Dusty Davis right now absolutely flying. Just consistent 50.3s and 50.4s the entirety of this race with about 4.5 laps to go. His Kart has not fallen off one bit. 50.4 once again to Billy Workman's 51 flat. Now a 50.9 across the board there, but still 0.5 a lap faster has Dusty Davis been over these last few laps. Super impressive from the Ryan Perry Motorsports OTK go-kart there of Dusty Davis. But Billy Workman so far holding on to P2, but John Bonanno has brought Martin Stone into the mix here. It's a 3-car battle for 3rd place, and then a little further back, we have Paul Montopoli and Ryan Casa, the 2 Maranello teammates, 5 seconds back from this trio here.
Yeah, of course. Let's talk about Dusty Davis here for a second. I mean, the guy comes from the Truck Series, you know, and Truck Series usually only left-hand turns. Obviously, whenever you go to a different track, there's obviously left and right. But here, man, Dusty Davis is showing his pace here, left and right turns, not only left as he's pretty used to in the Truck Series, Alex.
Yeah, Dusty Davis, I mean, he has a bunch of laps around this place, right? Like I said, he's GM here. So he's driven this racetrack a few times. A lot of experience in the KA senior class. Yep. But like I said earlier, you know, he decided to take his talents to the IAME heavy class and
picking on the old guys.
And yeah, and putting them to work here, just showing them up a little bit right now, doing, like I said, 50.4s, showing the consistency that Dusty Davis has and why he was able to make it over there to the Truck Series and just how talented he is. But Billy Workman Jr., so far so good, holding on to P2 there. He was the main guy to challenge Dusty Davis yesterday. Right now the pace doesn't seem to be there for Workman, but maybe they figured something out here, maybe they can figure out what kind of went wrong here. Maybe it's just the different layout kind of catching them off guard. Yeah,
of course, obviously this layout is very new for everybody, but it seems like Dusty Davis does have some laps around here already, like you said. A lot of experience for him. It looks like Billy Workman, a little bit of a slide job there for him. Looks like he sent it a little bit too deep into that turn. But John Bonanno still chasing down Billy Workman and Martin Stone right there in the mix. This is a train. Nobody's close enough at the moment for a pass. But these guys, man, they have been so respectful to each other all weekend long. Obviously, besides that, the little incident that we saw early on, seems like Tim Mayer is out of this race here at the moment. Obviously, unfortunate for him after contact further on back with a couple of other guys there in the mix. I believe there's one of the Maranellos as well that he made contact with. But here at the moment, Billy Workman leading this train of John Bonanno and Martin Stone.
Yeah, right now doing everything he can. Billy Workman doing just enough as it stands at the moment. Still P2. John Bonanno didn't get the run out of turn 10 there that he would have liked, and Martin Stone is right back in the mix here. Stone a few times this race has gone for move on the inside of the comp car driver John Bonanno, but John Bonanno closes the door every single time that Martin Stone peeks a nose here. As if we can get a little peek here at Dusty Davis, if possible, we're going to get the white flag in the air. So your leader this time around, only half a lap to go for Dusty Davis, who's fallen off the pace a little bit here, Caleb, at a 50.5. So, you know, only 2/10 off of what he did on lap 6, and it's still lap 13, right? So, like you said, when you talked to him earlier before the race started, he mentioned tires. I don't think tire wear is an issue for Dusty Davis, as we see him rounding turn 10 here and through the back straight, through the bowl corner. Dusty Davis, it's a Sunday drive for him, and it's only Saturday.
Yeah, obviously, Dusty Davis seems like he lied to me here a little bit about the tire wear, and Dusty Davis has been absolutely perfect all heat long. This is obviously their second heat, and Dusty Davis coming around the last couple of corners, he has been absolutely perfect today. Dusty Davis, the magician, takes home heat number 2.
Yeah, I mean, what a drive from Dusty Davis. It was so calm and collected throughout the entirety of that race. It's really close across the line here, but Billy Workman is going to hold on to P2 over a hard-charging John Bonanno. Good, clean stuff here from Bonanno. Yesterday we saw the same sort of thing, right? Not the qualifying Bonanno would have wanted, but 2 clean heat races. Put some P3 here in heat 2. Yep. Martin Stone falls back to P4 after starting P2. But the pace is there for the RPM guys. I mean, Dusty Davis P1, Martin Stone P4 here, and Kasner was able to get around his teammate Paul Montopoli to take the 5th position. Paul Montopoli in P6. Connor Hare, taking advantage of some of the contact we saw earlier in the race, P7. Byron Daly, the guy that got driven over there by Tim Mayer earlier in the race, finishes 8th. Keith Bishop, 9th. And then Tim Mayer didn't finish the race, finishes P10. That's going to close out your IAME heavy. When we come back, we're going to get ready to go for the KA junior class. Do not go anywhere.
Well, the Kart recovery vehicle makes its way up the hill towards turn number 15 on this alternate layout, and we get set for another session of action. K100 Junior has nearly 40 drivers. All of them are headed onto the racetrack now. Mason Walters will lead your field out on that blue and yellow BJR MDR LN Kart, and Austin Olds with a good qualifying effort. Jokingly talked with him a little bit on Thursday. I said, Austin, is this the weekend we get that big breakthrough national win? He said, well, if I stop choking, then yeah. The MPG Motorsports Red and White Kart Republic will line up on the outside of the front row once again here, as he will alongside Mason for heat number 3 as well. And Mason Walters has had a breakout 2023. 2 wins so far at the Stars Championship Series, a number of good results throughout the rest of the season, and the BJR MDR LN Kart driver got his first national win here a year ago at the Stars Night Fight. He's looking to try and continue to add to that W column here this weekend with already a pole award in qualifying. Behind them, of course, you see on your screen that blue and orange Kart Republic of Stephen Miller in the Chad Dawkin Racing Camp, and the white and purple and pink Cosmic of Ernesto Rivera. Both of them worked their way forward pretty seamlessly in heat number 1, but the story of this racetrack, from what we felt like we learned when we used it in the X30 shootout in 2022, was it is a little bit trickier to get by. It is a little trickier to keep the pack stacked up. We're going to find out how tricky it is here this weekend. And speaking again of drivers at the front that have been impressive is Isaac Malcutt, but we've got one off the racetrack over at turn number 9 that is struggling to try and get the engine fired up. Let's see who we can find. That is going to be one of the Kart Republics. That is the 884 off the inside of the racetrack that has stalled. That is over at now what is turn number 3. The leaders are beginning to form up, headed up to turn 15. This may wave off the first attempt at the start due to the issue here for the driver further back down the leaderboard. So let's see as they round the final turn. Are we going to get an attempt at a green this time by? It looks like we're going to try for it. Mason Walters, Austin Olds, Isaac Malcutt, Ernesto Rivera, Stephen Miller, Enzo Vidmontien, and the crew are headed down towards what is now turn 7 and 8 to take us underway, and we're green down to the first corner through side by side. 2 drivers, 1 driver through the cut through, 2 off the racetrack. Salvador de la Vecchia went wide, and so did 1 more as Walters and Malcutt get through, and there's 2 together at the back of the field. Isaac Brucati, and I believe 1 more is collected. One of the Kart Republic drivers is off at the turn number 9 section. Meanwhile, through the hairpin, first time, Malcutt's gone to the lead. They're 3 wide further back. Look at Chase Buscalia. Austin Olds is in the dirt. And out of the final turn, turn 15 down to 1, Isaac Malcutt will lead just for a moment as Mason Walters stuffs him down the inside.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Austin Olds before the race started here, but Austin Olds so far has had an absolute shocker of a start here as a bunch of drivers collected.
5 cars collected. De La Vecchia is involved. Looks like 2 more are involved. Another Ryan Perry Motorsport driver is involved, and they're still racing hard into the turn 7-8 complex here, up the hill to 9 and then 10. Up the hill for Carter McMurray. He got around Ernesto Rivera. He's up to 4th. Miller to 2nd. Walter still leads down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Mason Walters still your leader here. Stephen Miller all over the bumper there to enter what would have been turn 4 yesterday. Ernesto Rivera now makes a move on Carter McMurray for P4 there. Oh, Enzo Vidmontien throws one down the inside, bullies his way through, so now he's through to P5. And we're going to do a little check here. Oh, as we see a move there, Turner Brown inside of Chase Buscalia there. It is SCR, P8, P9, and P10, I believe. Austin Olds outside your top 10 right now.
Aggressive move from the 818. That is Max Altman going by. And then the 88 888 and Nathan Dupuis was also trying to get through. His Olds got around him on the outside. Meanwhile, for the lead, Mason Walters, a car length advantage out of 6 and into 7. A nice little start for him. Malcutt and Rivera and Vidmontien tail that leading group as they climb the hill through 9, up the hill through turn number 10. Misnumbered earlier, it'll be turn 11 at the end of the back straightaway, then 12, 13, and 14. So 14 turns in total through turn number 11. The big bull, Malcutt grabs a little curb. Rivera gonna look low because of it. Sends it in and takes over P3. Ernesto through at turn 12, takes him up the hill.
Yeah, that's looking to be one of the better passing spots that we'll see all day here. Ernesto makes up a spot there. We saw Enzo do the same thing 2 laps ago. So it's looking to be one of the better passing opportunities here as Enzo Vidmontien throws one down the inside. This is the problem, though, with having these hairpins is like switchbacks are super common here. Enzo Vidmontien thought he had a move done, but Malcutt with the crossover move and all that racing there is allowing Ernesto Rivera to get some breathing room now.
Yeah, that was an aggressive move. It's so tempting when the drivers have to go with these switchbacks and switch to the other side of the racetrack and open up for the corner, but it's inviting. At the same time, Vidmontien got a little bit of an elbow from Malcutt coming out of the corner and ends up exactly same position-wise where he was, about 2 car lengths further back. For Mason Walters, though, this is a smooth start to a 13-lap heat race, or 14-lap heat race as he climbs the hill. He'll come out of the final turn. It'll be 4 down, 10 to go. Stephen Miller still sitting back there a car length away. Carter McMurray trying to make some moves back forward. He's wheel to wheel with Turner Brown. That'll set him up now to get passed by the 818 of Max Altman, who is continuing to climb forward. That's now 3 gained for the black, red, and white SCR Red Speed of Max Altman. Let's go side by side down to pit lane to talk with some of our IAME heavy competitors as Caleb Viesca continues to get us ready for more intel down on pit lane.
Hello? All right, there you go. Thank you, Xander. Obviously here joining me trackside is the man himself, Dusty Davis. Dusty, you've been in a class of your own all weekend long, but I heard that you used to run a KA Senior here one time, and you were the GM here as well. Just talk to me a little bit. Why are you beating up on the old guys now?
Well, the old guys are really good. I mean, my teammate Martin Stone won the Super Nats last year, So there's a lot of good talent here. I will say I have a little bit of a home track advantage being here since day one with Justin when we built the place and transitioning over to a racer now, getting to enjoy the actual place that we, put our blood, sweat, and tears into. And but these guys are no joke, man. I'm enjoying racing with them, and I have to say I have a little bit of a home track advantage.
Sounds good. And obviously, talk to me a little about how different it is. Obviously you're coming from a NASCAR background, so talk to me a little bit how differently karting is than your NASCAR background.
Well, to me, karting's the purest form of motorsports because it's down to the driver and the go-kart. As you get further up in the motorsports ladder, there's more money involved, there's more personnel. You have engineers, you have crew chiefs, and all those people make a role in how fast the car goes on the track. In go-karting, it's down to the driver and the go-kart, and that's what I enjoy about the sport of karting, is it's so pure, and anybody can come do it and compete. Whether you're a big dog, that's a paid driver, or, a local guy that's showing up to race the national race.
Sounds good. Thank you, Dusty. Best of luck on the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb, there. Always great to hear from Dusty Davis, the longtime mainstay around Trackhouse Motorplex. He's been busy with his real-life endeavors for the last year or so, and that's part of the reason we see him in the IAME heavy class, but obviously made it look easy in that second heat race and put the rest of the field on notice, and he was probably cruising from halfway on once he built that gap with the experience that he has. However, Ernesto Rivera is making sure Mason Walters will not be able to do that. He's gone his way to second. We saw also, while we were side by side, one of the Kart Republics going out there that time in the infield. As they come down the front straightaway here, it'll be 7 laps to go. Rivera continues to apply pressure. That was a 49.93 that time. Another 10th close towards Mason Walters, and the top 3, they've dropped away from Isaac Malcutt, and Enzo Vidmontien's faded back a little bit as well, back in that 5th position.
Yeah, like you said, these top 3 have pulled away just a little bit over Isaac Malcutt and Enzo Vidmontien, but I don't suspect it'll stay that way for much longer. With 6.5 laps to go here, the inevitability of these 3 racing is pretty high. I mean, we saw it yesterday with same sort of situation here. Mason Walters was your leader for most of the heat race yesterday. He was actually your Heat 1 winner. But, on the last few laps, started defending and made it at about an 11 kart train or so here in the KA Junior class. I suspect more of the same here as Ernesto Rivera. Like you said, one of the fastest drivers on the field as it stands. Whoa, what a late move from Ernesto Rivera. He's going to take the lead here, and here comes Stephen Miller to the inside. He's through now, so Mason Walters from 1st to 3rd. And like I said, here comes Malcutt and Enzo Vidmontien.
That'll pack the field back up as they make their way up the hill through 3 and 4. Over to 5 and 6, back to 5 cars again, and Ernesto Rivera on that white suit in the purple, pink, and white Cosmic leads them in the Rawlson Performance Group entry. The 804 leads over Stephen Miller's orange and white Chad Dawkin Racing Kart Republic in 2nd. Walters back to 3rd. You can see how much they separate through that infield section. It's much less packed up, but they're still evenly matched enough on speed to run around each other as they go towards turn number 12 here this time. Nobody close enough for a dive there, and we're coming to 5 to go. Ernesto Rivera turning up late when he needs to. Stephen Miller owns the fast lap of the race. That was 4 laps ago. We'll see if he's still got enough pace to challenge the kid from Mexico who leads us out of turn number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the layout used in last year's X30 shootout race, but for these guys, they're still learning a few things, right? They got to drive it a bit on Thursday, but still the first time they've been able to race around this layout, and we're seeing that the draft is still a bit of a factor on this layout, right? As we come through here of turn 8 and 9 and through the double right here up the hill towards what would have been turn 3 yesterday. You're going to see Stephen Miller going down the hill towards the banked bowl corner here of turn 4. He's going to be able to get a decent run and keep the draft's going to keep him in play here through the banked bowl corner. Ernesto Rivera still your leader, but Miller all over his bumper now.
So as they head over to turn number 12, we'll keep an eye on the battle and go side by side. How about the guy that leads the fan vote into tonight's MG Tires X30 shootout? Alessandro D'Attulio was top 5 after yesterday's heat race for getting disqualified in tech for illegal reads. He's down here standing by with Caleb Vieska trying to make up for points in heat number 2. Caleb?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Obviously, ADT, Xander said himself, you got to make up the points, and obviously you have the fan vote on your side, but how are you feeling coming into these races and coming up?
Yeah, the speed has been good. We showed this morning, and hopefully we show now that the DQ from yesterday was nothing that really gave us performance. It was just a mistake. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but now we have to make up for it in the coming heats and in the pre-final. And yeah, hopefully those votes keep going up. That way we have a chance to do the shootout. Something I'm really looking forward to. And I saw the racing yesterday in the shootout. I saw it last year, and it looks really fun, really chaotic. So yeah, hopefully I can take part.
Obviously, the shootout's very exciting as well, but let's talk a little bit about the track layout now. Obviously, very different than what it was yesterday. Talk to me about track layout. How racing do you think it's going to be?
It's tighter, so I think the racing is going to be a little bit less chaotic in a way, just because it's tighter. There's not that much draft like before, but yeah, let's see. I think it's still going to be fun. Hopefully we have good speed and we can challenge here for top 3.
Sounds good. Thank you, ADT. Best of luck. Back to you, Xander.
All right, there you go. Hearing it from Alessandro DiTullio. Again, thinking that it may as well be similar to what we're seeing now, where maybe they stay close, but it's a little bit tougher to get a run on a guy and find your way around him. Mason Walters has found the afterburners, though. He's closed up to Stephen Miller a little bit. Miller's still stuck about a car length to 2.5 back from Ernesto Rivera as we come to the double sticks. 2 to go for Ernesto.
Yeah, Stephen Miller, it's a tale of two halves here on this racetrack for these drivers. Ernesto Rivera seems to have a bit more pace in the second or the middle part of this racetrack. As you see right here, Ernesto Rivera pulls a gap through Stephen Miller and through the double lefts here, and they go down the hill towards the double right-hander, turn 8 and 9. This is where the RPG driver shines right here. He runs a little bit of a wider line here and gets a really good launch up the hill here towards turn 3 and down the hill towards the banked bowl corner of turn 11 here, and just makes it towards Stephen Miller. Can't get a run exiting the bowl corner here. So yeah, Stephen Miller, even with the draft, not enough. But then this is where the Kart Republic driver shines. Through the braking zone here of the turn 12 and 13, and then down the hill towards turn 14. Miller closes the gap back up to the RPG driver, Ernesto Rivera, but it's not going to be enough right now. Oh, wow, he really closes the gap there into the braking zone. White flag in the air, Xander.
You can see how much deeper Stephen Miller is sending it into the corners to try and catch Ernesto, but that back end stepped out a little bit in turn 2. Lost some ground there, through 3 to 4. Up the hill, the double left is a no passing zone that he can maybe get a run here to get him into turn number 7. Nope, not close enough there. It might come down to that long back straightaway, but Steven needs a much better exit than what he's gotten, and that was not good enough either. 2 car lengths back as they head down the backstretch. Final time, nearly 3. He'll close up in the toe towards the bowl out of turn number 11. Ernesto Rivera looking good. The left-hand hairpin, turn 12, can run the normal line, and as he climbs the hill up through the dog leg at 13, turn 14 as well. Final time, Ernesto Rivera will collect the Heat 2 win in KA100 Junior over Stephen Miller and Mason Walters. Isaac Malkett 4th, Vidmonte in 5th. Turner Brown ends in 6th. Max Altman ends up behind Carter McMurray in 8th. McMurray 7th. Austin Olds ends up down in the 9th spot by the end of it all after a rough opening lap. And Chase Buscalia rounds the top 10, couple of big movers. Jackson Wolney, we talked about him in qualifying, having that issue. He drives all the way from the back of the field up to 13th. 15 spots gained, but it was really all the way from tail end. Nearly 25 gained for Jackson Wolney. 11 gained shown on the charge for Oliver Weldon with a big charge forward. And 6 gained at the end of the opening lap for John Antonino. So a number of cars moving up the order, but there's still a lot more racing to come. X30 Pro, their second heat race here, is up next, and Joe Turney will lead the field of green on the CDR Kart Republic. Oh, wait. Let's send it down to pit lane here for more. Right before X30, we've got Brandon Carr. The championship, Mr. Consistency, is looking to try and get himself a win here at the one-off after yesterday, a not-so-great run in Heat 1. Caleb?
Yeah, obviously, Brandon Carr, like we said, we haven't heard too much of you this weekend. How are you feeling coming to this next race? Obviously, you were saying you were 8 in the points. Obviously, you need a little more to get into the shootout. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think we're good. We struggled a bit in Heat 1 at the end of the race, but we just got to keep calm, and it's going to kick off at some point, so we just got to be there when it happens.
Yeah, sounds good, and obviously a much different layout. We were talking to ADT a little bit before the race. He says the racing may not be as hard as it was yesterday. Obviously, a little bit of switchback opportunities, not that big of a draft. Anything you changed overnight, trying to get used to this new layout?
Yeah, we changed the car for this layout. The racing's going to be a lot different because the corner's been so tight, but still going to be a good race and see what happens. Yeah.
Sounds good. Best of luck, guys.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb. And so there you hear from Brandon Carr. He'll get the helmet on and get suited and booted and ready to go. There's a lot of cleanup still to come on the racetrack before we get to the next heat race. But X30 Pro is coming up next. Live on Kart Chaser, you're watching the IAME USA Grand National Championship from Trackhouse Motorplex. Well, with X30 Pro on grid and the engines getting set to fire up, we, of course, were able to talk to a number of our superstars early on in the season to get their thoughts on every racetrack we attended. And for Trackhouse Motorplex, this multi-million-dollar phenomenal facility has been the gold standard for everywhere in the sport since its inception in the early 2010s. And now, well, for the 2023 season, we visit here a couple of times. Here's what some of the superstars had to say about it.
Love Mooresville, love the area. North Carolina is my second, well, Mooresville area is my second favorite place next to Orlando. So, like Mooresville a lot.
Mooresville GoPro, it's one of my favorites. That's like top 3. Everybody likes GoPro. It's super close racing. Everybody's fast there. I enjoy it.
I'm ready to go back to GoPro. The main reason is because I don't have to sleep in a hotel. I get to go back and sleep in my nice bed and, you know, wake up without any neck pain, so that's pretty good. And yeah, I guess GoPro's alright of a track. Should be fun.
Like the track, fun to race at, very high speed.
Well, here's a look from the grid as the X30 Pro drivers are getting set to go. You can see again it's a Kart Republic front row for Joe Turney. Much better day yesterday in the 125 car than he found in the KA100 Senior. He was, you know, just still struggling to get that pace that we're so used to seeing out of the multi-time winner, the winningest driver so far on the 2023 Pro National season. At least pulled it and won the opening heat race, but it wasn't easy. In fact, he didn't lead every lap. He, I don't even think, led the most. Austin Garrison in that red and black and white, Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed lined up behind him, was able to get away. And it looked like almost a deja vu from Newcastle, the last stop on the national tour with the U.S. Pro Kart Series. But they were able to track him back down, both Turney and Paulie Massimino, and challenge him at the very end. Garrison, of course, last night as well, was in that KA shootout and had a lot of elbow grease from a handful of drivers, and it didn't end up exactly perfect. We saw that big incident between himself and Brandon Lemke, but the good news from that for both of those guys, unlike the cars to the left of them, like Jacob Kolar and Alessandro Tullio, they know what to expect of the heads-up, quick, frantic style of racing that we're used to seeing in these Saturday night and Friday night shootout shows, having done it just 24 hours ago. For Alessandro Tullio and senior sophomore Jacob Kolar, if they break in, which they're on track to do so, starting second and fourth and running decently well in the heat races yesterday, good to be able to get in. Now, of course, ADT needs good heats today to transfer automatically. He currently leads the fan vote standings, but you can still submit your votes for your favorite driver to get a guaranteed starting spot in tonight's shootout. And the Miami, Florida native leads the way right now. So if you want to see Alessandro Tullio and his pink and chrome International Motorsport Kart Republic make it in to the shootout race tonight, keep on voting for ADT on the live votes. You can find those pinned on our Facebook page, our Instagram, and our generic link tree that's on everywhere to go. So the drivers are now turning those cameras on, getting the onboards ready, getting the data systems ready. Helmets are on, drivers to their cars. And for X30 Pro, we get set for another one. Behind Austin Garrison, you can see last night's heartbreak. Paulie Massimino in the 308, the BJR MDR LN car driver, still has really good points in the heat races so far in both KA Senior and X30 Pro, and still could walk away with a big wad of cash as he attempts to double. If he's able to get the main event win in both classes, he'll also score a $5,000 bonus. And along with him, both Austin Garrison and the driver to his left, Brent Cruz, on that Ryan Perry Motorsports green, white, and red Tony Kart, is also attempting to double. He was also a part of that shootout last night and currently 6th with a decent opening heat. Could potentially be in the X30 shootout here this evening as well. And his home racetrack can return to the national scene in X30 racing for the first time in a couple of seasons. The last time I believe an X30 national start for Brent might have been all the way back at the SCUSA Winter Series in 2021. So we're ready to see the Denver, North Carolina native try to put on a show again here. He rolls from the outside lane, and from the looks of it with the starts here this way, it's not too bad, but last race was not too good for off-pole man Austin Olds. Hopefully he can have a little better luck along with his teammate behind him, maybe letting him in line. The driver we just talked to, the 315 of Brandon Carr, who again, looking for more speed today. He's on the bubble spot. As we know, the top 8 will automatically transfer after heat points. He's 7th, alongside Nick Terlecki in that Hotes DD gold and orange and black Tony Kart. What an impressive and solid day for Nicholas Terlecki. Kind of flew under the radar, I think, for many coming into this weekend in his X30. Only a handful of 125 starts for him this season, but 5th in the opening heat yesterday, 8th in time qualifying. Nick Terlecki is looking really good and could be a dark horse pick for both the shootout tonight if he makes it in, as well as the main event tomorrow. But they're all waiting for that 1-minute signal here to get things started as the X30 pros continue to line the grid. Behind him there, you see row number 5. How about the 348? Ryan Norberg with a DNF in yesterday's event. A flat tire after colliding with Brent Cruz. Has a long way to go forward. And while he enjoyed the controversy from the booth last night, I'm sure he'd like to stay away from it here today as he tries to race his way into that X30 shootout, the race that he won just 1 year ago along with the X30 Pro main event on Sunday afternoon. It was a big payday back in 2022. He's got his work cut out for him already as he lines up 9th here for heats 2 and 3. It was outside there, the kid that challenged him all the way through 2022. What a weekend it was about 8 to 10 months ago for Justin Ataconis. And after the Las Vegas Super Nationals, that was it. Their budget just about all dried up. He was able to put it together to get back here this weekend, and we are so stoked to see the flying redhead once again. He's on the outside of row 5 in the 318, and he'll be again looking to try and slide into line just like everyone else on that outside lane before they get to the end of the back straightaway, and probably even before they get up the hill to turn number 3 on the normal layout. If they can get it through the barriers, that outside's not terrible to start, but it'd be much easier to be down on the inside lane. There's a look from the back of your top 5 rows as X30 Pro gets set to go green here. Alex, what stands out from what you were able to see in Heat 1 yesterday?
Oh man, I mean, just the incredible competition that we saw really throughout the entirety of the field. Like you said, a bunch of drama there. Like you said, with Norbert with the flat tire, one of the main contenders that we expect to see all weekend long. Your winner of last year's event, a DNF in the first heat. It's going to make it pretty difficult for him in these next couple of heat races, even with good finishes, to start well for the pre-final. But that's going to be his main goal here. Like you said, we're looking at Terlecki right now, one of the guys that went under the radar, like you said, Xander. Really didn't really expect to be kind of where he was, and right now starting, a little bit outside of row 3 there, but a 5th place finish there. Solid stuff for Nicholas Terlecki, and he's been running a bunch of OKN this year in the Stars Championship Series, a handful of 125 starts, but it's been super impressive for Terlecki. And I got to give a shout out to Jacob Kolar there on the outside of row 1. It wasn't the first heat race he would have wanted there. The pace didn't really show up for him like it wasn't qualifying, but expecting a little bit more here in the next couple of heat races. His teammate Joe Turney on his inside. It's a pretty experienced driver there to have as a teammate, and I'm sure we'll see a little bit more out of Kolar there, the Key West native. And then again, Garrison, maybe not the KA 100 senior shootout he would have wanted, but the pace is there in both classes, especially here in the 125, and I expect more of the same like we saw in the first heat race from Austin Garrison.
Well, let's see it as the field rolls off the grid. We go through the rest of your starting lineup for X30 Pro. We went through your top 10. Let's go further back. How about rookie Caleb Gaffera in a partial schedule in 2023? Still has him on, I believe, start number 5 or 6 on the season. The BJR MDRLN car driver, his second race outing with the team, his first coming back at the U.S. Pro Kart Series round at Newcastle a couple of weeks ago. It was pretty decent there and drove into the top 10 at the end of the main event. So it'll be interesting to see if Caleb can get rolling from that 11th place starting spot as the field cycles on through. You go back from Caleb Gaffera to find the likes of Wes Duchak and Ryan Raffa. How about Dalton Haynes, last night's runner-up in that KA shootout? he was able to work his way up into the top 10 as the Privateer Kart Republic will have to do it in 2 heat races in a row. That all-white number 17, middle of the field, and behind him, another rookie. It's the Rollins Performance Group Cosmic, a Max Taylor in the purple, pink, and white. And then it's veteran Hayden Jones, who was so fast here a year ago, and then this weekend, a rough qualifying in both. KA Senior and X30 Pro has him starting on the back foot. He rolls off 16th here with some work to be done. Brian Boley and Aiden Ingrata make up row 9. Kate Downs and Fast Frankie Moss in row number 10. Keep your eye on the number 1 black and orange CRG to go forward. Then it's back to Tyler McIntyre, Braden Eves, Satvik Sarathi, Alex Murray, Brian Garcia, Ben Cooper as well, a driver to watch out for, Noah Jackson, and Austin Perrin. Here comes the field, out of the final turn, down the front straightaway. We'll send them all the way down to turn 7 and 8 here on this layout to start, as it's a full grid of 30. The fences are lined. We're ready for some more X30 Pro action. 15 laps on the board. Joe Turney, Jacob Kolar take us to green, and Kolar will nose ahead as they go to turn number 1, and around the outside. Can he get through? Jacob Kolar leads the field up the hill for the first time.
Wow, what a perfectly timed start there for Jacob Kolar in only his second season in the senior category. Jacob Kolar, like I was saying, I expect more from him today, and he's showing it so far in the opening couple corners here. He's your leader over Joe Turney, his teammate, and Garrison a good start in 3rd place. Alessandro DeTullio's in a slot in the 4th position there, and Turney already wants to get back to the lead.
There goes the Factory Kart Republic driver. He'll bring Austin Garrison through. Alessandro DeTullio will try to follow as the field works its way out of turn number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob Kolar getting pushed around there just a little bit. These 3 drivers ahead of him showing the experience just a little bit over Kolar and what to expect here in the senior category. But for Kart Republic, it's a 1, 3, and 4. But here comes the OTK Speed Concepts driver, Austin Garrison, yesterday. Got a bit of an early lead in the first heat race. Like you were saying, Xander, I thought it was going to be kind of a Newcastle situation like we saw, but Joe Turney able to hunt him down here. But now it's Turney, your leader. Oh, inside, Paulie Massimino on the inside of Jacob Kolar. Brent Cruz, I thought was going to follow through. Massimino yesterday, the heartbreak finish for him in the shootout, but he's looking to have more here in the X30 race.
So Massimino gets by Jacob Kolar. Brent Cruz will be the next one. He's on the bumper of the senior sophomore as Austin Garrison continues to trail Joe Turney through turns 1 and 2. Let's see them coming out of that infield hairpin. Kolar holding his own a little bit better, and Austin Garrison, while he had an opportunity to go by Joe Turney at the end of that back straightaway, he faded on it and waited, and now he finds himself a car length back as Turney slowly brings the pace up for the lead pack. The top 6 have broken away. It's Brandon Carr, best of the rest, about a half second to 7/10 back, with Terlecki, Atakonis, and Ryan Norberg all in that grouping. Headed down the backstretch, you can see them single file behind your leaders. Garrison closes up through the bowl, over through turn number 12, and now up the hill to 13 and 14. Let's see, does he go to the lead yet? Not this time. The field stays single file, and Joe Turney will put another lap down. It's 3 complete, 12 to go, a 6-car lead pack in X30.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only class that we're going to see that actually has experience racing, should I say, around this racetrack. There's a few drivers around here. That's one of the Maranello karts there.
Alex Murray in the 369 goes around. It looked like he tagged one more. He was running at the time just around the high teens. 17th for Alex Murray, and might have collected the likes of Brian Boley or Max Taylor. So he'll drop to the rear. That allows a few more drivers to work their way up the order. As down the backstretch we go again towards turn number 11, or turn number 10 and 11. Through there, turn number 12 now, all spread apart. Nobody really able to make moves just yet. Joe Turney still leads us as we climb the hill to 14, and now it'll be 4 complete, 11 laps to go for JT.
Yeah, more of the same here, like we were mentioning for the first couple of heat races, Xander. Kind of spread out. The drivers still thereabouts, within a kart length or so, but it seems to me much more difficult to pass around this layout than the normal Trackhouse Motorplex layout here, as I think we saw a move there. ADT now to the inside. He's in 3rd place. Massimino up to 4th. Kolar with a solid showing so far here, 4 laps into this race, to be all over the back bumper of Paulie Massimino. Your winner 2 years ago at the shootout race here, so not bad company to be around. There's Brent Cruz in P6. Inside, the Lando Norris driver, the BJR driver of Paulie Massimino to the inside of ADT. So put him to P3 now. DeTullio falling back to where he started in 4th position, and Kolar all over his bumper now.
Yeah, Jacob Kolar now with an opportunity maybe to get by get by Alessandro DeTullio as Brent Cruz trails. Austin Garrison and Turney now with a bigger gap than what we've seen in a while, and I will say Brandon Carr looked good that time. He was pretty good. In fact, a little bit better than the cars in front of him. So Brandon Carr, they're coming into frame in 7th on that number 315. Red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport. Tony Kart is closing the gap. Nick Terlecki, also new personal best last time by. They pulled away a little bit from Ryan Norberg and Justin Ataconis down in 9th and 10th. As down the back we go again. All single file through the field. The fastest drivers all the way back in 11th. 47.6 for the all-white Kart Republic of Dalton Haynes in P11. He's catching up to the back of this 10-car lead train. He's got a big gap out back to Ryan Raffa and Cade Downs. Dalton Haynes on the move here in heat number 2.
Yeah, solid run for Dalton Haynes. Already up 3 spots there. Another 47.609 for Dalton Haynes. So the fastest driver on the racetrack the last 2 laps there is the Kart Republic driver of Dalton Haynes, the native driver here around Mooresville Trackhouse Motorplex here. But going back to Paulie Massimino here in 3rd place, it is a train behind him of ADT, Kolar, Brent Cruz, and like you were saying, Xander, Brandon Carr, a much better showing in this second heat for the RPM driver there. He is closing the gap now to Brent Cruz, his RPM teammate, and then he's brought Terlecki and Norberg along with him. Brent Cruz now all over the bumper of Kolar.
Yeah, Kolar, you can see him wheeling that thing through the bowl. Started to kind of wash out from the inside apex. We talk about it sometimes a little bit too much, but on this layout, with so many double apexes and sweepers, you do really work those front tires more, just being close to the rear bumper of someone else. Kolar a little narrow there to try and defend. He's feeling the pressure from Brent Cruz. And now maybe Cruz can be close enough to do something in turn 7 if he gets a run out of 5 and 6, because if not, his teammate Brandon Carr will be ready to pounce. Still single file, not close enough that time. It spreads apart again as Massimino leads this second grouping. Austin Garrison, Joe Turney, they are long gone from the rest of the field. Ryan Norberg next up, got around Terlecki. He's even catching up to Brandon Carr, and he was faster than this entire pack. Only better than him that time were the 2 leaders. So Norberg and Dalton Haynes continuing to close up as we hit the halfway marker on this 15-lap heat. 8 down, 7 to go, down to turn number 1.
Yeah, Ryan Norberg around Terlecki and Haynes around Ataconis. Now Dalton Haynes, I still think is the fastest driver on the racetrack right now, but Joe Turney puts his personal best at a 47.671. He's pulling away just a little bit there over your leader, Austin Garrison. But right now, Massimino, proving that it is pretty difficult to pass around this racetrack, because it looks to me like he is not that quick compared to the drivers behind him, because this train went from about 3 karts to what looks to be 8 or 9 go-karts now, all the way down to P11 from P3. So you have 8 go-kart train here, but Massimino doing just enough right now. ADT might be under fire soon from his teammate, or his KR teammate, Jacob Kolar, and Brent Cruz still all over the bumper of him, but Brandon Carr has brought Ryan Norberg with him.
Yeah, as they go through turn number 11 and 12, up the hill to 13 and 14. Brandon Carr will close in, and Ryan Norberg on that purple and pink RPG Cosmic is now on the bumper as well. Here he comes with a run towards Carr. Down the inside, Kolar gets through onto Tulio. Waited a while for that one, and the senior sophomore is going to stack him up behind him. Brent Cruz now looking to try and take advantage. Look at Norberg, way low on the inside of Brandon Carr, but couldn't make it stick. And now Dalton Haynes will be the next up to try and challenge the 348. He's up another spot move. Dalton Haynes up 5 net. He's to 9th now as the field climbs the hill.
Yeah, Dalton Haynes absolutely flying there, but for Ryan Norberg, I didn't really think, oh, here comes Brent Cruz. I thought he was going to peek a nose there into the turn 11 bowl corner, but for Ryan Norberg there, I didn't think I'd really see anybody make a move into that double left. You mentioned it earlier today, Xander, kind of the corner that you don't really expect to pass there. He was trying to make a peek in, but, the experience showing that he was able to back out of it as, whoa, Brandon Carr to the inside of Brent Cruz, and Norberg's going to follow him through. Ryan Norberg now to the inside, and here comes Dalton Haynes as well. He's going to try to push Brent Cruz through, but not going to make it happen.
Yeah, he couldn't get by and then quickly had to jam on the brakes, so Nick Terlecki didn't take advantage. Justin Ataconis still right there at the end of the pack, but Cruz drops back 2 spots net. Carr into 6th, Norberg to 7th, Brent Cruz back to 8th. Here comes Dalton Haynes there in 9th as he closes up to the number 11. We'll keep our eyes on them. Joe Turney still holding a 2.5 gap over Austin Garrison, maybe 3. It's a game of inches up at the front as the pack behind. Here comes Haynes, late move, and he catches Brent Cruz off guard. He'll get by in 11, and Dalton Haynes is up another one. Cruz falls back as Justin Ataconis also catches Terlecki off guard. He gets around him for that 10th spot as they climb the hill again. 4 to go. Dalton Haynes and Ryan Norberg continue to work through this lead group.
Yeah, Ryan Norberg and Dalton Haynes making it look easy right now around a racetrack that's not very easy to pass. I'm actually surprised that Brent Cruz gave Dalton as much room as he did. I mean, even for how late of a move it is, Brent Cruz not known for leaving any margins here, but good move for Dalton Haynes, who, like I said, I think is the fastest driver around the racetrack right now. Maybe didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted with the pace that he showed in happy hour in the practices on Thursday and Friday. But Dalton Haynes on the Kart Republic absolutely rolling right now as he's catching Ryan Norberg back up front. No, here comes Austin Garrison. He's closed the gap just a little bit here to Joe Turney this time around.
Yeah, Austin Garrison a little better that time. Let's see. He's been kind of stuck at this 2-car length cushion back from Turney and needs to be mindful again of his tire wear. 15 laps. 3 15-lap heat races for everybody. How hard do you push to get that extra couple points, extra few spots? Austin Garrison that time by purple lap 47.579 for the Speed Concepts Racing black and white red speed. He was a 10th better than Turney. Turney looks like he's a little bit better now, though, with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, I mean, the different lines that we see these two drivers take, it's not drastic, but you see Garrison actually has a bit of an earlier turn-in than Joe Turney, which, like you said, Xander, I mean, it may be faster immediately in this heat race, but when it comes to the end of this race and the heat 3, right, it's going to be a lot of front tire, whereas Dalton Haynes to the inside of Brandon Carr, so he's through, and that means Norberg also got around Brandon Carr, so Brandon Carr's falling back a couple spots there, and we saw a late move there for, I believe, what was maybe Ataconis.
Yeah, Brent Cruz now goes behind Justin Ataconis. Ataconis locks on towards Carr. 2 to go. You can see how much more spread out 3rd, 4th, and 5th are. Massimino getting away from DeTulio and Kolar, but it's Dalton Haynes all the way up now to 7th. That's 7 spots gain for the number 17. Norberg is up 4 himself from 10th on the grid to 6th and probably ended up around 11th or 12th on the opening lap, so that's probably more like 6 karts in total pass, but a 4-spot net gain for the 348. Good in total. You heard him in qualifying on his pre-qualifying interview. At the end of the day, this is a long weekend and a marathon of just slowly inching your way to where you need to be, incrementally getting the speed there. And for Austin Garrison and Joe Turney up front, the same applies. While they want to win this heat race, manage your stuff and also really learn. Austin Garrison's going to come away with a lot of intel of where he feels like he might be a little better or a little bit worse than JT. With a lap and a half, with a final lap underway, maybe he's close enough to challenge, but I don't know if he's really going to force the issue here in heat number 2, Alex.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Austin Garrison at this point in the race might be just a little bit quicker than Joe Turney, but not really worth it, right? With both these drivers having decent results, right? Joe Turney, your winner, and Austin Garrison with a solid result in the first heat. Not really worth putting any foot wrong here with half a lap to go.
Down to the bowl, Austin Garrison pulls into within half a car length. He'll close it up over to turn 12, but again, just not enough. Joe Turney up the hill, final time. He'll cruise to the Heat 2 victory. That's 2 for 2 in the heats for JT as Joe Turney crosses the line. Then 3rd to Massimino, 4th Jacob Kolar, 5th to Tulio over Norberg, Haynes, Carr, Ataconis, and Brent Cruz slides all the way down the order to 10th. Terlecki down to 11th at the drop of the checkered flag. Another big drive forward, up 9 spots, biggest mover, Braden Eves from 22nd to 15th. It's not where he needs to be to transfer in through to the shootout tonight, but it's still some good progress in terms of making his way up the order for the main event tomorrow afternoon. But that wraps it. Joe Turney picks up another heat race win. He'll park that car and switch heads over to the K100 Seniors when it comes time. Is on this out lap, look at this. The cool down lap problems for Frankie Mossman. The number 1, that black and orange Tesoro Raceworks CRG is parked on the side of turn number 7, and he crossed the line. 4 spots on a net gain in 19th, but Frankie Mossman will have to ride the recovery vehicle back into the pit lane. So we'll see if maybe we can have a word with Frankie to figure out what happened, but at least for Joe Turney and everybody else, clean through on the cool down lap, and they'll make their way on in. We'll take a commercial break and come back with more racing here from Trackhouse Motorplex. It's time for the the minis to take to the racetrack as Maverick White and Bowen Green will lead us to green.
Check. All right, welcome back here live from Trackhouse Motorplex IAME Grand Nationals. We're going to send it on down to Xander Clements, who has a few of our X30 Pro seniors lined up. What you got, Xander?
Thanks, Alex. Let's go ahead and talk with Austin Garrison. Coming off of that heat race there, you were following Joe for a lot. You never ended up getting in front of him. Even though you didn't get the heat race win, is that a better place to be at this point of the weekend, to be able to judge where you're better or worse than he is? Because he's probably a little more blind than you.
Yeah, no, I think so. Our car wasn't there. I could have pushed a little bit harder, but I decided not to. I don't want to ruin my tires. It was pushing pretty bad, turning to the left, so I just kind of just paced him. If I would have pushed harder, I maybe could have went and passed him, but I wasn't really looking forward to that. So I was fine finishing second, and not really a big deal. Or good points going in the shootout and everything. So we're going to go back and see what's going on with it.
Yeah, obviously more to adjust. Now having gone through 2 full days of this day-to-night transition, you start in the heat of the day. It's still hot and muggy at night, but the track changes. What kind of expectations are you expecting the track to be? A whole lot different, similar to where it was from this heat race when we go back in about 3 hours?
Yeah, definitely. We seen a pretty big difference on Thursday, I think, when we started leading in towards late afternoon. Tire pressures are not the same. Track cools off, gear changes, everything is for sure different. It's not going to be the same as it was this heat race.
All right, well, that's Austin Garrison here, a solid P2 once again. He's safely in the points from what it looks like to transfer to the X30 shootout to compete for $5,000 tonight. Congrats, Austin.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Xander. That's some good insight from Austin Garrison. Your P2 finish there in the second heat for X30 Pro Senior. On your screen right now, we're going to get ready to go for some mini Swift racing here. Their second heat of the weekend, first of the day. It's Maverick White on the Magic Kart USA going to lead the field to green here alongside Bowen Green on the front row. Then it's going to be Cameron Marsha and Ashton Woon on that second row there. Travis Pettit and Palacio, the 2 TKG Kart Public drivers who were quickest yesterday in the first heat and really, really quick yesterday in the shootout. Obviously, Pettit being the winner there and being $500 richer now. He's rolling off P5, Palacio P6. Troy Ferguson on the Bennick, one of the fastest drivers in yesterday's heat race, rolling off P7. Marco Romero, his Bennick teammate, rolling off P8. Felipe Jesus Benito and Jensen Michelke in P10 there. And as the field cycles here, we'll get ready to read off the rest of the order here. But Maverick White, super strong showing so far this weekend, Caleb.
Yeah, of course, and obviously he's been really good in that Magic Kart USA card all weekend long. But we can't fail to talk about Travis Pettit, who was our big winner yesterday in the Fast 5 shootout. It was a super close finish, and I'm hoping to see a lot more of that in this race coming up.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, close finishes here. It's going to be the mini Swift drivers' first time racing around this layout. Yesterday on the full Trackhouse Motorplex layout, the draft is much more prominent than it is around this layout. We've seen from the opening 4 heat races today that the field is a little bit more spread out. It's harder to pass on this track, right? You still have the draft of the backstretch here, but as the field enters the tram lines and getting ready to get set to go green, they're on the accelerator a little bit early here, but they're going to get the green nonetheless. Maverick White, not the start he would have wanted. Bone Green on the outside. Ashton Woon is going to make it 3 wide, and what a start there for Ashton Woon. He's your leader now entering turn 1, and that's Marco Romero and Maverick White. They're both out of this race. No. Oh, no. Marco Romero and Maverick White collide entering turn 2, and they're both out.
Definitely not the start that the pole sitter would have wanted. He's out of this race early on. I think he is going to get that kart back up and running, but it's obviously not going to be enough to catch. And I believe that is Lucas Palacio now in the lead of this race. And I think behind him, that's Bowen Green here at the moment. And yes, Lucas Palacio is in the lead of this race. Ashton Woon right behind him, and Troy Ferguson right there. Obviously, we were talking a lot about yesterday, Alex. The draft was super big in the layout that we were running yesterday, but the draft, throw that out the window. These little guys are going to go at it now.
Lucas Palacio, I mean, how on earth have you found yourself in the first position here after starting in P6? What a start for the TKG Kart Public driver here. He's your leader. He leads Ashton Wood, who's in P2. He's your winner from last year's event. He looks back to see Troy Ferguson, who's up 4 spots already. Jensen Michelke up 6 spots. Bowen Green, who started outside of row 1, he's down in 5th. Make it 6th here as Cameron Marsha now to the inside of him. So Bowen Green loses another spot, and there's Travis Pettit now. He's up to P7. He started P5, so not the start he would have wanted compared to his teammate who's up in a P1.
Obviously not a good start for our big winner, Travis Pettit, from yesterday, but now he's on the charge trying to catch back up to Luca Giglio. Now, I believe he's now on his rear end. Bowen Green there as well, Cameron Marsha, Jensen Machelko in P4. But I think at the moment, we're going to go side by side with Xander Clements as he has caught up with some of our X30 Pro drivers.
Thank you, Caleb. Let's go talk here to Justin Adaconis. We haven't talked to you too much this weekend here. We know we were trying to get the cobwebs rusted off and cleaned off Thursday. You got shorted 2 practice sessions, got 1 back yesterday, and then in that heat race, you know, you were moving forward, just not as much as everybody else, right? How was it from your end?
I mean, it was good. It's just super aggressive racing, just straight from the start. You know, got hit pretty hard from the behinds on the first lap, and then after that, I had a big gap. Just tried, you know, keep my tires cool and just working forward. And I think we went a little pressure, so I fell back a bit. But you know, it's obviously a little disappointing to be further back than last year. I was kind of expecting to be close towards the front, but I'm okay with it. You know, it's been almost 8 months that I've been on these things, so I'm having fun. Looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, this weekend's obviously a marathon to get all the way through it. The bonus would be if you get yourself into that X30 shootout tonight to run for $4,000, but you're inching your way forward. What can you take away from Heat 2, and what more do you feel like you need for Heat number 3 from the go-kart?
I think we'll just have to look at the data compared to Paulie because he's been pretty quick. But I think it's just with me and Paulie are pretty similar on karts, so we just got to look at the data, see where I can improve, and see if we can improve anything on the kart. But I think it's just mostly me being out of this thing for so long.
Well, you got a lot of guys rooting for you and happy that you're back here, Justin. We're happy you're back. I want to wish you good luck here in Heat number 3 later today.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. It's good to be back.
All right, that's Justin Adaconis. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. I mean, good to hear from Justin Adaconis there. Like he was saying, you know, hasn't been in the seat in about 8 months here. So pretty impressive to see the pace that he's shown here. To see a late move there from Cameron Marsha, not going to make it stick. Jensen Machelke is absolutely flying right now. He's up in a P3. He started P10 here, Caleb.
Yeah, but look who's coming in the background. The man himself, the big winner from yesterday, Travis Pettit. He's now up in a P5. What a move by him to get himself back up in a P5. While we were talking with Xander there for a little bit, Travis Pettit right back up in the mix. He's right there in P5 in front of him. Cameron Marsha, Jensen Machelke. Sorry if I said that wrong. And Ashton Woon and Lucas Palacio there. And a little bit of a late move there. We have side by side here for P3 and 4. And I believe that is Cameron trying to make a move. And I think we're going to go side by side once again with the man himself, Xander Clements.
Well, the race looks good, so I want to get these interviews for you boys here on the front half of it because it's only going to get better here in Mini Swift. But that being said, Braden Eves, you were able to come back forward in this one. You had brake failure in Heat number 1. Today was a little bit better to go forward, and you felt like the kart was pretty good. But overall, what's your takeaway from Heat 2?
I just got caught up in a couple incidents at the start and pretty much had to stop. Felt like I must have been pretty much last and way behind the leaders, but then I got going and felt like I could pretty much run down anyone. Just a little bit off on tire pressure, I think, adapting to this different track layout. Definitely need to be a little bit lower on pressures just because we have no straightaways really to cool off the tires. So I thought the pace was really good. I think I was running times competitive with the leaders. It's just kind of a matter of trying to get up there. Everything gets so spread apart. So I'm happy with my car, and I think we'll keep moving forward. Hopefully, I don't know if I'll be able to get into the shootout on points, but maybe if I can get a couple hard charters, I might be able to get in on the picks.
Well, with that, again, we go into Heat 3 later today. How are you on stamina? We've talked to everybody doing the double. The heat's here, the humidity's high. You can see it on you. You're dripping. How are you holding up with all these long sessions back to back?
I mean, it's definitely rough for sure, but I'm hanging in there for sure. Haven't really felt like I've gotten too tired on track yet, so but today's going to be a long day, especially this layout is a lot more physical than the other ones, so we'll see. End of the weekend, hanging up just fine right now.
Well, it's a fun weekend for the MPG Motorsports boys. All 3 of the heavyweights in it. Chase Jones, Race Liberante, and yourself are racing. I'm sure it's a lot of fun, and we're happy to have you here, Braden.
Thank you, Xander.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Xander. Wow, we were side by side. The field has been shuffled completely. It was Palacio before, side by side. Palacio's down to the P4. It's Ashton Woon, your leader. Cameron Marsha now up to P2. He's absolutely rolling. And there's Palacio giving Jensen Machelke the bumper. And Machelke now has run into 2 different drivers there, exiting the turn 2 hairpin. And now Machelke from 3rd down to P7. Not what he would have wanted there. And that actually cost Troy Ferguson a few spots because Ferguson was up in the 4th there. A bit more contact now between some energy kart drivers. It's absolutely, going off here, Caleb.
Yeah, of course, fireworks all around the field, Alex. We have seen these guys every time the mini Swifts are on track. They always deliver the action. We've seen a little bit of contact here in between some of these drivers. And now we have a pass for the lead, as I believe that is Cameron Marsha on Ashton Woon. Move Cameron Marsha up to P number 1, and Ashton Woon is now going to stay on the tail of Cameron Marsha and follow him all the way through to the last couple of corners here. And now Lucas Palacio back on a P3, and Travis Pettit is right behind his teammate as they try to work together and charge up ahead to try and catch up to Cameron Marsha and Ashton Woon as the field keeps shuffling here, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the key word there is shuffling there, as we see a move from Bowen Green, or an attempt at a move there from Bowen Green, but it's actually going to lose him a spot here to one of the Sody Kart drivers. Good defense, though, from Bowen Green, who hasn't had the race he would have wanted. He started the race P2. He's down in P11 now, down 9 positions for the Comp Kart driver. Like you said, with the field shuffling, Cameron Marsha up 5 spots up at the P1. Ashton Woon, up 2 spots from where he started up in the 2nd place. And it is a 2-car breakaway up front. And somehow Lucas Palacio and Pettit have found each other on the racetrack once again. There goes Luke Gilio attempting a move there on Marco Samet. Luke Gilio was the driver yesterday who caused the red flag. He was up and over in the first heat race. Good to see him back and rolling pretty well there on the RPM. OTK cadet chassis there for Luke Gilio, up to P6 for him.
Yeah, of course, and spoke to Luke Giglio a little bit after his little incident yesterday, and he gave the thumbs up. He said he was all right. Looks like he went for a wild ride there, but now he's back in the kart, and he's doing just fine. And you see him now. He's all over the rear end of Marco Samut, and he's really trying to catch right back up to him, try to make him more spots to make the Fast 5.
Yeah, Luke Gilio absolutely flying right now all over the bumper of Marco Samet, and there right behind him, you can see on the same shot now is Royce Vega. He's up 2 spots. He's brought Junior Lewis with him as well, up into P8, and there's Troy Ferguson trying to make amends for the contact we saw a couple laps ago. He was running in P4, the Bennett driver was, and now Ferguson down into P9. Not really the heat race he would have wanted there. Palacio and Pettit making the best of a not-so-good opening couple of laps for Travis Pettit, but he's right back in the mix, pushing Palacio up to the front. Let's see the lap times this time around compared to the leaders. There it is. Lucas Palacio 3/10 faster than the 2 drivers ahead of him right now. If Cameron Marsha and Ashton Woon start racing with 3 to go here, it could all kick off. But right now, Cameron Marsha is doing just enough to hold off last year's winner, Ashton Woon.
Yeah, of course, and Ashton Woon, last year's winner, if he begins to fight with the leader at the moment, Cameron Marsha, Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit are going to give the signal. They're teammates, both under the Trinity Karting Group tent, so they're obviously going to want to work together and work their way up towards the lead, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, looking down the order there, Luke Gilio matching Palacio's pace, and Troy Ferguson actually quicker than every driver right now on the field. So Troy Ferguson showing the true pace of that Bennett go-kart. If it wasn't for the contact a few laps ago, he'd be right in the mix for a chance of this victory here. But Cameron Marsha has pulled away just a little bit from Ashton Woon here, and Ashton Woon is falling more into the clutches of Lucas Palacio here. They might be running out of laps with 2 to go. The 2 sticks are in the air there. Ashton Woon not doing enough as it stands to catch up to Cameron Marsha, your leader.
Yeah, it seems like Ashton Woon made a couple of mistakes through some of the last couple of corners, and now the gap has opened up to Cameron Marsha, who is still in the lead of this race. I am not sure if it's going to be enough for Ashton Woon, but there's obviously a lot of racing left, and a lot can happen here, Alex.
Ashton Woon has put together a good couple of corners here. He's closed the gap to the 114 of Cameron Marsha, rounding turn 11 down the back straight towards the bowl corner here. Let's see if the draft has anything to say here. Doesn't have enough here for Marsha so far. A lot of defense being made for Royce Vega, having to hold off Junior Lewis. He's brought Troy Ferguson to the mix. Ferguson now going to go around the outside of Junior Lewis. Not going to make it happen. Crossover incoming from those 2 drivers. Nothing there, though. Here comes Palacio and Pettit. I don't know if they're going to have enough laps here with 1 to go in the air, but Ashton Woon is all over the bumper now of Cameron Marsha. Marsha must have made a mistake somewhere because Ashton Woon is right back in the mix of things, Caleb.
Yeah, Ashton Woon is right there with Cameron Marsha. It seems like these guys haven't been as consistent as they have been in the past couple of races. It seems like they're feeling the pressure here a little bit, but Cameron Marsha still out in the lead with half a lap to go here, Alex.
Yeah, Cameron Marsha got a pretty solid exit there out of turn 7. Looking back, Woon looks back as well. Pettit and Palacio are locked bumper to bumper here. I suspect no passes for those teammates. Yep, they're going to try to work together to do anything they can. Ashton Woon rounding the bowl corner here. He has a chance here. Do we see a move? We do. Ashton Woon to the inside with 2 corners to go. Your winner from last year looking to get a heat victory here. Goes fully defensive in the final corner. Crossover here from Cameron Marsha. They're side by side. Cameron Marsha crosses the line to win Heat 2 and Mini Swift. What a race for those 2 drivers. Ashton Woon P2, Lucas Palacio and Pettit made things interesting there. They finished 3rd and 4th. Marco Samet up 5 positions there on the Lando Norris OTK Cadet chassis. Marco Samet in P5. Luke Gilio, a good comeback for him after flipping in yesterday's heat race to finish P6. Troy Ferguson, a solid comeback drive for him, considering he was running up in the top 3 at one point in this race with the contact that happened halfway through the race. To come back to finish 7th is pretty solid for him. Junior Lewis up 3 spots, 8th place. And then Thomas Chrisman up 7 spots in P9. And Royce Vega on the Bennick rounds out your top 10. Bowen Green as well, not the race he would have wanted. Rolled off P2 in this heat race, finishes 11th. Valentino Santillan and Felipe Benito 13th. Jackson Porter up 5 to finish 14th. And Carter Barkas rounds out your top 15 in Mini Swift. When we come back, we're going to get ready to go IAME Junior Racing. Don't go anywhere.
Looking for the perfect vacation spot and a family fun weekend where a race breaks out? Look no further than Karting the Coast. Our 10-race schedule is already well underway, with stops at NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi, where our podium ceremonies are on the beach. We know how to have a good time and put on a good race, and all that we're missing is you. To find out more, visit kartingthecoast.info.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Kart's on the racetrack for IAME Junior. It is the third to last heat race before our afternoon lunch/dinner break. The X30 Juniors here headed out by Stephen Miller with Jackson Wolney and Teddy Musella in tow. The first of the two K100 Senior second heat races will be up after this, and then that'll bring us to our about 40-minute break in the action before we go back with the final round of heat races on the weekend, and then, of course, into our shootout races in the Fast 5 for this class, X30 Junior, along with IAME KA Masters and Heavy preceding the MG Tires X30 Pro Shootout. Don't forget, for that X30 Shootout, you can still vote for your favorite driver to get a guaranteed spot into the main event. It'll be a mixture of at least 8, if not more, drivers that will automatically transfer in based off of heat race points. A handful of promoters' picks, like the fastest qualifier that missed out. That's what got Joe Turney and Adam Brickley into last night's show, and a number of other drivers that'll be in the hunt, but maybe thrown out of a hat to make up the likes that Connor Ferris and Leo Scorpioni picked in last night as well. So we'll wait to see who makes it into that one, but that's all much later on in the day. That's around 8 p.m. Eastern. It's 3 p.m. Eastern. It's time for X30 Junior Heat Racing. Stephen Miller on the Chad Dawkin Racing DAP Kart will lead the field to green alongside the purple and pink of Jackson Wolney on the outside of row number 1. Row number 2 is going to have Teddy Musella and Carter McMurray as the field rounds that final turn, comes down the front straightaway, and here we go towards that long run all the way to turn number 7. Nice and slow for the field. You can see row 3 with Enzo Vidmontien and Nathan Dupuis. And the rest of your X30 Juniors are on the power, and we're green down to the first corner. Let's see it. Stephen Miller looks good. He should get through, and he does, clearing up the hill to the lead with a good run for Wolney as a round goes further back. That is the 831 machine of Chase Gassiet Lee going around.
Yeah, good start there for Stephen Miller there, and also Jackson Wolney was able to go around the outside. It seems as though, I don't know what is different. You see a bunch of, contact side to side there between Vidmontien, McMurray, and Rivera. So Rivera holding on to there. McMurray gives Enzo Vidmontien the side pod there, and it actually cost them both a few spots. So now Rivera's through, and that's a 746 as well of one of the Tony Kart drivers. He's through. That's Wesley Gunler. So he's going to take advantage of that. We see now, I believe that is Keelan Harvick now making a move on what is one of the Speed Concepts driver as well. So it's all kicking off here with only 2 laps in this X30 Junior so far.
Well, with a lap already in, they'll make their way up the hill here now, and we'll get set to go side by side for some interviews in a few moments with a number of our KA100 senior superstars. Down the backstretch here, single file though, and we'll wait on them for a moment. It is still Wolney, Miller, followed by Musella. The gap back to Rivera is about a half second. Another half second back from him to Wesley Gunler. We'll put one full lap in the books this time out of turn number 14 and down the hill. Jackson Wolney under a little bit of pressure, and now a challenge. Stephen Miller takes over the lead in turn 1. Musella sets up high, looks for the crossover on his teammate. He'll pull alongside over to 3, and Wolney will let him go, so Teddy Musella moves as well up to second.
Man, I've seen this story before, Xander. It looks as though we're back in Orlando, the way Stephen Miller is having to hold off these 3 RPG drivers, just like we saw earlier this year. But Stephen Miller on the DAP kart there, holding off the 3 teammates right now. Musella with a good crossover, like you said, on Jackson Wolney, who Wolney right now is a tail of 2 halves for him. A really, really good showing in X30 Junior, not as much in the KA Junior. Not to his fault, though, because the qualifying didn't go his way because of mechanical issues, but it's looking good so far for Wolney.
Yeah, Jackson Wolney still third here at the end of the line, kind of riding in the opening couple of laps. And then, of course, up the hill, this will help keep him close. Then it'll lose it. New leader, Teddy Musella, and new driver in third, Ernesto Rivera. A double pass in turn number 14. Switches up the leaderboard. Teddy Musella out of Orlando, Florida, now leads the way in the purple and pink RPG Cosmic. Over Miller, Rivera, Wolney, and then again, all this battling allowing Wesley Gunler to close on in as they come out of turn number 6. Let's go down to Caleb Vieska on pit lane, who's caught up with a man who's now already got 4,000 big ones in his pocket, Danny Formal, hot off last night's win. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Obviously, Danny, big winner yesterday. There is still more money on the line. I believe we said it was $3,000 coming up in these next couple of races. How much more does that motivate you to win that much more?
I want to win a club race. I want to win any race, a heat race. Money just makes it sweeter, but yeah, put our head down. The go-kart's been good so far in this layout. We're pretty good this morning, so yeah, grateful for the opportunity again to be doing this, and hopefully get a good show for the crowd and could be fighting at the end of the weekend.
Sounds good, and obviously, like you said, much different layout than yesterday, so the passing may be a little bit more difficult with a lot of hairpins. How are you feeling coming into the race?
Again, the pace was quite good in the warm-up, so let's hopefully put that together in the race. We do have the back straight, which we didn't have yesterday in the shootout, which is a good passing opportunity. So let's see what we could do, and hopefully the go-kart's good enough, and yeah, we could get some positions.
Sounds good. Best of luck, Danny.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
All right, there we go from Caleb Vieska. Thank you, Caleb, and thank you, Danny, for the moments here. While we were away, not much has updated in front. You can see Musella is leading, but he's under fire. Miller to the inside. Rivera can't follow. Miller a little bit wide, back into one. Musella almost answers, but I think more so than anything, Alex, he was trying to defend from this.
Whoa.
Ernesto sending it. Teammates banging tires out of turn number 3.
Oh, man, I bet Mike Rawlson might be biting his nails a little bit here. Not what we want to see from teammates, because all that action has brought Carter McMurray now into the mix. It was Wesley Gunler, but he got around Wesley. So now the Comcart driver, Carter McMurray, on his X30 junior debut, looking like a seasoned veteran out there. He's closed the gap to these 3 RPG drivers, and all that battling has let Stephen Miller have a little bit of breathing room now entering the back straightaway.
Yeah, nice gap for Steven. Back to Teddy Musella with Rivera and Wolney in tow. Carter McMurray is closing in. Last time by, purple lap at a 49.1. Will it be even better this time? Up the hill for second. Passed by Rivera. Musella over-unders. Here they go into turn 1. Look at Wolney with a late dive on Teddy. And here comes Carter McMurray. Outside, inside. He might get 2. Still side by side with Musella to turn 3. But Wolney's going to back him up. And around the outside. Send it on through Carter McMurray. He gets through 5 and 6. They're still wheel to wheel. He'll get pushed off the racetrack and Musella crosses him over.
Wow, this is incredible stuff here for 4th position on the racetrack. And the biggest loser was Jackson Wolney. Carter McMurray and Wesley Gunler put the elbows to them there in turn 7 and 8. And now Wolney goes from P3 to P6 now for Wolney there. So not the lap that he would have wanted. I don't know really if I agree with the teammates racing with still 9 laps to go there. And it's actually cost them all a few spots here.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on the battle here further back while Stephen Miller continues to pull away with Ernesto Rivera bearing down. Let's go side by side to pit lane. Caleb Vieska, I believe, is caught up with Brent Cruz, hot off of last night's shootouts as well, and a decent run, but maybe not the greatest in that X30 heat race. Caleb?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Obviously, Brent wasn't the shootout that you would have wanted last night in the K100 class. And obviously, talking to you now, you do have that background in cars. You have been racing cars. You've been out of the seat for a while. How are you feeling coming back?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've still been coaching a little bit, so I'm not as rusty as people think. But we're just getting this thing faster and faster every session, and hopefully it'll show in this heat.
Sounds good. And obviously, X30 as well, the shootout, you're looking for that tonight. How are you feeling for the X30 shootout? Obviously, you're doing pretty good in the points. How are you feeling for that?
Yeah, the first heat definitely got kind of screwed there. Just trying to work our way through with keeping the tires on all 4 right, keeping them nice and smooth for the pre-final.
Sounds good. Best of luck, Brent.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
There you go from Caleb Vieska down in pit lane. Brent Cruz, like he said, contact in heat 1 with him and Ryan Norberg colliding, sent them both down the leaderboard. But heat 2 a little better, although still lacking some space, it looked like, in that heat race we watched a few moments ago. In the K100 senior class, though, Brent was phenomenal, and he seemed like more confident and kind of conservative than most of the races in X30. Even then, in general, he's been pretty smart, I think, through the heats today and yesterday. But in K100 seniors opening heat race, to me, Brent Cruz looked like he was still driving probably at about 80% and felt like he had a hot rod. I'm curious to see how he looks on this alternate layout, along with the rest of that KA senior field. We knew Danny Formal was fast, but he got into it with A.J. Myers, Alex, and the two of them had a big collision earlier on in their opening heat race, so they're just trying to stay clean in heat number 2.
I know. I mean, I just think it's really interesting to see how guys like Danny Formal, A.J. Myers, some of the best shifter drivers, I'd say, in the world, really, even in a single-speed chassis in the KA100 senior class, they found each other on the racetrack, and they were really 2 of the fastest guys that we saw last night in the shootout, rolling off P1 and P2. So, I mean, putting the single-speed guys in their place a little bit there, it almost seems like getting the bragging rights for those drivers. But with Formal and Myers having the bit of contact there, I suspect a little bit more here, especially with the tighter layout. Caleb was talking to Danny there on the grid. Danny doesn't think that it will change the racing a whole lot, but with the hairpins, we've seen a lot of switchbacks. It'll create for a lot of dive bomb passes, like we see with Rivera here to the inside of Stephen Miller. He's through. He's been premeditating that for a couple of laps now. Rivera finally makes the move stick, and Rivera to the lead.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera, can he pull away? He studied, as you mentioned, Stephen Miller the last few laps after tracking him down. Was faster for a few moments, it looked like. Can he break away? He looks already a little better being maybe a footstep ahead of Miller in terms of going from left to right through this switchback section. And as they exit turn 8 and 9 and head up the hill for 10, Rivera's gap at 2 or 3 car lengths means he can go normal down the back straightaway with 4.5 laps to go. Behind him, that next group with Musella, McMurray, and Wolney. Gunler got into it and then kind of went backwards for a little bit, so he's fallen out of that 3-car pack from 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's just Carter McMurray and a Rollison Performance Group Cosmic Sandwich coming to 4 to go.
Yeah, like you said, McMurray right now stuck between 2 Cosmic drivers there. Rivera, like you said, looking to be a few footsteps ahead of Stephen Miller. There goes purple, 48.7. Miller with his personal best, but it's 3/10 off what the Cosmic RPG driver just put together. So Rivera looking really strong here with 3.5 laps to go. Look at the gap he has created over the DAP car driver. It looks to me like Stephen Miller might be falling off a little bit here, and he could fall to the clutches of the drivers like Teddy Musella, McMurray, and Wolney, who are all working very well together. Last time by, matched Stephen Miller on pace, so it's still looking okay for Stephen Miller to come away with a P2 finish, but if McMurray and Musella can work together, which they won't, here comes McMurray to the inside. He's through, so the comp car driver up to P3 now.
Yeah, nice move for Carter McMurray as he defends a little bit through turn number 12. He'll take that 3-car pack up the hill to see 3 to go, and Musella not going to stay back for long. He'll go back by, and now he'll get over-undered almost, although Wolney helped him. He went to the inside of McMurray coming out of the corner, kept Carter from crossing him over, and Carter McMurray kind of gets a 1-2 punch from the Rollison Performance Group Juniors as Musella goes to 3rd and Wolney back into 4th. All the while, the leaders hit their personal best. So look at this battle into the infield, turn 7. Not close enough. Maybe close enough to challenge him on the back straightaway with 2 to go.
I mean, super impressive there from Ernesto Rivera to put a 48.6, 4/10 faster than any other driver on the entire grid right now. 4/10 faster than the guy in 2nd place. So he's putting on a clinic right now up there in P1. Like you said, McMurray, though, it was kind of an inevitable move that you're going to see from Musella because Musella has the luxury of his teammate being right behind him, so he doesn't have to worry too much about Wolney making it too difficult for him. So McMurray there from 3rd to 5th in 1 lap, showing how easy it is to lose a few spots around this racetrack here with 2.5 to go. Ernesto Rivera just extending his advantage even more, 2.5 faster last time by compared to Stephen Miller.
Yeah, a good bit quicker. Again, like you said, 4/10 the lap before, 2/10 that time by. The gap is over a second. With a lap and a half to go, Ernesto Rivera can just put it on cruise control and kick his feet up. That gap is not coming down anytime soon. With the clock running out here in heat number 2, this is going to be a massive boost of confidence for Ernesto and a massive takeaway of confidence for the rest of the field, that they've got a lot more work to do to keep up with the kid who just went 4/10 better than everyone. Out of turn number 12 for that second group. That'll be where the battle is here on this final lap, because as they round turn number 14, the white flag will wave, 1 to go, and McMurray still all over Jackson Wolney, forcing him to enter just a little bit narrow in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Musella right now looks to maybe have P3 wrapped up with the gap that he has over Wolney. I don't want to speak too soon, though, but McMurray right now seems to be putting more pressure on Wolney than Wolney is on Musella. Musella gets a really good run out of turn 6 through the double rights of turn 7 and turn 8. Here comes Carter McMurray through turn 8, climbing the hill now to what would have been turn 3 in yesterday's layout. Down the back stretch now to the banked bowl corner. Let's see, does McMurray have any say in this finish? I don't think so. Now through the final part of this racetrack where they have to pretty much go single file, Xander.
Yeah, single all the way into that last little hairpin. They'll battle back behind, though. Ernesto Rivera, nice and easy. He'll cruise to the Heat 2 victory in X30 Junior. Miller second, and the battle for 4th all the way to the line. Door to door, give it to Jackson Wolney by about 300 as he over-unders Carter McMurray and keeps that position. McMurray ends up 5th. How about a hard charge from the back for Oliver Weldon? Didn't make up a lot of time till the very end, but the JC Karting LN car driver will move his way all the way up to 6 with a 5-spot net gain. Enzo Vidmontien also gets around Wesley Gunler late to pick up 3 net into 7th. And Gunler, Roberts, Bradley, the top 10 as they wrap from X30 Junior. K100 Senior already beginning to fire motors with Aiden Levy and AJ Myers set to go head-to-head when we come back from Trackhouse. Looking for the perfect vacation spot and a family fun weekend where a race breaks out? Look no further than Karting the Coast. Our 10-race schedule is already well underway, with stops at NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi, where our podium ceremonies are on the beach. We know how to have a good time and put on a good race, and all that we're missing is you. To find out more, visit kartingthecoast.info.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex as we get set to go green for your KA100 seniors. Groups A and C going together. Aiden Levy and AJ Myers, last time they were on track together in non-shootout competition, they rode back on the cruiser after qualifying first and third. Now they go at it here in a heat race. Behind them, Braden Eves will start to the inside of privateer energy car driver Anthony Rivera. Then you go back, row 3. It'll be the black and yellow Zanella Racing Tony Kart of Leonardo Scorpione on the inside. Yesterday's shootout winner and third in his opening heat race, Danny Formal on the outside. Brent Cruz rolls off in 7th. Noah Baker is 8th. We are early on the gas here, but we'll get the green. Levy gets no green that time. Way too early. Aiden Levy was antsy to try and get the jump, and it was too early to send us green, so we're going to send them around again. I thought that was, again, a little borderline, Alex. Indeed, he was on the power way before the acceleration box.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting right in front of the start-finish line here, and we heard them on the gas, right before that. So it seemed a little bit too early, and indeed the officials thought the same there. Aiden Levy trying to get as much of the jump as possible, because what I've seen in the past couple heat races, I'm sure Levy saw the same thing. The outside lane has been getting a pretty solid jump here on the starts today. I don't know, nothing's different, in theory from yesterday, but a lot of the times the guy in second place has gotten, the jump on the guy in first here, and AJ Myers, a professional there on the shifter hole shots, has been pretty good in the starts here in KA as well.
Yeah, he was good on his start from the outside lane in that shootout race. So A.J. Myers trying to do the same, and young Aiden Levy trying to keep him at bay. But Aiden's got plenty of experience leading drivers to green. The K100 Senior Trackhouse Motorplex Weekly Race Series champion from 2022, as well as now multi-time national race winner, has led from the pole before. He knows what he needs to do on these starts. AJ does as well. Now, a later jump on the box. We're green on attempt number 2, and my goodness, they collide again. AJ Myers went down, Levy went up, and he popped up on the left rear tire. Luckily, everyone's clear as we go down to turn number 4 on the normal layout this time. It is Eves in second, Scorpione in 4th. Myers is 3rd, and the field survives to the infield hairpin. Let's see any bit of stacking up over here. So far, so good. Up the hill, Aiden Levy will lead them across the timing loop.
Yeah, Levy and Myers come together once again like they did in qualifying. We'll be curious to see if Myers has any damage as we see a late dive there from Brent Cruz on the RPM OTK on Anthony Rivera. Now Rivera has to have elbows out on Danny Formal, but Formal holds the outside of the hairpin there. What a move for Danny Formal and Brent Cruz. Two of the most aggressive drivers on the grid already on the charge. They're up to 5th and 6th, and AJ Myers has been pushed back a little bit there, up down to P3, I believe, which is what happened at the start. But like I was saying, I'll be curious to see if any damage happened there, because he was pretty high in the air there, Xander.
Yeah, you always worry about any damage. The front end of the kart's a little bit softer than the rear, so that kind of impact can definitely bend a tie rod, or even in the case of like Ryan Norberg, pop a tire, pop a beadlock off maybe. But for now, AJ looks pretty good. He's actually closing up a little bit on that red and white MPG Motorsports Kart Republic of Braden Eves as we climb the hill through turn number 11. Levy 2 car lengths in front, Myers right there. Eves a little narrow into turn 1 to kind of keep him in tow, and that kind of will gap them out once again. So No change through the pack. Aiden Levy will lead another one as they go up the hill to 5 and 6 here. With a Scorpione there, the rookie in the black and yellow, having a phenomenal debut weekend here. Can't say enough about this young kid from Orlando, Florida. What an impressive senior debut it has been so far for Leo Escorpione. And then behind him, bearing down now, he's got 2 heavyweight veterans in Cruz and Formal. Rivera is lined up a little bit further back with James Overbeck towards the edge of the top 10.
Yeah, Brent Cruz, like you said, one of the seasoned vets here in the senior class. Even with how young he is, he's going to make a move down the inside of Scorpione. What a late lunge that was for the RPM driver. Brent Cruz up into 4th place. But like you're saying with Scorpione, what a great senior debut it has been so far for him as Formal with a late move to the inside of turn 1. He's through now to Scorpione, getting pushed around a little bit by the veterans here. They know that he is new to the senior class. You know, there's still aggression there in the junior class that a Scorpione is used to, but there's just a lot more drivers in the senior class that are capable of winning a race here, and they're proving it here as Scorpione's falling back to P6 and now under fire from Overbeck.
Yeah, Overbeck all over him here as a Scorpione just trying to clean those tires back off and get back into his rhythm. He got rattled a little bit as both Cruz and Formal got him with some pretty aggressive moves. Now Overbeck is challenging as they're single file through the turn 11 complex. And behind, we'll see if Leo Escorpione back in 6th. Ended up losing that spot, and he did. Overbeck is through, so no change up front. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all good. James Overbeck moves forward, gets a spot back. There's Noah Baker on the red and black Gillard for Team GWR ahead of Austin Jers. They are 9th and 10th, trying to reel back in the leaders, but they need some battling up front. We might see it. Last time by, Braden Eves, fastest on the racetrack, 49.75. 200's better than race leader Aiden Levy.
Yeah, Braden Eves rolling right now, but Levy doing the same. Like you said, even though Eves went purple, it was only 0.02 of a second faster than Levy. I mean, with 10 to go, that will get him there, right, with the draft, especially helping Levy out, or Braden Eves out a little bit. AJ Myers has fallen off the toe a little bit from the MPG driver there and actually falling back to the clutches of Brent Cruz and Danny Formal, who have been working pretty well together. Maybe not by plan, but the two really aggressive drivers have worked their way through up into 4th and 5th and looking to come after the Magic Kart driver of AJ Myers as they cross the line to complete another lap there. Levy extends his advantage over Braden Eves just a little bit there. Danny Formal all over Brent Cruz's bumper. How long does Danny Formal wait before he wants to get around the Tony Kart driver?
Yeah, let's see. Formal just riding with him. He was a 10th better than Brent last time by, but he's obviously not close enough from that gap to try and make up any ground. Still very impressive from James Overbeck. He's up a net gain of 3 right now in that 6th position. As problems, big problems for Finnegan Bailiff. My goodness, is that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic absolutely destroyed. The side pod ripped off. The right front yoke on the frame is about 15 to 20 degrees in the air. That is heavy, heavy damage. I don't know if he got hit in front of the field, but that is a long lunch break that is going to basically evaporate for Finn Bailiff and the TKG boys. Meanwhile, fellow Kart Republics, Aiden Levy and Braden Eves continue to go quicker. Levy that time, 49.62, pulled 0.2 away and added to the margin.
Yeah, I mean, what a strong showing from Aiden Levy. His karts is coming into play now with 7.5 to go. He's been purple the last 3 times by, but to go back to Finnegan Bailiff there, I mean, I want to see what the other go-kart that hit him looks like, right? Because I think there was some help with the damage we saw there on the TKG Kart public kart there. But, you know, more of the same here from what we've seen throughout the entire day. A really spread out field. I mean, it's pretty close if you think about it, right? It's a pretty spread out train of about 8 or 9 go-karts here. But Aiden Levy putting on a clinic right now, extending his advantage over Braden Eves just a little bit. Eves keeping him honest, right? Making sure that Levy doesn't make a mistake here. But right now, it's looking pretty good for Levy with 7 to go.
Let's go further back here and keep a tab on what's going on here in the field. You can see Formal and Cruz still together. They have tracked down AJ Myers bit by bit the last few laps. They were a 10th better than him last time by, but still haven't arrived yet. Behind him, James Overbeck is lurking on there in the 6th spot. Again, we talked about James on that BJR green and white Tony Kart, the BJR MDR entry of James Overbeck. 3 spots gained from 9th on the grid, making up some time and trying to track down the guy who puts the biggest hole in the air in the field, Danny Formal. Behind James, it's only 2 more in this lead group. You've got Leo Escorpione on the black and yellow Zanella Racing Tony Kart and Austin Jers on the red and white AJR team entry in 8th. Noah Baker has faded back about a second or so from this main pack of 8. As they come down the front straightaway, you go further back to find the rest of the field and you'll see that they're still spread up. But look at this for third. Myers loses out to Cruz, who gets by, and Formal wanted to follow, but he couldn't. We're still single file up the hill, and let's see, can he get by? Coming back down, turn 6, over to 7. Danny's close. Not close enough. It'll have to be on the back straightaway. Let's go side by side down to Caleb Vieska here on pit lane. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Obviously here with one of the younger drivers in the K100 senior class, Frankie Mossman. Yesterday was really one of the first times that you raced against AJ Myers and Danny Formal. How was that? Obviously a bit more physical than what you're used to.
I mean, obviously I can tell that it's just a bit impatient. It's a shifter kart racing. I mean, it's the same thing in the cars for me. And so I really understand that and that side of it. So we had our little excursions throughout the race, and especially in the heat and everything. Just couldn't really do as much as we wanted in the shootout. Wanted some redemption from last year, but it is what it is.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, it wasn't the best shootout for you. You were mentioning to me before that you had engine issues. How are you feeling coming to this race? How confident are you, knowing that your engine did ultimately fail yesterday?
I feel like it's going to be a lot better. I know that we're going to have a chance in this one. Just keep up some good points and come into the pre-final looking solid and a good starting spot.
Sounds good. Best of luck, Frank.
Thank you.
All right, there you go from Frankie Mossman. Again, an engine change for him has him maybe feeling a little better. Look at Overbeck trying to get through A.J. Myers, who slams the door shut in the bowl, and Formal, who quickly whips back on by. All that hard work by James Overbeck to inch his way up the field. Now he goes back down the leaderboard, and that's the second time A.J. Myers has had some contact here in this heat race. Look at now, Overbeck's going to lose 2 more. Austin Jers is through. And Scorpione forces his way all the way clear, and James Overbeck, hopefully no damage, but his front bumper went over the top and skated off of A.J. Myers' rear.
Wow, James Overbeck goes from passing for 4th there to falling down to P8. Overbeck, like you said, all the hard work has been undone. He got past Formal during the side-by-side there. Was looking to get past A.J. Myers as well. His kart was coming into play there, but now he's back into P8. Here comes Formal and A.J. Myers. Here goes Danny. Danny to the inside of A.J. Myers. Myers doesn't give him any difficulty here because Myers looked back and saw there was no gap behind him. So Myers thinks there's no reason to battle Formal when Formal right now is faster.
3 to go this time by as the 2 shifter boys run 4th and 5th still with the lineup change. Top 3 still long gone. Levy, Eves, and Cruz. That next group then again with Jers, Scorpione. Look at that back behind. Austin Garrison, welcome to the show. The black and white SCR Red Speed had been making up progress after a dismal qualifying effort and really not the best start to this second heat race. He's now cracked the top 10 into 9th, digging for more. He's got 2 more potentially to get before it's over right in front of him, and Leo Scorpione and Austin Jers. And A.J. Myers and Formal aren't too far down the road if they battle, but like you said, Alex, they were not. There's a carb adjustment from A.J. Myers. You saw his right hand reach down in front of the engine to turn the needles a little bit, try to get that motor running a little better. 2 laps to go at the line. Aiden Levy continues to lead as the battle we watch is 4th, 5th, on back to 9th with James Overbeck.
Yeah, A.J. Myers seems to be struggling just a little bit here. One of the slowest drivers, actually the slowest driver in that top 8 last time by. So here comes Austin Jers, who puts his personal best at a 49.7, one of the best laps we've seen all race long. So he's absolutely flying. Scorpione now is back in the mix here, and Austin Garrison didn't have the KA Senior Heat 1 he would have wanted. He was much better in X30 the first 2 heat races, but in KA Senior, not the first heat he would have wanted, but the second heat so far looking really good for Garrison. Back-to-back 49.6s, the second fastest lap we've seen all race long. So the Speed Concepts OTK driver, Austin Garrison, one of the quickest drivers we've seen all year long. He's right back in the mix, Xander.
Down the backstretch and now up the hill for Levy and Eves. Cruz there through. Formal, Myers, look at this. Garrison's going to get another. Leo Scorpione falls victim to Austin Garrison. That's 7 spots gained here on the final lap. He's probably going to be too far back from Austin Jers, but that SCR Red Speed is as fast as anyone on the circuit right now. Fastest car besides, maybe Aiden Levy. As they come out of the Turn 6 complex for the final time, you can see Jers is going to apply some pressure to A.J. Myers. But for Austin Garrison, P7 still good. Big run down the back, maybe a last-second advantage, but we're going to follow our leaders all the way to the finish here. Through the bowl, looking to the back. Myers blocks low on Jers. That'll back him up to Garrison. As up the hill, final time, Aiden Levy will climb it. The 990 is going to go 2 for 2 in his heat races after qualifying on the pole. Aiden Levy Heat 2 winner in KA Senior. And look at Jers defending from Garrison. Can Garrison get him at the line? It'll be side by side. Just enough. Austin Jers hangs on by 300ths. But what a smart and controlled drive forward for the Davie, Florida native Austin Garrison to pick up 7. Let's go down to pit lane here as the race continues on for heat number 2 with the second group getting set with Chase Jones.
Thank you, Xander. Obviously, Chase, one of the part owners of MPG. I mean, let's just talk a little bit about MPG as a whole. You guys have a lot of big-name drivers. Obviously, Braden Eves in Senior and X30 race as well. We saw him get back in the seat this week and last week at Pittsburgh U as well, and Austin Olds and Junior. How does it feel to have all these guys doing really good?
I mean, it's going well, pretty pretty all right for myself, I would say. But Braden is very fast. I'm hoping that with the setup changes that I made, that I'm just more comfortable. When I'm comfortable, my pace is always better. So big momentum after yesterday, so I'm happy so far, and we're just going to keep digging.
Sounds good, Chase. Best of luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, there you go from Chase Jones, the master of reactions from last night's interview. Here's a look at what happened to Finnegan Bailiff and the aftermath of that heavily damaged TKG Green and White Kart Republic. You can see how bad the carnage was for poor Finn, who started roughly around the early to mid-teens. He had a good run in heat number 1 to try and get forward, but this one he'll have to suffer a 27th place result, and that's again a big detriment, especially for everyone in KE Senior that are just trying to stay above wherever that cut line will be of who will transfer to the main. So he's got work to do. We've got the track to clean up before we roll with the next heat race, and leading us off, it'll be that black and red Millwright Racing X-Prix of Brandon Lemke when we come back for more. Looking for the perfect vacation spot and a family fun weekend where a race breaks out? Look no further than Karting the Coast. Our 10 race schedule is already well underway, with stops at NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi, where our podium ceremonies are on the beach. We know how to have a good time and put on a good race, and all that we're missing is you. To find out more, visit kartingthecoast.info. And off the grid we roll for the final heat race before the dinner break. It is groups B and D for KA100 senior Brandon Lemke's Millwright Racing X at the lineup and how they'll get set to go green for these two groups that have not yet versed each other quite yet. We saw Weston Workman yesterday unfortunately fade almost instantly backwards on that blue and yellow Timmy Tech comp car. Talked to him right before morning or afternoon warm-ups here this morning, and he said that really they just went with one change. He felt like maybe looking back they should have gone the other way to try and get some good balance into the car, and he was just glued to the racetrack in the front and the rear and went backwards. He felt like maybe he shouldn't have gone back as far as he did. Made one little error that put himself in a bad spot at one point, but beyond that, just how many guys are on their game in this class this weekend. It's as tough as it's ever been. There's so many more contenders in KA Senior than usual. We're used to seeing this have about 8 to 10 solid guys, a pretty okay midfield, and then a few stragglers near the back. That midfield is almost eradicated, and it's like everybody, or nearly everybody, is up to the pace of the leaders, at least on the normal direction. Going this alternate layout looked like we had a much bigger spread on lap times there in Heat 1 or Heat 2 for Groups A and C. Let's see what the other half of the field looks like. Are we going to spread them out? Will we stack them and pack them here? You've got some big names, of course, all through this heat, just like the last. Frankie Mawson we talked to, a backup motor here today. Joe Turney on the CDR Kart Republic. Tried to be aggressive in the first lap of his heat race yesterday, went to the lead, then went backwards and just got beaten up by the rest of the field. Dalton Haynes and Paulie Massimino on row 3. Connor Ferris on Spencer Conrad with row 4. Henry Wheeler to the inside of row 5 alongside Chase Jones. As they cross the loop, get on the power, and we go racing to turn number 1. Lemke leads with Mossman, who will follow easily into second. Workman to third, Haynes to fourth up the hill.
Yeah, what a start there for Dalton Haynes. Weston Workman, didn't really have the help from Joe Turney that he would have wanted. Now he has to go defensive there on Dalton Haynes. He's going to go around the outside there of the bowl corner. Not going to make it stick. A few drivers side by side through the bowl corner there. Haynes now has to stack up. We see one driver really wide there. Henry Wheeler all the way in the dirt now.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler gets shuffled out as they come through the final turn. Look at Chase Jones. His problems further back for one of the Prodigy Racing Marinellos. Looked like a terrible start for one driver who quickly slipped down the leaderboard. Wheeler goes all the way down to the end. He crosses the line back. It looks to be in all the way 27th. And as well, off the racetrack is the 993 of Vance Bowersock. Meanwhile, Frankie Mossman applying pressure to Wisconsin's Brandon Lemke, who will lead us back up the hill here, working to 12 to go at the line. And they're all stacked up single file for the top 7, 8, 9. You can count them. Now we're going to pass. Mossman to the lead in turn number 11.
Frankie Mossman there on the backup motor. It's looking pretty good so far for him. Up to P1. He's gotten around Brandon Lemke now, and Workman, like you said, maybe not the first heat he would have wanted, but he's not really in the kart much anymore, doing more of the Mazda Spec MX-5 stuff there. But he's looking fast here as Dalton Haynes now. What a late lunge there, and turn he's going to fall through. I thought Workman was going to go on the inside there of Lemke, but instead he had to go defensive, and he couldn't make it work. So now Haynes and Turn need a third and fourth, and Workman now has to hold off, I believe, what is Paulie Massimino. What a late lunge for Massimino now to the inside of Workman.
The field swarming the Timmy Tech Comp Car driver. Now he bangs tires with Chase Jones, who lets him in line and then tries to cross him over and gets him as well. Weston Workman getting used and abused right now as they go up the hill, down through turn number 10. He's all the way back to 8th or 9th with more coming. He blocks low as looking on him is that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart and Noah Rosser. That's for position number 8. Headed through turn number 12. Oliver Piatek's involved. Meanwhile, up at the front, look at this. Joe Turney wants to go forward. He'll pick up another. Through the inside on Dalton Haynes. He's to third.
Yeah, late move there for Joe Turney there. I thought we were going to have a bit of contact between Turney and Haynes, but here comes Massimino, yesterday's heartbreak finisher in the KA 100 Senior Shootout. But he's back in the mix here, running 5th and running really strong there on the BJR Lando Norris kart. He's all over the back bumper now of Dalton Haynes through turn 6 now and down the hill towards turn 7 and 8, the double right-hander here. Let's see what Massimino can do. Haynes struggling a little bit for grip, it seems like.
Yeah, Dalton Haynes not too good in the opening few laps. It is a long heat race, though, here with 11 laps to go on the 14 laps for KA seniors on this alternate layout through turn number 11. Turney, Haynes, and Massimino have a big gap now as the battling for 6 kind of opened up. It's Ferris over Chase Jones, then Workman, and they've all kind of lost some touch here with that leading group of 5. So let's see if they make up any more time. That time they were a little better. Weston Workman especially, 49.92, so trying to rebound. Good pass from Adam Brickley, by the way. He's up 4 now, getting around Noah Rosser for the 9th spot. So the blue and yellow Alonso kart of Adam Brickley continues to roll. 9 to go, 4 complete, headed through turn 7 and 8 as we watch Chase Jones follow the black and blue Team Ferris Racing fellow Kart Republic of Connor Ferris.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 4 laps into this race, but Xander, like you mentioned early on, is defensive there from Frankie Mossman. And here goes Massimino now on the Lando Norris car. He's throwing Dalton Haynes. Dalton Haynes going backwards a little bit in the opening couple of laps here, but his car's still coming in here. Paulie Massimino right now looks to be one of the fastest drivers on the grid as it stands. Here comes Joe Turney. He's closed the gap. He has left his teammate and Massimino, and he's now closed the gap to Brandon Lemke there as Massimino goes purple at a 49.8, matching Joe Turney last time by.
Yeah, Massimino was quick. Got a furl black flag for someone in that top 5. Let's go down here trackside for some back and forth intel as Brandon Lemke tries to sweep his heat races. He's got Mossman in front of him. One driver who has swept his heat races is Aiden Levy. He's standing by. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Obviously here, Aiden Levy, you've had a great weekend thus far. We were talking a little bit before the race about the track, very technical, and I come to find out that your grassroots are in indoor karting. You know, how does your background really transfer over here to this track layout?
Well, it's definitely a lot different in indoor karting. You can like drift the kart around and stuff, and you don't lose any speed. But here, it's like you need to be super smooth because there's a lot of grip down, and you can't slide the kart or you'll lose speed. So it's definitely a lot different for me.
Yeah, of course, and obviously, again, at the beginning of the race, a little bit of contact there between you and AJ Myers. Yeah, would you walk me through what happened there?
I mean, I guess I didn't really, I felt a little something, but nothing special. I mean, I thought he came over, and then maybe I came over a little bit, but nothing purposeful, so.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, best of luck on the rest of your heat races, Aiden.
Thank you.
Back to you, Xander.
There you go from Aiden Levy. Another heat race win, and another time, unfortunately, him and AJ Myers find each other on the racetrack. As down the backstretch, you can see Frankie Mossman still leads Lemke's lost second to Turney. Mossman's nose cone front mounting hardware looks like it's broken, so that nose cone flapping around is going to annoy him and potentially mess with his feet down by the pedals. But up the hill, he looks okay for the moment. 7 laps to go. Fast Frankie Mossman leads us into the opening hairpin.
Yeah, fast Frankie Mossman looking pretty fast right now on the CRG go-kart. But the fastest driver, I believe, right now is Joe Turney. His kart is just coming into play right now. That Kart public driver looking strong here, and he has brought Brandon Lemke with him, but Paulie Massimino as well, also flying. The driver that's really struggling, in my opinion, Dalton Haynes, he's losing touch to Paulie Massimino and falling back to the clutches. A little bit of Chase Jones, but right now Chase Jones about a second and a half back, but Haynes, nothing to worry about behind him, but in front of him, the 4 drivers ahead of him are pulling away a little bit.
Down the back straightaway here as Mossman leads, and here he comes. Joe Turney trying to go to the lead. Mossman crowds him tight, and that hold in the outside. Turney cut him a break, and Mossman will hold it. Lemke pulls alongside. Now he backs out, and here comes Massimino. He'll go through Lemke. I think probably a little bit scarred after the wreck in that shootout yesterday to not want to hang on the outside out of the final turn. Haynes gets back up to it, and all through it, Frankie Mossman holds the lead. Just got intel there. A penalty was handed down to Aiden Levy, so he's not as perfect in the points as we thought he was. Still, though, solid overall. Through to 7 and 8. It's now back to 5 as the battling has brought Dalton Haynes back to the mix.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman still your leader, but coming under fire from Joe Turney last time by. Like you said, Xander, Joe Turney, I think, gave him a bit of breathing room there. Could have put him a little bit wide. I think if it was a feature race, we would have seen a different result there. But Mossman now having to go defensive there in the bowl corner. That's going to bring Dalton Haynes right back into the mix. It is a 5-kart train now in KA Senior. And if they keep doing this with 5 to go here, we're going to see more karts in the mix as Joe Turney now late move air. Mossman over under back into turn 1. Fast Frankie Mossman back to P1. Here comes Massimino now into the mix.
Massimino cut Turney a break. He didn't try to shove it through and force any contact. Now they're stacked and packed here, single file, bumper to bumper. Frankie Mossman doing everything he can to command this race and stay in the lead. Turney still challenging as they go over to turn 7 with Massimino now hot on his heels. And behind the leading group of 5, coming back into the frame slowly is Weston Workman. He's gotten back to 6th. He's a second and a quarter away as they rocket down the back straightaway.
Yeah, fast Frankie Mossman still leading this group here, but he is going fully defensive now into the bowl corner there. Joe Turney all over his bumper, trying to figure out a way to get around the CRG driver. Massimino as well, looking to get around Turney. Everyone turning their heads around, trying to figure out how close this field is. It's tight, guys. The Timmy Tech Comp Car, like you said, there he is back in the mix. Turney late lunge into turn 1. He's going to make it stick this time around. And Mossman now, I thought he was going to go back on the inside. Can't make it work here. Joe Turney, your leader.
Yeah, so Mossman now back to 2nd. Turney covered off turn 2, learned his lesson from earlier. Throw it in, don't let Frankie hang on the outside, and don't give him a shot to get back around you because he wants to lead. But now JT gets himself in the best spot, and could it be a sweep of the afternoon sessions that he's involved in for Joe Turney? He's got a good opportunity to do it. Heat 2 winner in X30, and now down the backstretch, 3.5 laps away from a Heat 2 win in KA Senior. Much better result than where he was in that opening heat race, with Mossman and Massimino still right there, headed through 12 and 13, and now back up the hill to 14. It'll be 3 laps to go at the line. Mossman still close on Joe Turney.
Wow, I thought Mossman actually had a decent run there into the final corner. I expected a move there from Mossman here, but he's still close. Exiting 1, Turney has to go slightly defensive here. That's going to give Mossman a pretty good run now, climbing the hill towards turns 5, I believe here. Mossman all over the Kart public driver's bumper right now through 6 and 7 now, and they're going to go down the hill towards the double right-hander turn 8 and 9. Massimino now has closed the gap to Frankie Mossman here as they exit the double right-handers and climbing the hill now to what would have been turn 3 and down the back straightaway. Let's see if Mossman has a run on JT. I think he does. Exiting with 3 to go here. Mossman turn, he goes middle of the racetrack. Mossman follows. Here comes Paulie Massimino as well.
Through the bowl, Joe Turney still the leader. Over to 12 and 13. We'll pick him through there. Coming up the hill towards turn 14. Nobody close enough to battle there. Joe Turney, 2 to go. This time by Frankie Mossman under fire. Big contact in turn number 1. Mossman and Massimino come together. And now Mossman's going to fall back. Massimino trying to get back going with a heavily damaged left front tie rod as they go to the final lap. Next time by, this is all changed. It's Turney, Lemke, Haynes, Workman, Frankie Mossman tried to keep it tight. Massimino tried a late lunge, and they collide. So now as they go up the hill, it is a 5-car gap for Joe Turney through turn number 10.
Yeah, and look who's joined the mix here. Hayden Jones out of nowhere up in a P5. Opportunistic from Hayden Jones. He's kind of been the beneficiary of a few incidences this race, but he's up now, I believe, 7 spots from where he started. So Hayden Jones, what a run for the TKG Car Public driver who hasn't really had the weekend we would have expected for him so far. Here comes Dalton Haynes now having to go defensive on the Timmy Tech Comp Car driver, Weston Workman. Workman on the comeback drive. He's back in a P3, Xander.
Weston Workman through to 3rd. Dalton Haynes back to 4th. They've got at least a nice cushion out back. This has been a good recovery from Weston Workman, who absolutely got used up in the opening couple of laps and faded all the way as low as 9th. He's back to 3rd, pulling away, and now Hayden Jones is closing up to Dalton Haynes here through turn 7 and 8 as they go up the hill. I don't know if something's wrong for Haynes. He was really slow there. Down the backstretch for the final time. Haynes will need a block heavy as Lemke follows Turney through. Dalton Haynes trying to fend off Hayden Jones. Lemke just going to be about a lap too late. Out of 12, up the hill, turn 13, turn 14. Joe Turney is going to sweep both of his afternoon heat races. He'll win heat 2, B and D in KA Senior over Lemke, Workman, and Haynes did fall all the way back to 7th with a major mechanical issue in the final couple laps as Jones picks up a net gain of 8. Same for Adam Brickley.
Yeah, a good run for Adam Brickley as well there. Like you said, Hayden Jones and Brickley, a pair of eighth position gains there for them. Frankie Mossman, maybe not what he would have wanted, obviously, with the contact there with Massimino. Hopefully we can get a word with them after this race. And Haynes, we'd love to talk with him because, like you mentioned, Xander, with about a half a lap to go, seems to be struck with a mechanical issue there.
Yeah, he absolutely disappeared. Paulie Massimino as well was able to get back going all the way down in 15th. A horrific 24 hours continue, unfortunately, for Paulie with that major contact battling with Frankie Mossman here. So now he'll have a little more work to do to try and get back forward and some damage to be fixed on that BJR MDR LN card. As we climb the hill, head on in. That'll conclude the on-track coverage for the first half. We've got our lunch break now. We'll come back with the 3rd round of heats here in a little bit. In the meantime, we do have post-race interviews that'll be coming when the KA Seniors roll through the scale line. So we'll take this break, come back with more, and then take a longer one before the 3rd round of heats get underway. And based on our timetable for Saturday, our 3rd round of heats will kick off at approximately 4:30 p.m. Eastern. That's about 45 minutes from now. Lots to take away from after that final heat for the KA100 seniors with groups B and D. Paulie Massimino and Frankie Mossman colliding. Dalton Haynes having mechanical issues, but one driver who did have a good heat race was Hayden Jones after what was a qualify that's kind of kept him out of the radar and out of the spotlight for many. He cracks the top 5 with a good charge forward on the TKG Kart Republic. Caleb?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Obviously, Hayden has not been the weekend that you would have wanted, but obviously focusing on this last heat. You had a great drive. I believe you started 16th, you told me before the race, and you finished 4th. How was that drive?
You know, I just knew we were fast from warm-up. I was following Aiden the whole warm-up, so I knew we had pace, and he won the heat right before me, so I was thinking I was pretty good. So then I just went in and, you know, put some fast laps down, and I was like, well, I just can pass a bunch of people, so I did. I think Paulie and Frankie wrecked towards the end, so I just took advantage of that.
Sounds good, and obviously, yeah, you were one of the beneficiaries of Paulie and Frankie crashing that race, and obviously you've been clawing back all weekend. You know, how much more has that motivated you to try to get those points and bring you back to the front of this field?
Well, K's going pretty good. X30 not so much, but, you know, we're just trying to do the best we can, and hopefully I'm there for the shootout tonight.
Yeah, and obviously you can't count yourself out yet. You could win the sponsorship choice and stuff like that. So obviously a lot to look forward to. Obviously a little bit about X30. How are you feeling going into that as well?
What was that? Sorry,
You're good. You're good. Obviously, like I was saying, hasn't been the weekend you would have wanted an X30, but you can still win the sponsorship choice if you were to get in there. Obviously, if you were to make it into the race, you know, how much more would that bring you up to motivate you to try to? I mean, you're saying the pace is there, so how much more would that bring you forward this weekend?
Hopefully $5,000 happier.
Sounds good. There you have it from Hayden Jones. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Caleb. That'll wrap our early afternoon coverage. We'll be back at half past top of the hour here in about 35 minutes, 4:30 p.m. Eastern, 1:30 p.m. Pacific. The final round of heat races will kick off here live from Trackhouse Motorplex.
All right, welcome back here live from Trackhouse Motorplex here for the IAME Grand Nationals. We're getting ready to go underway for the third round of heats here for the Micro Swift category. It's going to be Parker Ives on pole position, Cade Wolf on his outside. It's going to be Colton Schneegerberg and others there leading into the green as well. I believe Maxwell Macha is going to be rolling off in P4 and Zane Bridger P5. Those two, the Sody Kart teammates, coming together in the morning heat there, heat 2. So they're looking to have a bounce back race for them. But, back up front, like I was saying with Ives and Cade Wolf, they've been the class of the field along with the energy kart driver of Colton Schneegerberg. Those three drivers have really been kind of the stellar drivers here this weekend so far, and I expect more of the same here, Caleb.
Yeah, of course. Parker Ives was able to take the win yesterday in the Fast 5 shootout, like we said earlier today, Alex, and more of the same for Parker Ives as Cade Wolf has been challenging him early on, as well as Colton Schneegerberg. All these kids have been super fast, and Maxwell Macha has not had the weekend that he would have hoped for after an early crash yesterday in heat number 1 and heat number 2. Seems like he couldn't do too much, but now we're about to start our third heat for these young guys, and definitely going to be something to see. Obviously, Parker Ives is going to be super quick as well, so something to watch here today, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, Ives will be really, really quick here. Cade Wolf, your pole sitter after getting pole position yesterday in qualifying. So for all three heats, he is your pole sitter. Outside of him, Parker Ives, Schneegerberg, and Zane Burgess on row 2. Then it'll be Maxwell Macho, Zane Burgess, and Lawrence Perriman there on row 3. Lawrence Perriman on the BJR Atlanta Norris car. He's been really, really quick all weekend long. Maybe hasn't had the heat races he would have wanted, but Lawrence Perriman has been one of the drivers to watch. Gavin Decay and Dana Ramirez there on row 4. Parker Stewart and Liam Sutton. Sutton didn't have the second heat he would have wanted there after getting spun around, at the end of that race. But here we go in the tram lines. Cade Wolf giving Schneegerberg the signal to slow down a little bit. They're on the accelerator pretty early, and as expected there, we're going to go yellow. We're not going to go green this time around. They were on the gas way before the start-finish line there, Caleb.
Yeah, of course, and we saw it happen earlier on, obviously, with Aiden Levy and A.J. Myers earlier on, and in that K100 race, they were on the gas a little bit too early as well. Obviously, it's very different because they're getting the full straight when it comes to the race starts. But obviously during the race, they cut that straight off to provide a lot of action in a tight hairpin that is turn number 1, Alex.
Yeah, nerves can be a part of it for sure. Especially with the third heat here. This is the last opportunity for drivers to make amends for any, poor heat races in yesterday and today, or even if they had a good first or second heat race, it's still good to have good points going into the pre-final tomorrow, because obviously it's a combination of all three heat races, how you line up for tomorrow's pre-final race. So drivers, some you'll see try to keep it clean, and some you'll see maybe make some aggressive moves to make amends for poor finishes, the likes of maybe Maxwell Macha and Zane Burgess, who didn't have good results in the heat 2 earlier this morning. You're going to see them maybe make some aggressive moves on the drivers ahead of them who don't really need to be as aggressive, because Cade Wolf, Schneegerberg, and Ives have been really consistent in the first 2 heat races. But here we go. They're much slower this time around through the tram lanes. Your leader, Cade Wolf, on the comp cart. They're going to get the green flag in the air this time around, side by side through turn 1. Ives pinches them down here, but gets a bit of a bump there from Schneegerberg. Colton Schneegerberg now has found himself into P2 there. Maxwell Macho slots in the P4. Zane Burgess, P5. A much cleaner start for those Sody Kart drivers there. As we see, a little bit of side-to-side contact between Gavin Decay and Lawrence Perriman. Gavin Decay makes up a spot. Now he's up into P6.
Yeah, of course, and a much better start in this heat race for Maxwell Macha. Works his way up in a P number 4 at the moment. And Cade Wolf, what a start by him, keeping that pole position. And Parker Ives on a move down the inside on Colton Schneegerberg. Move Parker Ives to P2. And the battle keeps going as one of the Sodys tries to stick his nose down the inside on Colton Schneegerberg, but cannot get it done. That's the 33, I believe, of Maxwell Macha. And right behind him, his teammate Zane Burgess in that 55 Sody Kart as well, Alex.
Yeah, like I was saying with Macha and Burgess before the race started, I expect to see some aggressive moves from those two drivers who didn't have the heat 2 to remember, obviously with Maxwell Macha being spun around on the opening lap there. So look at that, Schneegerberg going a little bit wide there in the exit of turn 9. Looking back, he sees Maxwell Macha's all over his bumper. Let's see if he gets a run down towards the bowl corner of turn 11 here. Parker Ives all over Cade Wolf's bumper. He's going to push him through the corner here. They've already created a bit of separation between the third place driver, Colton Schneegerberg, but obviously with only a lap and a half in, a lot could still happen.
Yeah, of course, and Colton Schneegerberg, he had a good start, but here at the moment, it seems like he's struggling a little bit with his tires at the moment. He's going a little bit wide in some of these other corners, so now I'm wondering if he's having a little bit of issues trying to warm up his tires. Seems like he's got a hand on it here at the moment, as now he's going to set his sights on Parker Ives, who is up ahead of him, and Cade Wolf as well. So Cade Wolf still in the lead of this race, but Parker Ives all over that rear bumper of Cade Wolf, as it stands, and Parker Ives peeking his nose a little bit, trying to get a move done, but Cade Wolf so composed in that comp cart, Alex.
Yeah, you see Cade Wolf and Parker Ives have a little bit of a wider line through some of these corners than the likes of Schneegerberg. I saw it in the morning heat 2 there. Schneegerberg turns a little bit sooner. Here we go. Parker Ives, good run down towards turn 11 in the bowl corner here. Parker Ives, he's through to the lead. Cade Wolf gives him no trouble at all because he knows that they start racing, the likes of Schneegerberg and others will be in the mix, and they are right there anyways. Parker Ives, your new leader. Cade Wolf second, but Colton Schneegerberg hot on their tail. I expect a really, really good lap here from Colton Schneegerberg. He might go purple with how fast he's been on this lap here.
Yeah, Colton Schneegerberg seems like he has that energy cart figured out here at the moment, and now he's starting to close up that gap to Cade Wolf as it stands, but he has two very fast charging Sodi carts right behind him. That is Maxwell Macha and Zane Burgess, who was purple last time by with the 53 flat, and Zane Burgess. Yeah, and we're going to start to wonder here if at what point is he going to try to get around his teammate of Maxwell Macha, and it seems like Parker Ives had a good couple of corners, and Cade Wolf with a little mistake there, losing a little bit of time to Parker Ives ahead, and now Colton Schneegerberg is going to be breathing down Cade Wolf's neck here at the moment.
Yeah, good run through turn 10 there for Colton Schneegerberg. Down the back straightaway towards turn 11 here. Nothing to it there for Schneegerberg. Cade Wolf has closed the gap now to Parker Ives thanks to the draft there. It's a 5-cart breakaway out front here from Micro Swift, kind of what we've seen all weekend long with these 5 drivers being the class of the field. They have about a 2-second advantage over the driver in 6th position there of Gavin DeKay. Lawrence Perriman as well. He's back there. His pace not as quick as we would have expected there from what we've seen in earlier races yesterday and today, but Lawrence Perriman still in the mix there. Not a lot of moving around here for position. You know, Parker Ives up 1, but everybody else is hold station so far here with 9 to go.
Yeah, of course, and Lawrence Perriman has been up there all weekend, but it seems like at the moment he's struggling as he is lacking a second behind the lap times of Cade Wolf at the moment, who is in 2nd place, trying to catch right back up to Parker Ives and Colton Schneegerberg. It's a 5-cart battle here early on in this race with 9 to go. These guys are keeping it clean here thus far, as we are used to seeing with these guys. They have a lot of respect for each other. Like I was saying a little bit yesterday, Alex, these guys have raced each other a whole lot this year, and I mean, it's showing. These guys know how they race each other at this point on in the year, and they're showing the respect out here.
Yeah, Colton Schneegerberg now, you got a really good run through 13 and 14. I thought we were going to see a move there for the Energy Cart driver, but nothing to it for Colton Schneegerberg so far. He's holding patient behind Cade Wolf, but for how much longer can Schneegerberg afford to be behind Cade Wolf without Maxwell Macha trying to take advantage of that? Because Macha and Burgess, like I was saying, is here we go. Schneegerberg, I thought we were going to see a move to the inside there of Cade Wolf. Cade Wolf shuts the door on him, but like I was saying with Macha and Zane Burgess, both of them had a rough second heat, so we're going to see them be aggressive here in this race to make amends for some points lost in the second heat here. But right now it's still Ives, your leader, Cade Wolf second, Schneegerberg in third. Got a decent run down the back straightaway. Not going to be enough into turn 11 this time by. Macha and Burgess are still right in the mix, though.
Yeah, of course. And through one of those corners, I mean, I'm seeing a little bit of a line difference in between Colton Schneegerberg and Cade Wolf. Seems like Cade Wolf really sends it in really deep in one of those corners, and it seems like he's trying to stick the nose into Cade Wolf, but it seems like Colton Schneegerberg just a little bit later on the brakes as he goes down the inside on Cade Wolf, moved the kid from Dallas, Texas up to P2, and now he has his sights set on Parker Ives. Colton Schneegerberg, what a move by him to get ahead of the comp cart driver of Cade Wolf, and now Colton Schneegerberg, there you have it. He's now going to start to chase down Parker Ives with 7 laps to go.
Yeah, Colton Schneegerberg, he was planning that move for the past couple of laps. Like you said, Caleb, there is a bit of a line difference between Schneegerberg and the rest of the top 5 here. He's been doing it all weekend long, especially in this morning's heat race. We saw it when we were announcing this earlier on. Schneegerberg turns in a little bit earlier than most of these drivers, and yeah, there's gonna be a lot of grip for him with the different layout, but it does eat at your front tires quite a bit when you do that. Not as much here in the Micro Swift category, but still it does burn your front tires a little bit more than it would if you ran a wider line like you see everybody else running. But it's so far working in Colton Schneegerberg's benefit right now as he has closed the gap tremendously to Parker Ives. Ives goes a little bit wide exiting turn 1 and through turn 2. Now it is back bumper to bumper, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kart train here, Schneegenberg. This is the corner that we see him turn in really early. As you see again, turns in early. It makes you think he's gonna go for a move, but that's really just his normal line here. Now going downhill towards the turn 7 and 8, double right-hander. Turns in early again, but there's a lot of grip down there, and you see him closing towards the bumper with the number 48, Parker Ives, up towards what would have been turn 3 in yesterday's layout, down the hill towards the turn 11 banked corner. He's got to run. Does Schneegenberg make a move? He does. Inside, he's through. Colton Schneegenberg to the lead. Parker Ives makes it not difficult at all for him.
Yeah, of course, and the kid from Dallas, Texas, once again, Colton Schneegenberg, making moves on the guys behind him, on his competitors. He made a move early on Cade Wolf, and now he has Parker Ives right behind him. Obviously, we've seen the quality that Parker Ives has. He was obviously our big winner yesterday. Now Parker Ives is going to want to get Colton Schneegenberg back. Last time by, Colton Schneegenberg was the fastest man on track with the 52.891. Colton Schneegenberg, he seems so confident through this corner right here. A much different line than what everybody is seeing, and now Parker Ives. Oh, seems like Colton Schneegenberg went a little bit wide, and he's off. Unfortunate from the kid from Dallas, Texas, but he was able to keep his energy card up in P2, but Parker Ives was the beneficiary there. I mean, we've seen the quality of Parker Ives, and whenever, if anybody really makes mistakes like that, Parker Ives is one to not really leave anything on the table for anybody else, and he's obviously going to take it away from them. Now, Colton Schneegenberg has to keep his head down. The young gun has to keep his head down and try to catch right back up to Parker Ives.
Yeah, Parker Ives capitalizes on the mistake there from Colton Schneegenberg. Like we were mentioning with the line difference there, he turns in earlier and makes hit the middle of the corner pretty wide for him. He just got a little bit of the curbing there, and it held his cart out there. And now Macha has found himself in a P3. Cade Wolf, wow, I thought he was going to send one there in the turn 2. Can't make it work. So now Cade Wolf has lost a bit of ground to the Sodi Kart driver of Maxwell Macha, who's looking to make amends here for his poor heat 2. He's having a pretty good run so far. Has the Sodi Kart driver. He's now caught up to the bumper of Colton Schneegenberg, who may still be feeling the dirt on his tires from when he went off last lap. I'm sure it's all off now, but you see Parker Ives look back. He sees he has a bit of a gap now to Colton Schneegenberg, but here comes Maxwell Macha all the way to the bumper now of Schneegenberg. He's not going to make a move here. Macha's going to push Colton all the way up to the front here and catch back up to Parker Ives, but Schneegenberg goes wide there in turn 11. Macha might be looking to get around him soon here.
Yeah, 4 to go. None of these guys can really afford another mistake here in this race. And now Maxwell Macha chasing down Colton Schneegenberg. But if I was Maxwell Macha here at the moment, I would really try to push Colton Schneegenberg up to try to catch right back up to Parker Ives. And Cade Wolf is coming as well. Cade Wolf is going to want to look for a move here on Maxwell Macha, and it might be time to go for him here. Obviously, being a lower speed class, these guys have to start pushing each other. The draft does not have a really big impact on these guys, as we see a little bit of a line change there by Colton Schneegenberg. Seems like he realized that he went a little bit wide on the exit, if I believe, if I'm not mistaken here, Alex. I think that was turn number 5 and yeah, it seems like Colton Schneegenberg changed up his line there a little bit, Alex.
Yeah, Schneegenberg doing a little bit of a wider line there, maybe just a line adjustment there, maybe, or just, he's trying something new, and maybe we'll see if he likes it or not. But so far, the first time I've seen Schneegenberg run a wider line there into turn 5 and 6. Could be a strategy, call there too. Maybe inviting the door open there for Macha, but Macha didn't take it right now. Maxwell content so far with 2.5 laps to go to push Schneegenberg to the front here. Should be 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go here for Parker Ives. Schneegenberg has closed the gap. Last time by 1.5 tenths faster than your leader. Macha as well was also faster. Every driver in the top 5 besides Zanes Burgess was quicker than your leader. And Parker Ives, not the exit he would have wanted out of turn 4 and through the double right of turn 5 and 6. Now here comes Colton Schneegenberg. He's left Maxwell Macha just a little bit here, and now through to turn 7 and 8, the double right-handers, and climbing the hill towards 9 and 10. Parker Ives looks over his shoulder, sees that he has a decent enough gap right now. The draft will not play a factor on this lap at least. Let's see if Schneegenberg can put together a decent lap on this 1.5 to go here. And I thought Cade Wolf would make a move to Maxwell Macha. Couldn't make it work, though.
Yeah, and Maxwell Macha has given the signal to Cade Wolf, saying, push me, let's work our way up and try to work together to catch up to Colton Schneegenberg. But I think at the moment, Colton Schneegenberg still has his sights set on Parker Ives, but he can't do it alone. Maxwell Macha is going to have to give him a little push here to try to catch back up. The white flag is out. We are heading into the final lap, and as it stands, Parker Ives is still your leader. Colton Schneegenberg in second here at the moment, still chasing down Parker Ives. Maxwell Macha right behind him in the Sodi Kart. Colton Schneegenberg behind Macha, and behind both of them is Zane Burgess, who has also been picking up the pace and has been quick as well here in this race. Coming into the last couple of corners here, Alex, half a lap to go. Maxwell Macha at the moment is not close enough on Schneegenberg to make a move, but I could be wrong. We may see a move here by Cade Wolf coming into turn number 4, our bull turn, as we are used to, and Cade Wolf is going to stick that nose on the inside. Can he get it done? Maxwell Macha closes the door on Cade Wolf, and Cade Wolf cannot make up another spot.
Yeah, Macha, good defense there from the Kart driver of Cade Wolf. It's not going to be enough. It's going to be a drag race to turn 14 or inside. Cade Wolf, he's through Maxwell Macha, and as they cross the line, Parker Ives, your winner in Heat 3 for Micro Swift, and a drag race to the line there, and Maxwell Macha, I believe, no, Cade Wolf did. Cade Wolf crossed the line ahead of Maxwell Macha. Our timing scoring hasn't updated yet. Now it did. Cade Wolf to P3, but what a run for Parker Ives. A dominating performance there, really. Just consistently a few hundredth faster a lap than Colton Schneekenberg gets it done. Parker Ives, what a run for him. Schneekenberg in second. Cade Wolf, you know, not really the race he would have wanted considering he started on pole position, but a P3 finish, he'll take that for sure. Maxwell Macha, much better result for him than in Heat 2 when he was spun around in the first corner. Zane Burgess, P5. Gavin Decay, a solid run at P6. Tanner Barsh up 2 positions to finish 7th. William Roberts and Lawrence Perriman in P8, P9, and Daniel Ramirez is going to round out your top 10 here for the Micro Swift class. When we come back, we're going to get ready to go racing here for the 3rd heat for IAME Heavy. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the IAME Grand Nationals. My name is Caleb Viesca. Alongside me here in the booth is the man himself, Alexander Searle. We are here at Trackhouse Motorplex, getting ready to getting ready for the IAME Heavy race to start. And for this weekend in the IAME Heavy class, Alex, it has been all Dusty Davis, obviously as well. There have been other guys, obviously, trying to take away the trying to take away the lead here from Dusty Davis, but Dusty Davis has been almost perfect all weekend long here, Alex.
Yeah, Dusty Davis has really, it's almost been a clean sweep for him, besides the qualifying session, which didn't really go his way, I'd say, just because he didn't have a draft. But Dusty Davis has been really, really quick all weekend long. So far, a clean sweep on the 1st and 2nd heat races. Looking for more of the same here in the 3rd heat race. But your pole sitter, Billy Workman, he's been quick. I mean, the first heat, he kept Dusty Davis honest there on the full layout here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Yep. On the shortened layout, it was all Dusty Davis in that first heat this morning. He was about 4/10 a lot faster than anybody else on the grid. We'll see if anybody can challenge him this time around. It's going to be Workman and Martin Stone, your front row there, followed by Dusty Davis and Ryan Kasner. Then it's going to be John Bonanno, and then I believe it's going to be Paul Montopoli there in P6. And then further on back, it's going to be Tim Maris, in P6, the RPM teammate of Dusty Davis and Martin Stone. So it's a Ryan Perry Motorsports 2, 3, and 6. So solid showing for them in the IAME Heavy class. Then it's going to be Paul Montopoli and Byron Daly rounding out your IAME Heavy class here as they're getting ready to go around the final corner here. Billy Workman and Martin Stone on the front row. 2 of the quickest drivers we've seen all weekend long, but Dusty Davis, the man of the hour, really, for the IAME Heavy class so far here as they're in the tram line, slow and steady here. They're going to have 15 laps to decide this one here, 14 laps, sorry. Here we go, green flag in the air. What a start from Martin Stoner on the outside. Ooh. Whoa! John Bonanno and Dusty Davis come together a little bit. Good save, though, for the Kart driver. But that's going to have Dusty Davis lose a spot now to Ryan Kasner, who's up in a P3. But here comes Dusty Davis to the inside. Kasner points him by. He figures there's no reason to really put up a battle there to the guy who's been really quick all weekend long.
Yeah, of course. And it's either that or maybe, if I'm not mistaken here, Not too sure, but I think that Maranello driver may have let Dusty Davis through just because of the contact. I don't know if the Maranello driver was what who caused it, but I think Dusty Davis now has work to do to try to get ahead of Billy Workman and Martin Stone here. Yeah, that number 2 car, that's Ryan Kasner there in the Maranello, and right behind them is Tim Mayer. Tim Mayer and Ryan Kasner, I believe, I'm not mistaken here, Alex. I believe both of those got together in heat number 2 here earlier on in the day, but now Dusty Davis has his sights set on Martin Stone and Billy Workman as Dusty Davis tries to track him down.
Yeah, Workman there we saw have a really early entry into the turn 7 and 8 double right-handers. It cost him a little bit on the exit here, and now we're going to see Martin Stone go for a move here, and his teammate Dusty Davis going to follow him through. So now Martin Stone to the lead, Dusty Davis and Billy Workman side by side. Workman's going to have the inside now for the hairpin here. Whoa, side by side, but Dusty Davis, wow, where did he find the grip around the outside there of turns 12? Dusty Davis on the RPM OTK. He's up in a P2 already.
Dusty Davis, the magician, gets it done around the outside, and now he has a sight set on his teammate of Martin Stone. Martin Stone was the fastest man on track last time by with the 51.479, and Dusty Davis right behind him with the 51.7. Dusty Davis has a sight set on his RPM teammate, Martin Stone, and Billy Workman now has a lot of work to do to try to catch right back up to the veteran of Dusty Davis.
I got to say, if we can get a little zoom in here on Dusty Davis's rear bumper there, it is 90 degrees in the air, so his right rear tire is pretty much exposed. Just use a bit of cosmetic damage. Not going to cost him any lap time there, but his bumper is flying, is pretty high in the air there, but it's going to be all right there for Dusty Davis. Just hope he has no other contact with any other drivers here, because now there's nothing protecting that right rear tire. I got to give a quick shout out to Ryan Kasner, though. This has been the quickest we've seen him all weekend on the Maranello chassis. He's been really quick all year long at every race he's been to in every class he's been in, whether it's KA or 206 when we've announced a few times. So Kasner's been really quick, but so far not the weekend he would have wanted up to this point, but it's been a pretty good showing here for the third heat. But Dusty Davis now is caught up to the rear bumper of his teammate Martin Stone, and I suspect a move to be made here anytime soon, Caleb.
Yeah, of course, Alex, but now I'm wondering here if that rear bumper is starting to wear that right rear tire of Dusty Davis, because if that right side of the rear bumper, and here we have Dusty Davis down the inside on Martin Stone, move Dusty Davis up to P1, but now, like I was saying, I'm wondering if that bumper is starting to wear that right tire of Dusty Davis, as it could be scraping. But Alex, we can't fail to mention, looking here to the horizon, I'm seeing a lot of dark clouds looming far away here from Trackhouse Motorplex, so we could be expecting some rain here. Obviously, we were saying before there's nothing on the radar, but obviously anything can change in a matter of time here, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, obviously myself being a Florida native, anytime I see a dark cloud, I suspect rain, and here in Mooresville, it's more of the same here. I've been around this racetrack a few times in my past, and it does tend to rain here quite a bit. Looking to my left, it is the clouds are dark. My radar does say that it's actually really supposed to rain anytime soon now, so let's see if these KA Masters guys can push the rain away just a little bit, or at least until their race is done, because I'm sure that'll make things pretty interesting on the slick tires there. But for us in the commentators booth, it'll make things pretty exciting.
Yeah, of course. For us, would be much exciting, but I'm pretty sure for the drivers, it's going to make this weekend a lot more stressful, as there is a lot of money on the line. But now Martin Stone chasing down his teammate of Dusty Davis. Dusty Davis is the fastest man on track. He went fastest last time by with the 50.674. Martin Stone right behind him as well. At the moment, 4/10 off of Dusty Davis's best lap. That gap is now at half a second. Dusty Davis extends his lead here in this race. Billy Workman trying to work his way right back up to the rear bumper of Martin Stone. And obviously, like you said, we can't fail to mention that Maranello of Ryan Kasner. It seems like they really went back to the drawing board and kind of figured out what they were missing, because it seems like he is right on the pace here at the moment.
Yeah, right on the pace, and everybody but Dusty Davis is deja vu from the heat this morning there. Dusty Davis putting 4/10 on the field like we saw in the first heat there. And look at the background there. I mean, how dark those clouds are. It looks like we're going night racing with how dark it is around this racetrack right now. The wind has picked up. It has cooled down just a little bit already. So I think the rain is coming anytime soon. I don't want to say it, without knowing for sure, but my radar says there's rain anytime now. And like we were talking about there, Dusty Davis, though, 50.6 once again. Purple lap time, only 2/10 faster now on the field. So the field maybe has caught up a little bit to Dusty Davis's pace here, especially with like Martin Stone, for example, right? His RPM teammate, he has the same data and setup as Dusty Davis, or at least the availability of it, right?
Yeah,
so
of course.
driving style could make a bit of a difference here, but I'm sure Martin Stone has learned quite a bit from the driver at first.
Yeah, of course. And if I'm not mistaken here, Alex, I did see Dusty Davis working out of his garage all by himself. I think he has one mechanic. And you heard Dusty Davis talk about it earlier. Karting is the purest form of motorsports. You don't have engineers. You don't have crew chiefs and stuff like that. And Dusty Davis is really showing that. It all comes down to driver and kart. And Martin Stone, I believe today he is under the 10 of Ryan Perry with that Ryan Perry Motorsports suit. But right behind them, Billy Workman obviously trying to work his way right back up to the rear bumper of Martin Stone. It seems like Billy Workman is starting to close down that gap ahead of Martin Stone. Their lap times almost identical last time by, and we can't fail to mention John Bonanno. We've obviously seen him up at the front fighting for the lead at this race at some point this weekend, and now it seems like he hasn't found the pace yet in this race as track conditions. The track is going to start to cool down, obviously, with the weather starting to cool down. Obviously, it feels better for the drivers, but when it comes to rain, obviously something you don't want to see if you're a driver.
Yeah, I mean, mentioning John Bonanno, like you said, I don't know how much of a pace decrease he would have felt after the contact there that he had with Dusty Davis. You know, could have maybe affected his front end a little bit there with, you know, how finicky the karts could be sometimes with contact. So Bonanno not having the third heat that he would have wanted here, but Ryan Kasner right now looks to be really, really strong. One of the fastest drivers on track as it stands. All over the bumper now, Billy Workman, who's all over the bumper of Martin Stone. It's a three-way battle for second as the wind really starts to pick up here. Where, you know, the tarp around us here is starting to flail a little bit like a flag. So the wind is starting to pick up here. The clouds are looming all over the entirety of the racetrack now. But here we go, back on track. Martin Stone still in P2, carrying Billy Workman and Ryan Kasner on the racetrack right now. A bit of breathing room Martin Stone has developed for himself here, but with the draft now, Workman up on the wheel. Could we see a move into 4? Late move for Workman. Going to give him the side pod there, and what a move for Billy Workman up into P2 now. Wow, out of nowhere.
Yeah, what a move there by Billy Workman. We've obviously seen him. He's been quick all weekend. He did start on the pole. Him and Martin Stone have been going at it all weekend long, and they continue to do so here in heat number 3 as Martin Stone loses the spot to Billy Workman. Billy Workman now trying to work his way up, and welcome to the party, Ryan Kasner. Ryan Kasner has now worked his way up to the rear bumper of Martin Stone. It's going to be a 3-way battle all the way to the line with 5 to go. 3 karts in it, a Maranello, an RPM, and you can't fail to mention Billy Workman, who has been quick all weekend.
Yeah, Billy Workman now has developed a bit of a gap now to Martin Stone, so his tires have seemingly come into play now. He's pulled away from Martin Stone. The draft will not play a factor on the back straightaway this time by. Billy Workman can do the normal racing lane, doesn't have to defend now. Martin Stone is losing track of the guy in second and actually falling to the clutches of the Maranello driver, the number 2 plate holder of Ryan Kasner, who's all over the back of Martin Stone now. The Maranello driver has seemingly found pace in that go-kart that we haven't seen from him in the first 2 heats and even qualifying. So here comes Ryan Kasner now. Workman gets the curb there on the exit of turn 1. That's going to hinder his progress as Byron Daly there was running in 9th. He's going to fall. Oh, he's going to stay in 9th here, but a bit of a spin on the exit of the final corner is going to lose ground now to Connor Hare.
Yeah, obviously, and it seems like not the race that Byron Daly would have wanted, as we have seen him all weekend. He's been super quick all weekend, Alex. Seems like this just has not been his heat race. Obviously, a very hectic start for all these guys as a couple of them got together. Obviously, John Bonanno and Dusty Davis. Didn't affect Dusty Davis too much. Obviously, we saw the damage on his right rear bumper, but seems like he's figured it out. And here the wind begins to pick up. You can't fail to mention as the background gets darker and darker as we go by. Goodness gracious. Then we're going to brace ourselves here. Oh, the tease.
All right. Dusty Davis still leads here as the TV in our announcers booth has kind of flown over here with the wind that has picked up around the racetrack here for Trackhouse Motorplex here in Mooresville, North Carolina. The rain is evidently going to be here any moment now, and red flag is in the air. Red flag is out, and it starts to mist here around Trackhouse Motorplex.
The mist is coming out. Alex, I'm much of a dancer myself, but my favorite dance when it comes to a rain weekend is a rain dance. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that this weekend as the rain and the wind begin to pick up. We are bracing ourselves here in our announcers booth. And yeah, I think we're going to see a whole lot of the rain dance as the red flag is now out. The rain is beginning to start as we're going to go to a quick break here from IAME Grands. Don't go anywhere.
lightning delay. My guess is we're not even supposed to be out here.
I mean, I'd rather be out here and secure our shit, though.
Yeah,
Honestly.
but I don't want to die. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. You said you don't want to run back and get soaked. I think we're going to get soaked if we stay here anyway. At least our legs. It's raining sideways. Yeah. Those poor bastards with that tent. I think it's like ankle down. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it would help to drop it, but we can't do that much.
I feel like we need to fold it up if we really want to be safe. Dropping it, we're just unsecuring the fucking Bro, what the fuck? Where'd this come from? Jesus Christ! What the fuck? Glad to get wet? I hope so. That's what someone said on Discord. Who knew?
This is fun. This is fun.
It's a fucking hurricane.
Dude, they're probably fucked at the base right now. Can you hear anything they're saying?
I was a second ago. I think they just left us off. I just heard someone leave, and I haven't heard anything from them, so I assume it's them.
Yeah, where did this come from? Holy shit, it looks like a hurricane. Oh, shit. Oh,
great.
This bird dog in my pocket is fucked. It's already soaked.
What the fuck? Look at the fucking, look at the ground.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
Hold on.
Dude, the paddock's going to be fucked.
Oh, my God, it's going to be bad.
Shit.
God. Dude, this thing, we're not keeping this thing on the ground if it takes off.
Oh, no, we just have to let go.
Yeah, it's just going to go into the woods. It's gone. Lovely. Woo.
At least this thing's tied to the fence.
It doesn't matter, though.
I know, but it's better than two more water bags.
I guess.
Oh, wow. This is unexpected.
I suddenly went from being very, very hot to kind of cold. I'm kind of chilly out here.
Yeah. Holy shit. I hope Jerry's all right. I can't even see him.
No, they got their shit done, I think.
Yeah?
I saw some... I think a GoPro employee went up there to help him.
Oh, yeah?
I saw a blue shirt up there.
Dude, this is miserable.
Yeah.
Wow.
Welcome to my world.
Fuck. Hope the camera's all right. Are you all right in there?
What the fuck? I hope Rocco's doing okay over there.
He's by himself on that tent, so I don't know.
Well, today just got even more miserable. My feet are soaked. Everything's soaked.
Oh my God.
I hope my tent survives for tomorrow.
Oh, Jesus. It wouldn't be as bad if it wasn't raining right at
Sideways.
us.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And my face is getting soaked, and I'm like 6 inches underneath the tent.
appreciate it. I would have been pretty fucked out here by myself.
If we get out of this with a fine 10, I will be so surprised.
Yeah, honestly.
Holy
shit! What
That's
the
coming for us.
fuck?
Oh shit!
I've never seen that.
Oh my god! Holy shit!
Hold on!
Oh my god! Holy fuck!
Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? I've never seen this.
Oh, it's lifted. Oh fuck! Oh my god! Fuck me, dude.
I've never seen this before. I've been here since this place opened.
Dude, you know what the worst part? They have the cover on the wrong side. Like the back end is open.
Oh, good. Everything is going to be soaked in there.
You know what else? My phone's up there.
Wow, it's waterproof, right?
I would hope.
My earbuds are like as fuck.
Well, I haven't seen any tents fly yet, so.
They're probably just buried in the side of the building. Oh my god.
Rocket, I guess. Oh shit. Oh my.
along with a green flag at 5:55, green flag for K.A. Jr. Obviously, from here to the end of the weekend, from here to the end of the day, it is driver's option, wet or dry. The sun is back out. We'll be going green here shortly.
Alrighty, hello. Well, welcome back to Kart Chaser. My name is Caleb Vieska. We are here at the IAME Grand Nationals. Little weather report. It's a little bit wet. We obviously see the rain tires coming on for most of these drivers in KA100 Junior. Here we have Austin Olds. Wet tires going on. A lot of the rain dance. If we work our way a little bit further down the grid, let's catch up with one of our X30 and KA100 drivers. He got to work trying to clear the water from the track. There he is, the man himself from Brandon Jarsicrack Racing and Mike Doty Racing. Paulie. I think they're going over data or something over here. Mr. Paulie Massimino, you know, track conditions, tell me a little bit about it. How's the track?
Wet.
There you have it. That was Paulie Massimino. I'm Caleb Vieska. Welcome back to the IAME Grand Nationals. This is Caleb Vieska once again, and alongside me here in the booth is the man himself, Alexander Searle. Alex, we braced ourselves there for the rain, and it did come down indeed. Obviously, speaking of Paulie there for a little bit, he gave us his track condition update, and he said it's wet, and wet it is indeed. Obviously, excuse us here for a second as we are trying to get our cameras back up. We are working the best we can with one camera. Alex, talk to me a little bit about your experience in the rain here.
I mean, around this racetrack, it does tend to puddle a little bit around certain parts of the racetrack here. We're actually on the shortened layout. It shouldn't be too bad. I mean, the track already with the sun coming out here, I mean, the track is wet, like Paulie said, you know. I mean,
yeah, of course.
You know, looking at the racetrack right now, it's going to be wet tires for quite some time here. And I mean, I know on the radar it does show that there is a chance that another cell will come through later on this afternoon here. So it may still not be over yet in terms of the weather. But like you said here, still working to get more of our cameras up and running. But right now, our camera girl, Kendall Hedge here, doing a great job to film us all the action off of just one mobile camera here. So getting a pretty cool angle here on the front straightaway with our leader, Mason Walters, on the Lando Norris, Brandon Jarsikrack Racing MDR entry there. And then on the outside, Austin Olds on the MPG go-kart, Isaac Malkowit, Ernesto Rivera, yellow flag in the air. We're going to go around one more time here for KA Jr. We did we lose about, I think they're going to cut 20% of the laps here for each of the remaining heat 3 here. So won't be as long, won't be a 15-lap race. It'll be more like about a 12-lap race for most of these classes here. So bit of a shorter race, but still with the rain, longer lap times. It'll be a net, you know, a few minutes gained here in time. But yeah, the rain's going to put a bit of a wrench in this strategy for most of these drivers here. It's going to make things pretty interesting. Obviously, with the shortened track layout already, you know, these drivers having to learn a new layout, you know, from what they're used to. But again, now with the rain, it's even more learning going to have to be done here on the fly. Nobody expecting, nobody knowing where the grip is going to be here until they enter turn 1 at full speed for the first time this time around here, as they're going much slower than they were last time here in the tram lines now. Mason Walters, Austin Olds, Isaac Malkowit, Ernesto Rivera, Stephen Miller, Carter McMurray, and others here getting ready to get set for the green flag. Green is in the air. Good start there for, I believe, Mason Walters. He's going to hold on to the lead. Austin Olds slides on the P2. Stephen Miller has found himself from 5th to 3rd already, but there's a huge puddle. Oh, and a gaggle of go-karts are spun around there exiting turn 2. A lot of go-karts around. There's a huge puddle exiting the turn 2 chicane there, and it caught a bunch of drivers out. But right now, Mason Walters still your leader. Good start there for the Kart Public driver, Stephen Miller.
Yeah, of course, and obviously excuses with the camera here as we are trying to figure out our setup here at the moment. And I think our girl Kendall is going to go up to the flag stand here. But yes, of course, definitely not the start that we would have wanted to see for some of the front runners here. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken here, I think that's the LN cart here of, I'm not too sure, but Austin Olds still up there at the front, and I think Mason Walters is still holding on to this lead as it stands here at the moment. But like we said, Alex, the water already having something to do here early on. We see the lines as obviously the camera is blurring out here a little bit, but we see the lines. All these young guys are starting to widen up their lines, trying to get all the grip they can on a fast drying track. Obviously here at the moment, we have all the X30 Pro drivers lined up on the fence here at the moment as they are trying to see how this track progresses, see if it dries by the time they come out on track. But here at the moment, K100 Jr. trying to fight with the conditions, as are we.
Yeah, it's already a very technical racetrack here, this Trackhouse Motorplex, but with the shortened track layout here, pretty technical as it stands, but with the rain, adds even more technicality to everything here, as the fast guy on the racetrack right now seems to be, in my opinion, Ernesto Rivera, the man who started P4. He's now on the bumper of the MPG driver of Austin Olds here as they cross line. Ernesto Rivera goes to the inside. He finds a lot of grip there on the bottom of the racetrack. Ernesto Rivera move into P2, but wow, what a crossover move for Austin Olds. Austin Olds finds grip where nobody else does right now. He's back up in the P2, but Ernesto Rivera down the inside, not going to make it work there. This is the difficulty of rain driving, right? I mean, a lot of grip on the outside of the racetrack. If you try to make a move on the inside, you're just going to understeer up into the driver in front of you here. So yeah, Ernesto Rivera right now tried to go on the inside. Austin Olds made it work, but Austin Olds with a great switchback move. He's going to hold on to P2 here. Not even in the same camera frame right now as Mason Walters, your leader, who's putting on a clinic right now of how to drive in the rain.
Yeah, what a drive by Mason Walters. Obviously, when it comes to the rain, some drivers are better than others because obviously it comes down to practice. If you are from the North Carolina area, if this is your home track, you're obviously going to be much better in the rain because it does tend to rain here a lot. As we see one of the RPG drivers trying to track down that MPG Kart of Austin Olds, who still holds on to that second place, but Mason Walters, what an absolute drive by him. Oh, and we see a move down the inside by the RPG driver on Austin Olds, and Austin Olds was caught off guard. Now that RPG driver goes on the defense, and Austin Olds ultimately losing out to a much wetter track on the outside.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera, he did the same move last lap, couldn't make it stick. This time holds on to it, went to the inside. What he's showing us right now, there's a lot of grip on the inside of turn 1, so one of the only corners here that you don't have to do the full rain line there. So Ernesto Rivera doing a good job of learning the racetrack pretty quickly on where the grip is and where you can and cannot pass around this shortened track layout for Trackhouse Motorplex. And Ernesto Rivera is gone already. He has left Austin Olds, and now he has his sights set on the leader, Mason Walters.
Yeah, of course. And obviously Ernesto Rivera now trying to make up time to Mason Walters, as Ernesto Rivera has a sight set on that 816 of Mason Walters in that LN Kart. And now Austin Olds obviously trying to make up time to Ernesto Rivera, but Ernesto Rivera has been super quick. Ernesto Rivera sending it down the inside on Austin Olds a lap before, and now Ernesto Rivera sights set on Mason Walters. What can Ernesto Rivera do here, Alex?
Yeah, right now it looks to me as though Mason Walters still has this race kind of under control, right? I don't want to speak too soon. 10.5 laps to go on a track that will continue to keep drying as the sun, sets on this racetrack here and heats up the racetrack. You're going to see the lap time start to tumble as this track begins to dry. It's a little too soon to start speaking about a track drying, fully for slicks here. We're going to have a few classes before we even consider slick tires, but with the sun pounding on this racetrack right now, you're going to see drivers trying new lines as the rain line starts to become the normal racing line here. So right now, Mason Walters, still your leader, has a pretty decent gap to Ernesto Rivera. It seemed to it's kind of plateaued a little bit. Ernesto is pretty quick in the rain himself. He's proven it so far here as he's finding grip where people aren't right now. The only driver I see really running a full bottom line. It's pretty interesting to see how Ernesto's able to get the kart rotated here in the rain as they cross the line here for another lap. 9.5 laps to go here. Mason Walters there. You see him doing a middle line as Ernesto does a tighter line. Austin Olds now learning from Ernesto, also does a tighter line. And then McMurray doing the middle line. So it's different driving styles here for the top 4. We'll see how it comes to fruition here with 8.5 to go.
Yeah, and obviously spoke with Ernesto Rivera early on in this weekend, and he was telling me that he had only been in karting for 4 years. The youngster from Mexico has been doing a very good job here in the States, and he shows it once again. Obviously putting up with the weather here at the moment, but Ernesto Rivera trying to catch right back up to Mason Walters, who is absolutely running away with it. He has been absolutely class, and obviously here at the moment, this race will be cut down. Oh, as we have a spin there further on back, not too sure who that was.
Yeah,
and I believe here at the moment we got one of our camera backs, so good to see on our part.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera last time by was a few hundredths of a second faster than Mason Walters. Still 1.7 back, so at that rate of closing speed, it won't cut it as it stands for the RPG Cosmic driver. But Ernesto Rivera absolutely flying right now. Last time by again, just a little bit quicker than Mason Walters. You can see they're both in the same frame almost for Ernesto Rivera now, so he is catching. Look at the different lines there. Mason Walters with a very wide arc, the normal traditional racing line. Ernesto Rivera does it in certain corners, but on a lot of the hairpins, he actually is hugging the bottom, maybe using a bit of curb to rotate the go-kart there. So we'll see which one actually is the quickest with 8.5 to go.
Yeah, obviously, and it seems like Ernesto Rivera is almost on a hybrid line. It seems like some lines, he just in some corners, he chooses to take the rain line, and in others, he decides to take the dry line. Well, obviously, very interesting to see how Ernesto Rivera can adapt here, but now he's still chasing him down.
And you see Ernesto Rivera has closed the gap even more to Mason Walters. I wonder if there was a mistake here from the Lando Norris driver, because that gap was 1.7 last time around. It is less than a second now. Ernesto Rivera absolutely flying there. I don't think we got to see the mistake from Mason Walters, but there he is. Ernesto Rivera all over the bumper now of Mason Walters. And look at the grip. Ernesto Rivera with a slide job in a turn 2. And Ernesto Rivera takes the lead now, hugging the bottom of the racetrack. There he is, using the curb for rotation. Doesn't need the full racing line like Mason Walters is using, and it seems to be working right now. Ernesto Rivera was a second faster than anybody else on the racetrack last time by.
Yeah, what a drive by Ernesto Rivera at the moment. Stays in P1, and Mason Walters now trying to catch right back up to Ernesto Rivera, who took the lead away from Mason Walters' hands. And now Mason Walters is going to learn a little bit here from Ernesto Rivera. I think that's a defensive move by Ernesto Rivera as we cut away from that. But I think Ernesto Rivera and Mason Walters going at it for the lead here. See if we can catch right back up with them. And yes, Ernesto Rivera still in the lead of this race. Mason Walters still following in behind. And I think Mason Walters is going to learn a little bit here from Ernesto Rivera as he hops the curb right there, takes all the runoff area as well. And we see the track is still a little bit wet here, Alex.
Yeah, the track is going to continue to stay wet here for the next couple of heat races. And then we can start thinking about slick tires. But the biggest issue that they have right now is just the amount of puddles that are around this racetrack. Like I was saying, this racetrack tends to puddle quite a bit in certain corners with the different elevation changes. But you can see Ernesto Rivera, I don't know if it's just technique or maybe a bit of gearing, but off the corner, he just got such a launch compared to anybody else on the racetrack. I mean, Ernesto Rivera now, it was a 10th. It has to be at least half a second now between Mason Walters as he exits, turn 8 and 9 and out towards the back straightaway. He has pulled about 8 or 9 kart lengths now over Mason Walters, the RPG Cosmic driver, putting on a show here in the rain.
Yeah, what a drive by the young Mexican. Ernesto Rivera is doing a great job, and you see the rain getting lifted up past his shoulders as Ernesto Rivera is putting on a masterful drive here in the rain. Mixed conditions here all around, but seems like he has coped with it. You see his hands sawing at the wheel, trying to understand the track. And if I'm not mistaken, we may have gotten the 2 to go flag. Yes, we do. We have 2 to go here left in this race. Like we mentioned before here, Alex, the races will be cut down by 20% of the laps will be cut off of each race. So here at the moment with 2 to go, Ernesto Rivera in the lead, and behind, trailing, is Mason Walters.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera, the last couple of laps, has gone purple. Like I was saying, as the track will continue to dry with the sun fully out and pounding on this racetrack, I already see kind of a drier line forming, but it won't happen for a few sessions here, and then slicks will start to come into play. But Ernesto Rivera last time by was 7/10 faster than anybody else on the racetrack. His next closest competitor, Mason Walters, 7/10 off. The gap is over a second now as there's 1.5 laps to go. Ernesto Rivera rounds turn 12 here, doing his tighter line that nobody else is doing right now. And look at the grip that he has compared to everybody else, Caleb.
Yeah, what a drive by Ernesto Rivera so far. Obviously having to work from the back here. And we saw the gap early on that Mason Walters held over Ernesto Rivera. But Ernesto Rivera kept his head down, worked his way up as we look here in behind us. And we see many of the X30 drivers start to switch up their tire strategy as it stands. Seems like most of them are going to decide to stay on the rain weather tires. As I'm looking behind me, I believe Jacob Kolar's kart still has the rain weather tires, but here on your screen, Ernesto Rivera stays in the lead of this race, and the white flag has been out for almost half a lap, with half a lap to go here for Ernesto Rivera. He is almost to the line. What a drive by the youngster from Mexico. Like I mentioned before, he has only been karting for 4 years, started when he was 10 years old, but it seems like he's been driving for a lifetime. This is Ernesto Rivera. He is in the RPG Cosmic. He has done an absolutely wonderful job here tonight, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. Ernesto Rivera has been one of the guys to beat all weekend long, and really the guy to beat all year long in this IAME junior class here, okay, junior class. And there he goes across the line. Ernesto Rivera wins the 3rd heat here and puts on a show in the rain, proven to be the rain master so far in the junior class. There was about a second a lap faster towards the end there. Mason Walters clawed back a little bit to be within a 10th of him lap time-wise to finish P2. Carter McMurray on the comp cart there crossed the line, 3rd place. Austin Olds, after starting on the outside of the front row, finishes in 4th. Enzo Vidmontien in 5th. Stephen Miller, not really the race he would have wanted, down in 6th. John Antonino with a solid showing for him, up 11 spots in the 7th. Emma Kate Scarborough, 8th. Isaac Malkowit, not really the race he would have wanted either, in 9th. And then Salvador Della Vecchia rounds out your top 10 here for KA Jr. But as I look behind me here, for the X30 Pro Seniors, I see a few slick tires here,
I'm not going to
Caleb.
lie. I look behind me, and I'm seeing Mr. 7-time, the man with all the experience and a 7-time champion here in the U.S. I see slick tires on that 348 RPG. That is... The rain dance is most definitely going on. We obviously mentioned it before the break, and now I'm seeing Jacob Kolar as well, switching his tires over to slicks. I think this track may turn dry by the time these guys get out there. Definitely going to be something to see. Obviously, many other guys as well deciding to put on those slick tires. They did come out with the rains, but it seems like everybody's changing their mind here, Alex.
Yeah, the track is drying quicker than expected here around Trackhouse Motorplex here in Mooresville, North Carolina. Here, I'll be surprised to see if the slick tires can really get fired up. I see a majority of the top 10 are on slick tires here. I'll be curious to see. This could be a situation where the rain tires are quicker for the first half of the race. Then they get burned up, and the slicks become faster towards the end of the race here. So we'll see who goes on what. But right now, majority of the guys are going on slicks.
Yeah, of course. And to be honest, Alex, I'm not too surprised. The sun is beaming here at Trackhouse Motorplex. And this is what we get every year when we come to the IAME Grand Nationals. I mean, we're North Carolina, a state that's known for rain. Really, when we came here this weekend, the radar was absolutely dry. It seemed like we were going to get so much heat all week long, but here now the rain came, mixed things up. The track is still obviously a little bit moist out there, obviously still wet. But yeah, definitely going to be something to see. Obviously, I think here in front of us, Joe Turney as well on the slick tires, as well as Aiden and Grada. It seems like Paulie Massimino went that way as well. So I think it's going to be an all-slick race here, Alex.
Yeah, we see on our screen here, there it is, the KR driver of Joe Turney. He's swept both heats so far in the X30 Senior Pro class. He is on the slick tires. Behind him, it's going to be Austin Garrison also on the slick tires. I think everybody has swapped now to the full slicks here. I'm surprised to see no gambles on the rain so far, but maybe somebody near the back will put on some rain tires here. As we see, there's Jacob Kolar, Joe Turney's teammate. He's rolling off on the outside of row 1. He's also on the slick tires here. So everyone, after watching the KA Junior class, has decided it is time to switch from the rains already, and we're going on slicks, Caleb.
Yeah, of course, the rain dance has very much started as we are taking a look here. That's Austin Garrison. Maybe he can try to stop the roll that Joe Turney is on, and that's Brent Cruz in that 11 Tony Kart.
Brent Cruz on the rains.
Brent Cruz on the rain tires. That is something we have not seen yet. Brent Cruz, the factory TRD driver, the youngster, he is deciding to go on the rain tires. And he seems absolutely confident about it. Look at his face. I mean, shakes his mechanic's hand, and he seems really, really confident about the rain tires. The first probably set of rain tires that we'll see in the top 5 here as we're working back, I believe this is Brandon Carr. Brandon Carr on the rain tires as well. Definitely interesting to see as well. And next to him, I believe that's Nick Terlecki in that Holtz Kart. It seems like he's gone for the slicks as well.
Yeah, man, I got to say one thing here. If there's one driver here that I would trust for a decision, it would be Brent Cruz. I mean, for somebody who, there's not many drivers that has more laps around this racetrack than that kid right there. And to be on the slick tires, or to be on the rain tires is something that I wouldn't really expect from somebody who's been here a lot. You know, Brent Cruz on the reins, and here's Ryan Norberg, you said.
Alex, what about Mr. 7-time? I mean, he's experienced, one here last year. You're telling me this guy doesn't have experience? He has the slick tires on his kart. I would trust Mr. 7-time here.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Norberg, and then there's Adakonis as well on the slick tires, and then Caleb Gaffar on the slicks. Majority of the field. There's Caleb giving us a thumbs up there. Thanks, Caleb. On the slick tires, a few other drivers behind him also on the slick. So really, so far, we only know of 2 drivers on the rain tires, and it's Brent Cruz and Brandon Carr. Brandon Carr has done a bunch of testing here over the past couple of weeks, getting ready for this race. I don't know if it rains at all for him, but for Brent Cruz, for sure, a driver who maybe has a bunch of experience on this track in the rain, knows when this track will dry, and he feels as though it is still too wet for the slick tires. There's Wes Duchak on the DAP go-kart, also on the slick tires. Dalton Haynes on the slicks as well on the Kart Public. He's had a few solid showings
Dalton Haynes says slicks, and Dalton, I think you're right here, my friend. I think slicks is going to be the tire. Yeah, give me a thumbs up. Yes, sir. Yeah, I think slicks is going to be the tire. Mr. 7-time as well thinks the same thing. Joe Turney as well. Love you too, Dalton. But what do you think, Alex? Rain or slick tire?
It's one of those things, right? I really think on the first couple of laps, the rain tires are going to fire up and maybe even create a gap to the guys in the slicks. But once the slicks get heat in the tires and these guys can really find a solid dry line, the slicks are going to be the tire to go on. Looking out our commentator's booth here, I can see the track drying pretty quickly. Like you said, the sun is beaming down on this racetrack. The biggest thing these drivers are going to have to do is to avoid the puddles, right? Because this track has a bunch of puddles here. I saw it in turn 2, and you saw it on the exit of turn 9 and 10, a huge puddle across the entirety of the racetrack. So that's going to be the biggest challenge these drivers have, especially with, just the warm-up lap to really figure out where the grip is here. As we see Hayden Jones here after putting on a pretty good show in his previous heat race. He's going to roll off here on the slick tires as well, and a bunch of drivers behind him, Aiden and Grada on the slicks. We see the row of RPGs on the slicks here. So there is only, as far as I'm concerned, 2 X30 Senior Pros on the rain tires, and it's Brandon Carr and Brent Cruz.
Yeah, and obviously speaking of Hayden Jones earlier on today, and after a post-race interview on his masterful drive from P6 to P4, he was telling me that he was lacking a little bit of pace when it came to his X30, and this might be what Hayden Jones needed. This rain might be what he needed, that little bit of luck to maybe work his way up into the shootout. But looking at Brandon Carr here, deciding to go on the rain tires as well as Brent Cruz. The engines have come to life here at Trackhouse Motorplex. We are getting set to get these pro guys out on track. It is all to play for here, Alex, and it's going to be a wonderful race.
I mean, I'm so excited to see which tire is the better one to be on. And like we were talking about, I think the slicks are the move, but for the first couple of laps here, the Reigns will inevitably have more grip here. So Brent Cruz and Brandon Kart, their one job is to get out front and develop a gap, because the rain tires will begin to burn up as the track dries and the sun hits and beams on those rain tires here. So we'll see what the TRD driver can do and what the RPM driver can do as they roll off onto the racetrack here. Now we're going to see how much grip this track really has, right? They're going to have a lap and a half to really get heat in the tires and to find out what line to take here to get the most grip out of these slick tires.
Yeah, of course, the slick tires are definitely going to be something to watch here, as well as the two guys on the rain tires. I mean, it's obviously very surprising by both of them, but definitely going to be something to watch when it comes to this race here, Alex. Obviously, definitely a gamble here as Xander's going to take over for me here in the booth. Welcome back, Xander.
Good to be back, Caleb. We'll get our camera situation sorted in just a moment for all you guys watching along. Here is the look at it. So like you guys called, the Ryan Perry Motorsport contingent have opted for rains. Everybody else on dries. And a lot of those changes were last second. There were guys still waiting till the absolute final moment to get onto the grid before this session to go green. So we're getting set to watch them here as the field works its way around. And again, we do apologize for those watching along online, as the rainstorm has absolutely destroyed a lot of equipment, and not just ours here in the paddock. That was a heavy, heavy thunderstorm. So we're going to do everything we can to bring you this third and final heat race for X30 Pro as our camera gets set down here on the front straightaway.
Xander, I got to ask for a driver of your caliber, or Caleb as well. I mean, what would you rather be on, especially you, Xander? Driver, you've driven here in the past as well. What do you think, slicks or rain, Xander?
This track drives fast. I'm surprised to see Brandon Carr and Brent Cruz opt for the rains. Like you guys said, offline they might be okay. In the opening lap they might be okay. But look at how dry that front straightaway is. That coloring already looks pretty good for the rest of the field as they work their way on down here to turn number one. Joe Turney, Jacob Kolar, boys and girls, who pays off for the wet tire gamble as they head down to the first corner. The sun is shining, and it's a good start for Turney and Austin Garrison as they'll lead us up the hill for the very first time down to turn number 10. We'll move that camera up as high as we can to try and get you guys a good look here at the race as the field continues to follow around. And again, we apologize for the bit of camera angle issues on the field, but nonetheless, we're ready, we're green, we're racing here on the back section of the racetrack. They'll make their way over to the final turn here on lap number one, and we'll bring you around. It's Turney, Garrison, Brent Cruz is already up to fourth there on those wets, but here they come to the hairpin as Turney blows it and goes wide. Austin Garrison is now challenging him for the lead. Brent Cruz with a big run towards Jacob Kolar coming out of the hairpin.
Yeah, here comes the RPM driver of Brent Cruz. This is going to be his one job. The two RPM guys of Brent Cruz and Brandon Carr, they need to get out to an early lead to take advantage of the grip with the rain tires before the inevitable crossover happens with the slick tires. Like Xander was saying, the track dries pretty quick here around Trackhouse Motorplex, and so far it's not looking great for the guys who opted for rain tires. Brent Cruz going up the hill, struggling for grip right now, falling back to the clutches of likes of Ryan Norberg. So right now I think slicks are already quicker, Caleb.
Yeah, obviously Brent Cruz already losing some position, but at the moment, Austin Garrison still on the tail of Joe Turney, and Ryan Norberg trying to work his way up the rear end of the driver ahead of him. If I'm not mistaken, that could be Terlecki here at the moment, but as we're on your screen at the moment, Austin Garrison on the rear bumper of Joe Turney. These two drivers, Austin Garrison trying to put an end to the British Revolution that Joe Turney has been on here this year.
Well, you heard it from Ryan Norberg. He said if the Brits ever get out in front on the wet tires, give it away to them. Joe Turney right now being heavily tracked down by Austin Garrison as they go down to turn number one, or the turn 7-8 complex. They'll climb the hill towards the back straightaway. Garrison's got to run on him down the backstretch towards the bowl. Challenge for the lead. Not this time as they go through, and Turney will hold. Behind him, Brent Cruz is already starting to fade. A 55 flat last time on those wets as they crawl through a few sections that are still damp. The rain tire gamble for Ryan Perry's not working. Here comes Austin Garrison to the lead out of turn 14.
Wow, the slick tires are definitely the way to go here, Xander. You can see here through turn 2 low. Watch the dry line. It's such a narrow line here as Austin Garrison gets on the gas in the wet there. A huge understeer moment for all the drivers behind him. they have to be so accurate with where they place their go-kart here, as the track is still drying here, but it is only one single file line through most of this racetrack here, Caleb.
Yes, Alex, obviously. What I'm seeing here at the moment, I think Austin Garrison may have a shorter gear or a higher gear, shorter gear, I'm sorry, and I think Austin Garrison may have a little bit of more top end than Joe Turney here at the moment, because on our screens here, we can see Austin Garrison already pulling away from the braid of Joe Turney.
Look at there's a couple puddles on this racetrack. One is right at the exit of turn number 11 going this way, the normal bowl, as well as around the center of that corner with the way the track drains. The rest of it's fully dry. Look at ADT. Alessandro DiTullio, the Miamian, spent a lot of time in the rain, and so has the kid in front of him from the Key West. Jacob Kolar, all the way down at the southernmost part of the United States, has found himself in third and is doing a great job here, a good ways behind. Two of the best in the country this year, two of the winningest drivers in the entire 2023 Pro National calendar in Austin Garrison and Joe Turney. Kolar under heavy fire for third from Alessandro DiTullio. Let's see if ADT has a run on him down the back straightaway. He'll get right to the bumper of Jacob Kolar. Down the back, inside looking, and clear goes DiTullio to P3.
Yeah, good move there for ADT. Whoa, huge oversteer moment exiting the bowl corner. Like Xander said, there's still major puddles there on the turn 11 bowl corner and even turn 12 hairpin, but a good save there for Alessandro. That is really the only part of the racetrack left that is still wet, Xander.
You go back here from third and fourth. Let's find the 348 of Ryan Norberg. He's climbed his way up to the fifth spot. Far from the fastest, but last time by, he was able to get around Brent Cruz. There's his teammate, rookie Max Taylor, is up 8 spots on the RPG Cosmic. Justin Ataconis battling with Brandon Carr, who is trying to say, Caleb Gaffera battling with Brandon Carr. Overshot it, and Carr on the wet tires is surviving for now. So is Brent Cruz, who is still 6th, but slowing. You can see the lap times as they flicker by on the left side of your screen. Cruz last time by was only at a 54.1. The dry tires on 51s and 52 flats as he goes down the backstretch. You can see there's the black helmet on that red and white RPM Tony kart. Here is Ryan Norberg up to 5th. Long ways out from the lead, but long ways safe in the top 5 as he tries to race his way in to defend his title in that X30 Pro shootout later tonight. DiTullio still 3rd, Kolar is 4th, Norberg P5.
Yeah, and Ryan Norberg last time by, the 2nd fastest driver on the racetrack. Kind of what we expect from the 7-time champ here, figuring out the track conditions very well here and matching the pace of the SCR OTK driver Austin Garrison, who goes purple 49.8. 5/10 faster than the Brit Joe Turney, which is kind of a shock because, like Xander said when we talked to Ryan, if you let the Brits get away, it's kind of race over. But so far, Turney not showing the pace we would have expected there. DiTullio last time I was actually a little bit quicker than him, but he's got a 1.5 second buffer to ADT. And Jacob Kolar still holding station there in 4th, keeping ADT honest right now.
Let's look at some other movers and shakers just quickly on the timeline. Cruz has dropped down to 11th. So is Brandon Carr down. Norberg is safely in 5th. If you go further back down the order, you'll find a number of drivers who have made up ground as they battle for 3rd. Kolar getting around the veteran ADT for 3rd. He'll get himself back up into the top 3. A great heat race in the works here for the young Jacob Kolar in only his 2nd Pro National season. Behind them, Tyler McIntyre on the Motaz Sport Paralyn is up 11 spots. Ben Cooper from the back of the grid is up 12 on the RPG Cosmic. The old man getting after it here after what was an abysmal qualifying for the 4-time Rotax World Finals Grand Champion. A few more drivers trying to work their way up the order. We talked about Braden Eves coming up in that earlier heat race earlier today. Well, he's out. DNF'd out of heat number 3. Bad news for the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Another driver coming from the rear was Frankie Mossman. He's up 4 to 16th as he works on Brandon Carr. But for now, with 4.5 laps to go on this shortened race, Jacob Kolar having a phenomenal heat race just ahead of Alessandro DiTullio.
Yeah, Jacob Kolar putting on a show here on the Kart Republic, showing the true pace of that go-kart right now. Kolar in only his 2nd season here in the senior category, putting on, showing him what he can really do here against the veterans like Alessandro DiTullio, Joe Turney, and Garrison. He's in rarefied air right now for the Kart Republic driver.
Yeah, obviously a very good drive by Jacob Kolar here, as he has been battling really hard with the 320 of Alessandro Tertulio in that Kart Republic. Two Kart Republic, well, I guess you can't really say teammates, but two guys that are on the Kart Republic, and they're really fighting against each other here at the moment. As we take a look at both of them, that pink and chrome of Alessandro Tertulio is now trying to catch right back up to that number 9 of Jacob Kolar. Last time by, Ryan Norberg, Mr. 7-time in that 348 RPG. He was the fastest man last time by with the 49.203, Xander.
Yeah, you can see into frame here. Norberg is catching Tertulio. He is catching Jacob Kolar. Through turn 7 and 8, they'll come back up the hill, and it is Norberg on the charge. Back up front, that's way back in the field that we're finding this group. That Austin Garrison has caught lap traffic that wreck in front of him, and it collects some more. More lap traffic involved. Two of the Sodis collide in front of the leaders. With 2 to go this time by, Austin Garrison still has more lap traffic, and Joe Turney has new life here in heat number 3.
Wow, that is a heart and mouth moment for your leaders, Garrison and Turney, who just snuck through the wreckage there. That could have been heartbreak for these guys who are trying to race their way into the shootout later tonight. But right now, it's still Garrison, your leader. But that lap cost him 1.5 seconds behind the lap traffic with 1.5 to go. Like you said, Xander, Turney has new life.
Yeah, brand new life for Joe Turney. Ryan Norberg at the same time got in within about 7/10 of Tertulio and Kolar. They'll get lap traffic here this lap or next. But Austin Garrison pulling that gap back away from Joe Turney, the titular contender for him that has been the only other driver at the top of the heap with Turney in every session this weekend, has been Davie Florida's Austin Garrison. He's going for Pro National win number 3 on the year and his first ever shootout potentially tonight. As long as he just brings it home, he'll have a shootout seed berth with a great run. Joe Turney already about clinched on in here. He just needs to finish as well. No need to push the issue. With a second place in Heat 3 and 2 heat wins, Joe Turney will clinch the pole for tomorrow's pre-final. Austin Garrison looks like he should join him on that front row as he heads up the hill for the final time.
Yeah, up the hill for the final time. Down the back straightaway, Austin Garrison looks to be clear here on the final lap. And looking a little further back, Norberg went purple. He was 4/10 faster than ADT last time by. So I'll be curious to see where they are when they cross the line for 4th position here.
As we climb the hill, last time, turn 13, turn 14, Austin Garrison, the Florida man, weathers the elements. He'll win a wild Heat 3 over Joe Turney. Jacob Kolar with an impressive run, and Norberg just a lap shy of getting to Tertulio for 4th and 5th. Back behind them, it is a long gap back, but Nicholas Terlecki on the Hotes DD Tony Kart ends up 6th. Great run for Max Taylor and Tyler McIntyre. They pick up a ton of spots apiece. 8 for Taylor, 11 for T-Mac. Paulie Massimino 9th, Caleb Gaffera 10th, Dalton Haynes 11th, Ben Cooper 11 spots gained to 12th, Duchak, Mossman 14th there, all the way back to Ryan Raffa and Caleb Gaffera. They end up at the outside edge of the top 20 in a wet and wild race here in this one. You have, not Gaffera, that was Ataconis. Mixed up the 2 LN carts. Ataconis back in 21st, unfortunately. Brent Cruz and Brandon Carr suffered on those reins all the way to the end. The only benefit, the only positive coming out for those 2 drivers is that they will have fresher rubber in that pre-final by 1 heat cycle tomorrow morning, and that could make a big, big input. In the meantime, we're going to take another commercial break here, folks. It's chaos, it is awesome, and it is wet, wild, and slippery racing on slick tires with a drying racetrack. And next up, it's time for the IAME Mini Swifts to take to it. Looking for the perfect vacation spot and a family fun weekend where a race breaks out? Look no further than Karting the Coast. Our 10 race schedule is already well underway, with stops at NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans and Finish Line Performance Karting in Biloxi, Mississippi, where our podium ceremonies are on the beach. We know how to have a good time and put on a good race, and all that we're missing is you. To find out more, visit kartingthecoast.info.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Well, welcome back here as we continue to monitor the coverage. We're almost cleared back out to go IAME Swift Cadet Racing. Let's go down to pit lane, though, as we get set for more. Caleb Vieska has caught up with a very fast Ryan Norberg. We'll send it on down here to him in just a minute. As we continue to work on getting all of our cameras up here, let's go ahead and we'll send it on down here to Caleb Vieska for a quick word with Ryan Norberg, who was a hard charger in that one, made his way up to 5th, nearly got even higher as he was on the bumper of 4th at the checkers. Caleb?
Yeah. Thank you, Xander, as we are trying to figure out this mic here at the moment. Ryan, obviously, a lot of chaos here earlier on in this race. Talk to me about the chaos on the grid before the race. Obviously, you know, some people decided to go on the rain tires, others on the slicks. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, obviously the track was drying out quite a bit. It still had quite a bit of puddles on it, but you could see just the progression of the track and the way it was heating up that it was going to be pretty dry for the rest of the race. And so we got out there and decided to go on rain tires, on dry tires. It seemed to be the choice. A little difficult early on trying to get around drivers who were on the rain tires because they kind of force you to take the wet line. But once it dried out a little bit, we definitely got the upper hand and were able to charge back through.
Yeah, and of course, the upper hand you did have towards the end. It seems like you figured it out because you did go fastest in that heat race. As I'm going to give a second here as these mini Swifts prepare to go out on track, make the grid a little bit quieter. All right, now we're good. Ryan, obviously, it seems like you did figure it out. Like I said, you went fastest. You were the fastest man on track. Obviously, how did you figure it out? Talk to me about the changing conditions of the track.
It's just mainly about trying to keep the cart straight through all the slick stuff. I mean, you could definitely set up a line just because you had so much track. That was dry. That was just straight through all the wet stuff. And early on, it took me a little bit to kind of figure it out. I was trying curves and trying things, and it wasn't really working. But it definitely, I found something in the end there that helped us out. And I think we were also a little bit lower on the tire pressure compared to everybody. You can see they were up pretty high early. They were just a lot faster through the puddles. And then towards the end, we were definitely running back down.
Sounds good, Ryan. Best of luck on the rest of the night.
Thank you.
There you go for Ryan Norberg. Here, Alexander Searle. Let's take you through as the field gets set for this IAME Swift heat race with Maverick White on the Factory Magic Kart, getting set to lead us to green alongside the Timmy Tech Comp Kart of Bowen Green.
Yeah, Maverick White has been super quick all weekend long alongside Bowen Green. Bowen Green, even though he had a great qualifying session, really the first few heats for him haven't gone the way of the Comp Kart driver of Bowen Green, especially that second heat. Bowen Green ended up finishing P11 there after starting on the outside of row 1. So it's going to be Maverick White, Bowen Green on your front row. Cameron Marsha, who's been one of the quickest drivers all weekend long, he's in third. Ashton Woon is going to be the outside there of row 2. Then it's the 2 TKG Kart Republics of Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit. Then it is Troy Ferguson and Marco Romero on the Bennett go-karts there. Then it's going to be Felipe Benito and Jensen Michelke. Jensen Michelke, who had a great drive through the field there in that second heat. Looking for more of the same here for Jensen. Luke Gilio and Royce Vega on row 6. Marco Samet and Valentino Santillan, row 7. Benjamin Fernandez and Junior Lewis, two drivers who've had pretty solid showings throughout the weekend so far. They're on row 8 here as they round the final corner, and into the tram lanes they go. It's going to be Maverick White, Bowen Green, leading them to the green flag here, and it is in the air. Maverick White with a good start on
the Trinity Karting Group kart up to P number 1. Ashton Woon falls back, and he's going to try to catch right back up to Lucas Palacio, who was the fastest man last time by with a 54.337. Ashton Woon with all the work to do to try to catch right back up to the fast-charging Lucas Palacio.
Yeah, Lucas Palacio has passed Ashton Woon and already put himself a kart distance between him and second place. The driver in third, though, Cameron Marshall, goes purple, 53.621, 2/10 quicker than your leader, Lucas Palacio, last time by. Cameron Marsha is about to make it a 3-kart train. He's arrived onto the scene here. He's left Bowen Green behind, and Troy Ferguson's actually catching up to the comp car driver there. And then here comes Travis Pettit. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he goes purple this time by with the opening couple of corners that he's put on this lap with 6.5 to go. But look at the run that Ashton Woon has down the back straightaway towards turn 11, the banked bowl corner. He's just going to push Palacio away. He wants to make this a 2-horse race when it's all said and done.
Yeah, of course, and these youngsters doing all that they can in the conditions, and at the moment they are doing a wonderful job. Lucas Palacio up in P1. Ashton Woon still trailing right behind him. It seems like Ashton Woon is catching in some corners and then losing Lucas Palacio in others. So it could be definitely a bit of a gear differential here, Alex.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Travis Pettit goes purple, and he does. Not only does he go purple, though, he's 3/10 faster than anybody else on the entire racetrack right now. The TKG Kart Public is absolutely flying. Looking ahead here, it is a 2-car breakaway out front, but Cameron Marsha is joining the scene, and so is Bowen Green, and then Troy Ferguson has brought Travis Pettit with him. We're about to have a 6-kart battle for the lead of Mini Swift with 5.5 to go as they climb the hill towards turn 5, and then back down the hill towards the turn 11 banked bowl corner. Ashton Woon has a run on Lucas Palacio. Can we see a move to the inside? I don't think so. Palacio's still going to hold on to the lead here as they enter turn 12.
Yeah, what a move there. Definitely Lucas Palacio still out in front, and Ashton Woon still trailing far behind at the moment. The gap is at 7 car lengths. So Lucas Palacio still out ahead of Ashton Woon. Ashton Woon with all the work to do, but here we get the halfway signal, and Ashton Woon is going to fall to the clutches of Cameron Marsha here shortly, and Cameron Marsha is bringing with him Bowen Green, Troy Ferguson, and the fast-charging Travis Pettit, who is still the fastest man on track, Alex.
Yeah, Cameron Marshall last time by matched your leader's pace there. But like I said, bringing Bowen Green with a Bowen Green 3/10 faster than the 3 drivers ahead of him. So is Troy Ferguson. So is Travis Pettit. The 3 fastest drivers on the racetrack right now are 4th, 5th, and 6th. And with 4.5 to go, anything is still possible here. Lucas Palacio has a bit of breathing room now down to Ashton Woon, which, like you said, Woon is falling to the clutches of Cameron Marsha and Bowen Green. But Marsha, instead of worrying about the driver in second, has to worry about Bowen Green, who's been absolutely flying these last few laps. After not getting the start he would have wanted on the outside of row 1, then fell back to about P6 there, worked his way up to 4th now, and he's on the bumper of Cameron Marsha.
Yeah, of course, and at the moment, Bowen Green is in the position that he started in, but obviously is not content. Bowen Green wants to work his way up the field, and at the moment, Lucas Palacio and Ashton Woon. Ashton Woon now on the rear bumper of Lucas Palacio. The gap is closing by the second here, Alex.
Yeah, Ashton Woon has figured out this racetrack on a drying track. Every single lap, the conditions are changing for these young drivers. Ashton Woon put 5/10 on Lucas Palacio. Now Palacio under fire from last year's winner as they climb the hill towards turn 10 and then back to the bowl corner. Is he going to push him or is he going to pass him here? Ashton Woon has 2 choices to make. I think he's just going to push Palacio away from Marsha, who's left Bowen Green in the dust right now. It is a 2-horse race with 3.5 to go here. Oh, and I think it's Palacio going a little bit wide there, exiting turn 11, got into the water and the puddles there on the exit of that corner. You can see the puddles on the exit of that turn 4 bowl corner. So Palacio made a big mistake now, and then it brought Woon and Marsha with him. It's 3 karts now for the lead here with 3 to go.
And in the back of the frame, you can see Travis Pettit working his way up the field, closing down gaps as he is still super quick, is not the fastest man on track. That honor goes to Jackson Porter, who is now in P9. He is also 5 spots up. His fastest lap was a 0.406, and now a 3-way battle for the lead here. Lucas Palacio, Ashton Woon, Cameron Marsha. Who is it going to be, Alex?
Yeah, climbing the hill here. Cameron Marsha last time by was 4/10 faster than your 2 leaders. Here we go. We got the camera back here in turn 11 hairpin, and it's just in time for Ashton Woon to make a move to the inside of Travis Pettit. Woon's now your new leader. Last year's winner back to the point here, but he gets into the puddle a little bit. Palacio crossover move incoming. Got on the curb a little bit, pushes Woon almost into the grass, and a crossover now from Marsha. Marsha to P2, Marsha to P1. It's a 2-for-1 special here in the final corner. It's a crossover now for the TKG driver, and Palacio as a 2-sticker in the air. Lucas Palacio, how did you hold on to the lead?
Lucas Palacio still defending from Cameron Marsha, who wants that lead back in this race. He has been charging up the field, did not get the start he wanted, and Lucas Palacio defends down the inside. Cameron Marsha sticks a nose on the outside, maybe trying a switchback move, cannot get it done. The conditions, track is still very slick here at Trackhouse Motorplex Park. Lucas Palacio still in the lead of this race, but look who's in the back of the frame, Alex. Travis Pettit in P5 at the moment. He was the fastest man last time by with the 53.225. Now it's a 5-kart battle to the lead. Lucas Palacio is going to defend on the inside. Behind him, Cameron Marsha, Ashton Woon. Behind them, Bowen Green and Travis Pettit, who is still a fast charger in this race, Alex.
Yeah, they've all went into the puddle now on the exit 11. Travis Pettit around the outside. There's no grip over there. He tried to make it work. Can't make it work, though. Like you said, the fastest driver on the racetrack right now is that 5th-place guy. He's going to do a crossover now on 2 drivers. Is Pettit going to do a 2-for-1? He is. Travis Pettit from 5th to 3rd now. He's going to push Woon all the way wide. Travis Pettit to 3rd as the white flag waves. It's a battle for the lead between Cameron Marsha and Lucas Palacio as they enter turn 5.
Can't fail to mention, welcome to the party. Troy Ferguson has joined them, and now I believe that's Bowen Green and Troy Ferguson still going at it for P4 here, and Lucas Palacio, the more they fight, the more they are bringing the rest of the group back into play. Lucas Palacio with 2 kart lengths in between him and the fast-charging Cameron Marsha. Travis Pettit in P3 now. His sights are set on Ashton Woon as they try, and I think that's a move right there from, if I'm not mistaken here, Troy Ferguson.
Whoa, Lucas Palacio just made a mistake. He got in the puddle and goes wide. Cameron Marsha, opportunistic move, takes advantage of the mistake, and he's going to cross the line here to win the heat race. What a mistake from Lucas Palacio, uncharacteristic. He crossed the line 2nd place, and Travis Pettit, what a comeback drive for him after a very poor start. Claws his way back to P3, but Lucas Palacio goes wide Oh, man, Cameron Marsha wins here in Heat 3.
What a race there by Cameron Marsha. Obviously not the race start that he would have wanted, but he worked his way back up. And he was really the beneficiary there from Lucas Palacio's uncharacteristic, like you said, Alex. He has almost been perfect all year round, and obviously the kid's human, man. So gonna make mistakes.
We didn't get a chance to mention it here, but looking down the order, Troy Ferguson must have had a mistake on that final lap. He was 10 seconds slower. He must have had a spin somewhere, so Ferguson was running in 5th, down in P12 for the Bennick driver there of Troy Ferguson. Further down the order, Jackson Porter was your fastest driver on the grid. He made up 7 spots to finish 7th. Benjamin Fernandez, good run for him in P8. Valentino Santillan P9, and Felipe Benito up 7 spots to finish in P10. But what a run for Cameron Marsha to win the heat race there.
Yeah, obviously, you know, the track conditions are mostly dry, but there are a couple of wet spots here on the track. It's definitely going to be all to play for. When we come back, we go live with K8 100 Junior.
All right, welcome back here live from Trackhouse Motorplex here for the IAME Grand Nationals. The final wave of heats here are getting ready and set to go underway here for X30 Junior. This is going to be a really good one here as the track is drying ever so slightly here. They're all on the slick tires as we saw from the previous races here. The track is ready for slicks for sure, but this is going to be new conditions for all these drivers. They haven't seen this layout with any sort of wet patches here. And what we saw from the mini Swift race there, Lucas Palacio getting into the puddles. Oh, one of the drivers there, that's a 7:06. See if we can get, that's Alexander Vanchev. Vanchev is going to be out of this race before it even starts there. The Lando Norris driver is out of this race. But like I was saying with the mini Swift guys, especially with Palacio there, getting into the puddle here, exiting this turn 11 bowl corner, there's still some wet streams across the racetrack. You got to be super accurate with where you place your go-kart so that you don't slide wide and make a mistake like it cost Palacio.
Yeah, of course. Still a very tricky track here, Alex. Damn, tricky track. That was a little bit of a tongue twister there. But yeah, really, it's going to be super tricky out here. Obviously, the conditions are still changing as we are getting set to take the green here, Alex.
Yeah, around in the final corner here, it's going to be Stephen Miller and Jackson Wolney on your front row. That is Teddy Musella and Carter McMurray, Enzo Vidmontien, and I believe that's Nathan Dupuis there in row 3 as they're crossing the start finish line here, getting ready to get the green flag here. Hands in the air, but they're going to get green anyways. Stephen Miller, solid start for him, and that's going to be Teddy Musella going to slide into P3. Enzo Vidmontien sideways with Jackson Wolney. Wow, they were both side by side sliding through the back section of the racetrack, and Enzo Vidmontien gets the P3 inside. Teddy Musella to the lead already.
What a move by Teddy Musella down the inside on Stephen Miller, who has been super quick all weekend. And behind them, Enzo Vidmontien gets into a puddle. That's a big, seems like he lost the cart there a little bit, Alex. I'm sorry. And definitely, like you were saying, on the exit of the bull corner, turn number 11, still very tricky as we go 3 wide into the final turn, getting those barriers pushed out ever so wide, Alex.
Wow, it is just side-by-side racing everywhere you look. And Ernesto Rivera was the first one to get to the wet streams exiting turn 11. He went super wide, and that created the parking lot that we saw entering turn 12, and a bunch of drivers almost spun around there. But all of that cost them a bunch of ground here. It is a 2-kart breakaway out front here in X30 Junior. Should I really say it's a 1-kart breakaway? Teddy Musella has put together an absolute flyer of an opening lap. There goes the RPG driver. The Cosmic driver has a huge lead over Stephen Miller. Then it's Ernesto Rivera. And then it's this huge gaggle of go-karts here. As we see him move down to the inside, Oliver Weldon now passes one of the Speed Concepts drivers.
Yeah, definitely. Ernesto Rivera. Everybody stays pretty much stagnant here. Teddy Musella with an amazing start, and right behind him, Stephen Miller is going to be charging forward to try to catch back up to Teddy Musella as he goes fastest with a 50.794. Behind him, Stephen Miller almost a second slower. Ernesto Rivera half a second slower. At the moment, Ernesto Rivera is half a second faster than Stephen Miller, Alex.
Yeah, right now, I mean, it looks as though Stephen Miller is struggling a little bit for grip, and so is Vidmontien and the rest of the pack right now. I mean, really, Teddy Musella has put together an absolute stormer of an opening 2 laps here. The only driver to be into the 50-second bracket. Ernesto Rivera got close to the 51 flat. He's flying right now. He's already almost to the bumper now, I believe, of Stephen Miller, or will be in a due time here. And then Enzo Vidmontien is bringing Jackson Wolney in. Not really the start Wolney would have wanted. Wolney's down a few spots here as Enzo Vidmontien gets into the wet patch there, goes a little wide, and so does Wolney. And now we see, I believe, that is maybe Nathan Dupuis there trying to make a move on Jackson Wolney. He's going to get pushed to the outside. Crossover incoming here. Crossing the line here. Maybe a move into turn 1. Not going to make it happen. Jackson Wolney is going to hold on to P5 here, but he has a huge train of karts behind him of Nathan Dupuis. And then it's Davin Roberts, Carter McMurray, and Oliver Weldon has joined the party here for the battle for 5th.
Oliver Weldon working his way up the field here. We haven't heard much of him all weekend long, but he is obviously a very quick driver. We've seen him win many races. He goes down the inside, trying to make a move. Can he get it done? We will find out whenever he comes back in a frame, but at the moment, as it stands, Teddy Musella still in the lead of this race. Ernesto Rivera was the fastest man last time by with the 50.155.
Yeah, and Oliver Weldon did get around Carter McMurray. So move Oliver Weldon now into, I believe, the 7th position. Like you said, Ernesto Rivera was 3/10 faster than your leader last time by, 6/10 quicker than the DAP car to Stephen Miller. So here comes the RPG Cosmic, and he goes purple once again, a 50 flat, a 10th faster and 2/10 faster than the 2 cars ahead of him. The only problem Ernesto is facing right now, he needs 2.3 more seconds with 8 to go.
Yeah, of course. Ernesto Rivera with a load of work to do. And honestly, he's shown a lot of quality all year long, and I think Ernesto Rivera can do it, but obviously he has to keep his head down, has to stay focused, has to hit his marks, and this track is still super tricky here, Alex.
Yeah,
with a lot of standing water.
For sure, but I mean, Ernesto Rivera has closed the gap tremendously over Stephen Miller. It was 1.5 seconds. Now it is 8/10. And while we're talking about that, we have Xander Clements down with a few of our X30 drivers. Xander?
Thanks, Alex, here. Down here with Brandon Lemke, both of us just catching up about that wild storm that came through. I'm sure, while I would love to see you back in an X30 Pro car, you were happy to not be one of those first sessions on a drying racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, we got an X30. Nick Terlecki's in our tent with Holtz as well, so we were scrambling to get that ready. I mean, basically just left the tires off and everything, but with how hot it was and how humid and the sun came out right away, we thought, you know, the track's going to dry out pretty quickly anyway, and we're going to, you know, basically be on the same setup for this run. So, no, he had a good run, and I was watching, you know, the broadcast and everything still back to the tent. I see there's like one wet spot, but everything else looks really dry. So I don't know. It might be a little bit faster. I don't know. We'll see. Probably won't. The 2 tires won't, you know, fall off like they were before when it was really hot and sticky. So
I don't know. It should make some closer racing this time.
Yeah, I talked with a couple guys. Obviously, we saw in Heat 2 things kind of strung out. Granted, your first heat, things kind of strung out for you as well, but we expect that on this layout. But everyone's saying there is a ton of grip down, and it was a lot of grip. Everybody was stuck. Was that the same for you in the afternoon session earlier today?
Yeah, it was to me, it was similar to kind of how it was in Orlando. It was really hot and a lot of grip, but it almost felt like it was loose. Like there was too much grip. It was like a greasy feeling. So instead of trying to free the kart up, we're trying to put grip back into the kart sort of thing. So I don't know. Maybe that's wrong, but it's working for us. So I don't know. The kart's fast. My motor's fast. Everything's working really well. And yeah, I don't know. I really want to win this race really bad. There's some really stiff competition, so it'd be awesome to beat these guys.
Yeah, this is about as tough as I think we've seen a KA senior field outside of Supernats. I mean, it is stacked all the way down to about 20th in each heat race. But by having those first 2 heat races go relatively well for you, to come into heat number 3 knowing the track's kind of unknown for everybody, does that ease the pressure a little bit, knowing you've got 2 solid heat races in the bank versus maybe coming in and needing to perform in this one?
Yeah, definitely, but I don't know. It's just trying to learn that little thing and then like that one turn that you could do something totally different. I was watching the micro Swift that was just out there, and it was Palacio, and he messed up that where it's wet over there. And whoever ended up winning, I mean, he was hitting that out of the bowl perfectly, so I took some notes there. But, yeah, it was – but that could make or break the race, just one little mistake, and you got that one person just lurking behind you, and they're following every move that you're doing and learning. But I don't know. I could be in that same position, so we'll see.
All right, well, that's Brandon Lemke. He rolls off second here for another heat race. Had to start on the outside for a lot of his heats here, but at least – here for this one, he's got 2 good ones in the bank. Just needs one more to get a good, safe pre-final starting spot tomorrow. Good luck, Brandon.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Like Brandon was saying, it's one of those things where this whole track is drying, and it could even be quicker than it was earlier today, except for that one wet patch that he mentioned there, like we saw Palacio go wide in. That's going to be the big key even in this X30 Junior race with 3 to go here, and especially with the KA senior guys, with how competitive they have been throughout the entirety of this weekend. But back up front there, Teddy Musella, his lead over Ernesto Rivera has shrunk tremendously. 0.6 of a second was Ernesto faster than Musella. And while we were side by side, we saw Ernesto actually pass Steven Miller and pull away completely. And we see a bit of a line change that we don't normally see. Ernesto taking a bunch of curb there in the bowl corner, just trying to avoid that puddle in any way he can. And right now it is working for him. He is 0.5 faster.
Yeah, of course, Alex. You cannot forget that Ernesto Rivera, this is his second time out on track, and he's obviously learning more and more as this race goes on. But I believe here at the moment, Xander Clements is trackside here with Frankie Mossman. Down to you, Xander.
Thanks, guys, here. Down with Frankie Mossman. We were just catching up. Obviously, not the best weekend so far in the X30 car. Even a wild last heat race in the KA car. First of all, what was it like going through your head with a couple laps to go and you and Paulie collide?
I mean, I was cool with it after the race, but, all that adrenaline in the moment, it just didn't really work well with me. But, I'm ready to go forward. We definitely made a lot of changes that made this car really quick, and I know that's possible for us to win this race by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, you roll off 4th once again for this heat race. Now with that heat, that was going to be a really good one that would have put you safely inside probably the upper half. You come away with a decent result in it, but for this one, is there any extra pressure going on a completely unknown racetrack? Is it just business as usual for you trying to lock in?
I think it's fine. I mean, I just came off the X30 heat race, so I got a little bit of experience on it over some of these other guys, and I think that we can just try to get away and do the best we can to get a good starting spot for the pre-final.
Well, obviously here, we're excited to have you with us. The fro looks good. The suit looks good. The hair matches it all. So what would it mean to you to kind of bring Tesoro Raceworks their first big national win in the senior categories this weekend?
I mean, it would be great. It would definitely be a lot of redemption compared to last year. I mean, I was the biggest mover in the final in KA and brought it to the podium in that as well. And so just came to finish what we started.
All right, that's Frankie Mossman rolling off P4 here, boys.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. While we were away, we just saw on the final lap of the race, Ernesto Rivera has caught up and passed his teammate Teddy Musella. So move Ernesto Rivera to the point now with half a lap to go, entering turn 5 into the double left now of 6 and 7. Can Teddy Musella fight back? His teammate Ernesto Rivera has been an absolute rocket these past couple of laps, Caleb.
Ernesto Rivera. What a move down the inside on his teammate Teddy Masilla. And now Ernesto Rivera showing the pace that he has in his Cosmic. He is pulling away at the moment from his teammate Teddy Masilla. Ernesto Rivera looks over his shoulder, sees that his teammate is still on his rear bumper. Not as close as Teddy Masilla would want to be, but obviously coming into the wet parts of the track, very tricky. Ernesto Rivera keeps it together, still ahead of Teddy Masilla.
Yeah, rounding the final few corners through 13 and 14. Ernesto Rivera put together a show for us here, and he finishes first in the third and final heat for X30 Jr., the RPG Cosmic driver. What a performance for him. Teddy Musella, his teammate, he led the entirety of that race except for the one that matters most, the final one, as you see one driver there after the race hitting the barriers there, but luckily crossed the line beforehand here. Stephen Miller in third, Enzo Vidmontien on board the Kart Republic in fourth. Jackson Wolney rounds out your top 5. When we come back, we're going to get ready to go for some KA100 Senior Heat Racing. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, welcome back to the IAME Grand Nationals at Trackhouse Motorplex. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth is the man himself, Alexander Searle, and shortly Xander Clements will be joining us here as well as we are getting set to go green in the KA100 senior class. Obviously fireworks all day yesterday when we saw the shootout. Obviously still a lot of money left on the line as the winner of the main event will take away 3,000 big ones.
Yeah, I expect another close and hard-fought battle here in the KA100 senior class coming up right now. This is groups A versus D. The cool thing about these heat races, these senior guys, is they get to race against different drivers every single heat race. Obviously, these are drivers these guys have raced throughout the entirety of the year, but still, it's cool to race different guys every single heat race. You know, you get a feel for every driver in you know, different heat races and how they drive, right? But obviously we saw there, we spoke to Lemke beforehand. He's rolling off in P1 for this third heat. And then Braden Eves, maybe not, you know, the X30 senior showing he would have wanted, but for him to roll off third in all these heats has been pretty good for him. So in one class at least, the MPG driver is showing up pretty good.
Yeah, of course, definitely not the race that he would have wanted, as Braden Eves was out of the X30 race on early on, and now he is getting set to go green here in IAME Senior. So yeah, Alex, definitely going to be a very interesting race. Obviously still a lot of water there on the track. Obviously we have had a couple of races in between then for other drivers to move the water off the track and the racing line, but obviously still there. As we see on the screen at the moment, a lot of standing water here, Alex.
Yeah, they're trying to wump the tires pretty effectively here, but you know, like we've seen the lap times, they haven't been too far off what we saw earlier today. It's really just the one wet patch exiting the turn 11 bowl corner that we've seen, and drivers take a lot of curb there just to avoid that. But here on your front row, Aiden Levy taking them to pole. On pole position, leading them to the green here. It's Brandon Lemke, then Braden Eves, Leo Scorpione, Frankie Mossman, Brent Cruz, and the rest. They cross the start finish line here in the tram lines, getting ready to get the green flag underway. It is. They go green. Aiden Levy to the inside. He's going to hold on to the lead here. Braden Eves on the MPG. He's going to slot in a P2. What a start for him. I think that is Leo Scorpione. He's found himself in a P3. What a start for the Zendello Racing OTK driver of Leo Scorpione in his first senior start. Lemke, not the start he would have wanted, falls back to P4, and Brent Cruz already up a spot in the P5.
Yeah, and obviously we saw it in the last heat as there's a gaggle of karts trying to get into turn number 11. Everybody makes it through for now. But Braden Eves, what a start by him. Obviously moved his way up to P2 earlier on in the last heat. As you see one going off, I am not too sure. I think that's Henry Wheeler going off. He was the winner last week at Pittsburgh in the OKN 30 in the OKN Stars, and now trouble for him as Frankie Mossman. A little bit of a switch back there on Brent Cruz. Move Frankie Mossman up another spot here, Alex.
Well, side by side between Dalton Haynes and Race Liberante. Race Liberante had to start a bit further back than he would have liked. He started in P20. He's found himself inside the top 10 already. The MPG driver of Race Liberante. He doesn't drive a lot anymore. He drove a bit in Pittsburgh, finished P2 to Oliver Hodgson. He's showing the pace that we're accustomed to seeing from him. He's already got around Dalton Haynes, who hasn't had the start he would have wanted either.
Yeah, obviously Dalton Haynes was in the shootout yesterday. Definitely not the start that he would have wanted here at the moment. But Frankie Mossman working his way up the field. And here, Aiden Levy leads away. Braden Eves here coming in to 10 to go.
Yeah, here we go. Braden Eves last time by. That gap is closing. He's within a kart length now of Aiden Levy. Aiden Levy, who has won both heat races that he's been a part of on track. He unfortunately got a penalty there in the second heat that put him back a couple of positions. But Aiden Levy has been the man to beat in every race he's been a part of, except for the shootout last night. He's still your leader. He's actually pulled away this time around compared to Braden Eves on the MPG go-kart. So it's about a 3-kart breakaway, or 3-kart advantage, should I say, between Levy and Eve. Make it 4 and 5 kart lengths advantage. What a run Levy got outside of the turn 8 and 9 complex. And actually, Leo Scorpioni is catching up to Braden Eves as well.
Yeah, Leo Scorpioni has been charging up the field here. Braden Eves may fall into the clutches of Leo Scorpioni quite shortly. And Brandon Lemke, you heard him before the race. He was obviously saying that there wasn't that much standing water. And I mean, he's been composed all race long. He obviously did start on the front row of this race. Not a start that he would have wanted either, as he loses a couple spots. I believe he's down in P5 here at the moment, Alex.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke running in 4th right now. The fastest driver of the top 4, and really the fastest driver on the entire grid last time by. He's caught up to the rear bumper of the rookie Leo Scorpioni through turns 7 and 8, and as they climb the hill through 9 and entering turn 10, Brandon Lemke's looking to maybe get a run here on the Zanella Racing driver up the hill, and then going to go down the hill towards the bowl corner where the only wet patch left on the racetrack is. Leo Scorpioni looks over his shoulder. Nothing to it there for Brandon Lemke on the OTK so far, but Lemke closing in, and a bit of a mistake there from a Scorpioni, and Lemke around the outside. Wow, Brandon Lemke to P3.
Brandon Lemke with all the grip around the outside on Leo Scorpioni. Gets the move done, moves himself up at a P3. Brandon Lemke is now going to have his sights set on Braden Eves, who seems like he's struggling here a little bit as he's losing time now to the very, very fast 990 of Aiden Levy and that Kart Republic kart in P1 at the moment, Alex.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke absolutely flying right now. Like you said, Braden Eves losing ground to Aiden Levy, but the guy who's catching both of them is this man on our screen right now, Brandon Lemke. He is a man on a mission up in a P3, and now Scorpioni has fallen back into the clutches of Frankie Mossman. We talked to him before this race. He's shown good pace in both classes he's been a part of. Really hasn't had the luck in either of them, with the previous heat there, Mossman and Paulie getting into it just a little bit, but still, there it is. Frankie Mossman on the CRG Tesoro Racing go-kart. He's in the 5th. He's actually falling to the clutches of Brent Cruz.
Yeah, Brent Cruz has been super quick all weekend as well, the TRD factory driver. We see him now down the inside on Frankie Mossman, gives him a little bit of a shove, move Brent Cruz up in a P5, and Frankie Mossman is going to try to get Brent Cruz back, as Brent Cruz is now going to have his sights set on Leo Scorpioni and Brandon Lemke. Brandon Lemke still ahead of Leo Scorpioni, still trying to chase down the very fast Braden Eves.
Yeah, after not the start he would have wanted, Dalton Haynes has gotten back around Race Liberante, so moved Dalton Haynes back to where he started up in the P8, and he's looking to make a move now on Connor Ferris. Race Liberante up 18 positions, and Oliver Piatek also up 18 positions. This changing conditions, this racetrack, with the bit of wet patches, caught a few drivers out, and a few drivers like Liberante and Piatek took advantage of that. As you see, Lemke, we talked before this race, he was kind of, his one thing is he was concerned about the wet patches there exiting the turn 11 bowl corner, and he's hit it a few times, and so far so smooth here for the driver on board the OTK.
And now Brandon Lemke put in that gap on Connor Ferris in behind, and now he has his sights set on Braden Eves. He will be catching up to Braden Eves here shortly. Braden Eves is still trying to catch right back up to Aiden Levy, who has been super quick all weekend long. He's been almost perfect. And here, we're going to send it down to Xander Clements as he's caught up with some of our K100 stars.
Sorry about that. We'll see if we can get Xander back here in a second here, but back on our screen, we're going to see your leader is Aiden Levy. He's pulled away quite a bit here from Braden Eves, who is falling to the clutches here of Brandon Lemke. Now I think we have Xander climbing. Xander, what you got for us?
All right. Let's see if we get it over here. Oh, we're sounding pretty good. Chase Jones, we're down here on the fence line as your teammate Braden Eves just got dive bombed by Brandon Lemke for second. But what are you watching here? What can you see? Obviously wanting to hope that Bad Brad gets going good, but are you paying attention as well of what this track looks like right now?
Yeah, mainly just track conditions right now. It looks like there's some water standing outside the bowl turn, so it looks pretty tricky. They're throwing some roost up, so gonna have to play that out on the warm-up lap and kind of see what the best line is gonna be. I'm kind of starting in the middle of where things happen, so I've got to be pretty smart in that section. But everything's going pretty good for Brad, and it looks like Race is making his way up to the front as well. So it'll be up to me next time.
Yeah, we got to wait on you to get out there here. Last race on this. At least you're not the first guy through. You get to watch your exact class on the racetrack. How big of a help is that to see your class, exactly your exact car combination right before you do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different just on driving style, but it's good to see Brad have pace and gives me confidence going in. Like I said, Race made some good strides, so I'm feeling pretty good going in this last one. Just got to keep my nose clean.
Well, obviously your teammates are proving the product looks pretty decent. Brayton Eves right now over in third. Race Liberante, as you mentioned, is working your way forward. Like you said, you're in the Hornet's Nest out of 10, 0 to 10. How nervous are you for this final heat, Chase?
Like a 2. I'm pretty calm.
All right, how about that? Chase Jones says he's pretty calm. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, I mean, good to hear there from Chase Jones, even though he's starting right in the fray, right in the middle of things where things can go wrong. But Chase Jones feeling confident. He's looking at his teammate there, Braden Eves and Liberante, showing that the piece does work here. As they round the final corner here, white flag in the air. Aiden Levy out front, smooth sailing for him. Lemke, though, is still not pulling away enough here over the MPG driver, Braden Eves. And then Leo Scorpioni, what an impressive run for that rookie on the Zanella OTK Racing go-kart there. He's up in a P4. The rookie is absolutely flying. He might be able to put some pressure on the veteran of Braden Eves.
Yeah, obviously Leo Scorpioni has been super quick all day long. Obviously this has been the heat for him, but up in front, Aiden Levy has been almost perfect all weekend long. Obviously with an unfortunate penalty that he received last time out with after some contact with AJ Myers, but Aiden Levy here at the moment is going to lead this group up to the finish line. But here we have the battle for P3. Braden Eves against Leo Scorpioni, but at the moment Aiden Levy is getting set to cross the line. Aiden Levy has been almost perfect, takes the win in heat number 3 for K100 Senior.
Aiden Levy, he sweeps the weekend for heat races on the racetrack at least. So Aiden Levy, what a dominating performance has been for him so far this weekend. He wins the third and final heat of the day. It's Brandon Lemke who finishes P2. Braden Eves on board the MPG in third. Leo Scorpioni, what a great run for the rookie in fourth. Brent Cruz, the
them up and look at the gaps here, about 3 car lengths from A.J. Myers backwards.
Yeah, it's a good start here for the Magic Man. A.J. Myers through turn 11 bowl corner, avoids the wet patch so far. Weston Workman doing a good job the whole station in P2, but here comes Joe Turney, the Brit, the man who's been really quick all weekend long in both classes, especially the X30 class, but somebody that you expect to be really good in wet conditions. This is a drying racetrack. Pretty much the entirety of this track is dry except for the exit of the turn 11 bowl corner, but so far it's still a huge train here in the KA Senior class with 9.5 to go. It's Myers, Workman, Turney, and then Anthony Rivera, the rookie, doing a really good job in 4th.
Yeah, he's still hanging on. In fact, Anthony Rivera was fastest last time by on that blue and red energy there as they head through the long triple apex right-hander at turn 7 and 8, and they'll climb the hill through 9 to 10. Anthony Rivera on the charge. Joe Turney looks even better. Everybody is tracking down A.J. Myers as he leads them into the bowl once again. Back further on the grid, not a lot of movers and shakers. Behind Spencer Conrad, everyone's pretty much neutral. Danny Formal is 7th, Chase Jones 8th, Noah Baker is 9th, James Overbeck rounds your top 10. Austin Garrison's had to come from the rear in all of his heat races. He's up 3 from 15th to 12th right now as they head down at turn number 1. We'll keep our eye on the Navy Florida A&M as Joe Turney, 1 second, takes second away from Weston Workman in turn 2.
Yeah, good move for Joe Turney. He was planning that for the past couple of laps. He's seen where he was faster than the Timmy Tech column car driver Weston Workman, and now Turney has his sights set on the magic cart of A.J. Myers, who's still out front right now, has a decent advantage over Turney there, but I don't expect that to be for much longer as Turney, with the pass, inevitably loses a bit of ground there to A.J. Myers, but last time by, Turney was one of the fastest drivers on the entire racetrack, and here comes Rivera now, but he's brought Paulie Massimino with him, and it's a 5-car breakaway out front.
Yeah, backwards falling was the 6th place man, Spencer Conrad. It is a big battle there. You can see all the drivers. They're getting their right side tires up on the inside curb coming out of turn number 11 to avoid that wet patch right now. So that narrow, dry line is, again, only half a cart width wide. It's just enough for them to get onto the curb and clear it without losing traction. You saw A.J. Myers wheel on that thing on the opening lap. He must have hit it, but for now, the Magic Cart's got more than enough grip to continue to lead the way while the field battles further back down the order. It's a number of big trains, including this 5-car one that heads to 7 and 8 that leads your field. As back behind them, there's Formal, followed closely by Chase Jones. Noah Baker is 8th, Overbeck 9th. Gostin Garrison's drive forward, it continues. He's up to 10th right now, only about a 10th off the rest of the pack here. He was even to A.J. Myers last time by as Massimino gets by on Anthony Rivera. Look at Weston Workman, nearly high sides that thing up on the curb coming out of turn 11.
Yeah, doing everything he can to avoid the wet patch. Here comes a run on Joe Turney. Do we see a move? We do. Wow, all side by side. A.J. Myers shuts the door on Joe Turney, but Joe Turney is absolutely flying right now, and A.J. Myers knows that he can sense the Kart Republic driver is quicker at this point in this race, Xander.
Yeah, he heard him coming and decided he was not going to let him through. Shut the door right in the Englishman's face. And Joe Turney already again was close, but no cigar in X30's second heat. Now he's challenging A.J. Myers, who already had a rough heat earlier today when he got into it with Aiden Levy off the start. Levy initially got a penalty. That got removed. It kept Levy in the win, and Myers further down the order. Down into the backstretch, though. This time, Turney gets through, and nothing A.J. can do about it. He's got to get back down low before that wet patch so they can ride up onto the curb and clear it. And the Joe Turney Kart Republic machine continues to roll. He'll climb the hill to turn number 14. He'll put us 5 laps remaining here on this alternate circuit.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Xander. A.J. Myers has the slot right back in line there. It really makes it kind of easy to make a move into that turn 11 bowl corner, because if you try to hold the outside like we've seen throughout the weekend so far, you're just going to get left into that wet patch and lose a bunch of spots. So if anybody peeks a nose into you into that bowl corner, even if they only have half a cart, you almost have to back out of it on the outside.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you really got to get down low and miss that wet patch. So as they come through turn 7, 8, and 9, just out of frame, and then work their way back up that hill, Joe Turney will lead the field with Myers under fire. Here comes Weston Workman on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart for second into the bowl. Myers trying to shut the door. Still side by side. He's going to go in the wet patch, and Weston's able to get himself clear. But now AJ's got water on the tires, and Paulie Massimino is ready to pounce for third. Up the hill, Myers covers low.
Yeah, just like we were talking about last time around, even if you just have half a cart like Weston Workman did, he pushed A.J. Myers wide enough to where he had to go through the wet patch, and Massimino now takes advantage, but over-under here from A.J. Myers. Good, smart driving there from both of them. A.J. Myers now back to P4.
A.J. Myers holding that spot with everything that it's worth right now. Back from Paulie Massimino. Massimino's got that bad heat from earlier in a 15th place result before penalties. So it was not already a good Saturday here for Paulie as he climbs the hill and still tries to find a way around the ever-fighting A.J. Myers. Down the backstretch, he'll have a big run. Myers knows it, sees him, looks low. This time he has to give way. Nothing he could do. Wasn't going to go in the wet patch again as Anthony Rivera, the rookie, looks on back behind them there in 5th.
Yeah, and Rivera got on the wet patch there, I think, following A.J. Myers a little bit there. So he's going to lose a lot of ground there to the Magic Car driver and fall more into the clutches of Danny Formal, who last time by was 8/10 faster than Anthony Rivera. Make it 6/10 this time around. Here comes the RPG driver of Danny Formal, and he's bringing Chase Jones with him.
Talk about the master of the wet. How about if we pan a little further behind? Look who's up to 8th. The number 329, Black and White Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed of Austin Garrison's picked up 7 spots here in this heat race. He's already up behind. Danny Formal has got around Chase Jones. Make it 8. He's P7 now as the field heads up the hill. It's Turney by a good margin. Back Workman, Massimino, Myers, Rivera, and then you look further back. Danny Formal is going to be under fire soon because Austin Garrison is continuing to roll, coming to 2 laps to go.
Yeah, the Speed Concepts driver, Austin Garrison, has figured out this KA100. His first heat wasn't really what he would have wanted, but from Heat 2 and Heat 3, Austin Garrison has been arguably the fastest driver on track whenever he's been on it. Austin Garrison absolutely flying 2/10 faster than Danny Formal last time by with 2 to go. Entering the turn 2 hairpin here. He is all over Danny Formal, or will be very soon here, and they're both catching the rookie, the energy chart driver of Anthony Rivera. They were both 2 and 3/10 faster than Anthony Rivera last time by. We see Massimino now all over the rear bumper of Weston Workman, climbing the hill towards turn 10, Xander.
Final lap and a half to go. Massimino with a big run. This could be a big help in his points bid. Workman knows it. He blocks low into the bowl. Paulie trying to maybe shove him a little bit wide. Couldn't do it as they follow through the wet patch. Workman blocks low. Here comes A.J. Myers back into it, and now Massimino's got to be careful. How do you get around him? He has to go low. Myers goes high. Massimino all over Workman as the white flag waves. Look at A.J. all the way on the high side. Garrison closing up behind him, and A.J. Myers around the outside gets back on Massimino. Now Massimino tries a crossover, can't do it, and behind him, Austin Garrison has cracked the top 6. He's already gotten up to that group of Danny Formal and Anthony Rivera. He's almost there as he tries to get into the top 5. Workman fighting for his life right now for second.
Weston Workman making it a parking lot out there for everybody around him. I mean, he's made it now a 6-cart train for the battle for second. They climb the hill towards the turn 11 bowl corner here. Who's going to make a move? On with the bottom of the racetrack. Massimino goes wide. A.J. Myers around the outside. There's no grip over there, and Paulie Massimino takes advantage of him.
Massimino now tries to fade low. He's just trying to hang on. All the while, Joe Turney will collect the heat race win. Here comes that fight for second. Final corner. Myers high. Massimino low. A.J. Myers with a superhero move around the outside. And he sends the crowd into a frenzy as he gets second. Paulie Massimino gets third. Workman with the heavy defense falls back to 4th. And it goes Rivera 5th. Formal 6th. Austin Garrison, another incredible drive forward. He ends up 8th. Chase Jones 9th. And Colin Lloyd rounds out the top 10, 7 spots gained. That wraps up the on-track coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be live in about 20 minutes with the first of the Fast 5 shootouts and the MG Tires X30 shootout. Tune in to that one here in just a few minutes.